Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Rucha.
Good morning, Dr. Vansi. Good luck for your.
Sir, join.
Sorry. I said good luck for the last conference of the year.
Vansi, you're looking extra smart today.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vansi always looks.
Yeah. No, I use the word extra smart.
So it's I do not normally.
Super smart or extra smart.
Sarkar reverse gear lag gaya. He's becoming younger.
Yes.
It's the Ahmedabad Air and
Sudhir, good morning, Sudhir.
Yeah, all fine, sir. So nice. Thank you.
Good
Yes,
morning.
sir. So nice of you. Good
Shashank,
morning,
good
sir.
morning, Shashank. Vansi bhai, good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Very much audible. So
Sudhir,
now,
am I audible?
Hardik all set.
Yes, sir.
Audible, good. Thank you. Who is there? Suki? Who is there? Suki or... Good.
Can we mute everyone now? A very good afternoon and morning to the esteemed dignitaries, colleagues, and friends. Greetings to all. Before my formal welcome address, few words about the Diacare Con. In 2009, after I started RSSDI, I have done RSSDI Ahmedabad, I organized first time Diacon in 2010. And it was one day conference. It used to be the conference for one day for general practitioner of Ahmedabad. In 2014, we started a national conference of Diacon, and where we used to get doctors from all across Gujarat, few parts of Western India, few doctors from Western part of India, and it used to be almost like 600 doctors who used to attend our meetings for 2 days. From 2017, we made it for 3 days, and delegate strength also increased from 600 to almost 1200 to 1500. Last year, we were having more than 1600 delegates and who were physically present, and the conference was for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. This year, now the conference is we are doing virtual. We slightly changed the name of, instead of Diacon, now it is Diacare Con. So Diacare Con, first time we are doing in 2020 on a virtual platform. It's my great pleasure to have the honor of welcoming you and for the annual meeting of Diacare Con, which is organized by our organization Diacare on this 26th and 27th November 2020 on a virtual platform, this Saturday, Sunday. This conference is a unique opportunity for diabetes-related healthcare professionals from all over the country and few international experts to whom we invite to share the latest scientific advances in the field and develop a strategy for advancing all our efforts to treat and prevent diabetes. The conference will be of great chance for innovative and new ideas to be heard and discussed. It will provide delegates and students with perfect setting to exchange research and best practice in diabetes prevention, education, and treatment as a part of scientific program. With these few words, I take this opportunity for floral welcome on a digital platform for our chief guest of the function, who is Professor Dr. Akhtar Hussain, who is the President-elect of International Diabetic Federation. So with floral welcome, I welcome Dr. Akhtar Hussain on this platform. I would kindly request team for floral welcome for our guest of honor, Dr. Shashank Joshi, who is a chairman of International Diabetic Federation, Southeast Asia region. So welcome, Dr. Shashank. Requesting our team for floral welcome of our own Diabetes India President, Dr. S.R. Arvind. Dr. S.R. Arvind, thank you for joining. And Professor Dr. Anup Mishra with bouquet of flowers. I request technical team to welcome Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar Das, who is a program director, Dr. Nitin Shah, who is a patron of our DiaCareCon, and my teacher, my guide, Professor Dr. Asha and Shah, with flowers, and welcome them to this virtual inauguration. It's my pleasure to welcome all our international faculties who are from all across the globe to share their expertise and knowledge. I also am humbled to welcome all our national faculties from all over the country and have agreed to spend their valuable time with us. I welcome scientific committee member and advisory committee members of Diacon. Like we can see Dr. Sanjay Agarwal, Dr. Jyoti Dev, Dr. Sanjeev Phatak, Dr. Mithun Bhartiya, Dr. Pratap Jethwani, Dr. Premal Bhai Thakur, Dr. Sanjeev Phatak, Dr. Navneet Shah, Dr. Shailesh Trivedi, Dr. N.K. Singh, Dr. Sudhir Bhandari, Dr. Makkar, Dr. Rajiv Chawla, and many more from all across the country. I can see Dr. Arvind Gupta, so I welcome all of them. It's my great pleasure to welcome all national and regional coordinators along with the coordinators of scientific committee from Ahmedabad who are coordinating this program. I gladly welcome all our delegates who have registered, and I welcome them who have already logged in. We have this time total number of registered delegates. As we know that on virtual Congress, we can have many delegates, and this time we have 30,000 who have already registered for this meeting. Probably we may see 3,000 delegates at one point of time. So a gracious welcome to all of them, and welcome to all our industry partners and their heads who have shown their immense support towards DiaCareCon. I want to extend a warm welcome to everyone who is attending our annual conference of DiaCareCon 2020 on behalf of organizing committee of DiaCareCon. Hope you all have a great time at the DiaCareCon. Thank you very much. With these few words, now I request Professor Dr. Ashok Das, who is a program director, for few words. Dr. Ashok Das.
Thank you, Bansi Bhai. It's my great pleasure and honor to be here. My dear Dr. Akhtar, my dear Sasank, and my dear good friends Anup and Sudhir and everybody who is here, our patron. It's a great occasion today. Now, it was a great augury for me and my associates headed by Professor Dr. Bansi Sabu to weave this program for the 2 days. Dear friends, this program is centered around orations, symposiums on the most advanced and contemporary challenging topics. It has a good blend of basics and the advanced clinical sciences. It has pearls of wisdom from the masters. It has about 102 Indian faculty and above 45 international faculty spread over three halls. This DiaCareCon 2020 is a blend of basic science, the applied science, the clinical science, and the most important, the day-to-day application of the diabetes knowledge and changing practice points. I must emphasize that we have tried hard with Bansi's leadership to have a program which will make a change in the practicing doctors to give the most advanced and most affordable care at the doorsteps of our persons with diabetes. Dear friends, I must mention here that we have very eminent chairpersons. Dear friends, we have also allotted time for discussion, which is quite sufficient at the end of each session. So I think you can post your questions and the eminent speakers will answer the questions. To make a long story short, my dear friends, the 30,000 delegates who have joined and the very elite faculty who are in front of me and who were supposed to join in the next 2 days, I must confess that this is a great academic feast spread before you. Please come, take part of it and enlighten your knowledge and also give us the feedback and also ask questions, get your doubts cleared from the horse's mouth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Das. Now I request Professor Dr. Asha Shah, my teacher, for a few words of blessings. Dr. Asha, madam. Unmute, ma'am. Yes.
Yes, good afternoon to all friends. It gives me great pleasure to be here with you all. As we know, Dr. Bansi is doing this conference since many years. So to do a national level conference while continuing practice and single-handedly, that in itself is a great job. But to do it continuously for so many years and with increasing popularity, that is an awesome job. So in the present times when COVID has taken priority for everything and the NCDs are neglected, this is a great opportunity that Bansi is doing this type of conference focusing on diabetes, which is also of great concern to all of us. And as doctors, we are really torn between the COVID management and the NCDs management, and it is naturally taking a backseat. So it is a great job that Bansi is doing, and I'm happy to be here. And this type of conference focusing on the diabetes management is very much needed in the present times. I'm so proud of the work that he's doing, and I wish him all the best for this conference where already so many delegates are registered, and I'm sure it will be an academic feast to all of us. Thank you and all the best.
Thank you, madam. Now I request my dear friend Dr. S.R. Arvind for a few words. He is President of Diabetes India. We are working together since long in Diabetes India. So over to Dr. Arvind. First of all, thanks for joining because you were busy with some emergency. So over to Dr. S.R. Arvind.
Thank you so very much, Manchi, and congratulations yet again for another brilliant session of DiaCareCon 2020, which is anyway on the virtual platform. And then I would like to greet Professor Akhtar, Dr. Shashank, Dr. A.K. Das, Dr. Vinod Kumar, Sudhir Bhandari, and Arvind Gupta, whom I could see here on my screen for having taken time off. And you've always been commendable, you've always been great. And I have always told people that when the world loses an idea of how to lose inertia and how to get back the motivation, you just go to Banshi. And your energy levels are something which is tremendous. I can't explain it. All the very best for this conference. May God bless you. Your entire team, I have known most of them. And you're doing an incredible job, my dear friend. Please keep it up. All the very best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. S. Arvind. I think I'm not finding Dr. Anup Mishra. He could not join. So now I request my dear friend, Dr. Shashank Joshi, my elder brother, for his few words. He is a guest of honor for DiaCareCon. He is presently chair of Southeast Asia International Diabetic Federation and president of Indian Academy of Diabetes. Over to Shashank.
So, my good friend Professor Akhtar Hussain, President-elect of International Diabetes Federation and President of the Diabetic Asia Study Group, Brother Bansi, who is omnipresent everywhere, whether it is ISHDI is the president, at DHD is the secretary, at Diabetes India is the secretary. He is there everywhere, and this is like, as I call you, he's a showstopper. So whenever there is a show, it has to stop somewhere. So this is the showstopper of 2020. So this is really the conference of 2020, and we are in Gita Saptaha or Bhagavad Saptaha, and today is the last day of Bhagavad Saptaha. We have just celebrated Christmas. We are all eagerly waiting for the Boxing Day test match, which has just started between India and Australia. And we are in Christmas mood, but it has been a difficult time, because it has been in COVID times. But COVID times, Bansi has risen above everybody. I want to welcome everybody who's on this panel, which I can see. I can see Dr. Arvind Sosale, Anup will, I'm sure, join. Madam Asha Shah is here. Dr. Ashok Kumar Das, who is always smiling, ever smiling. Every weekend I see them. Dr. Mithun Bharatiya is here. I can see also smiling from Guwahati, and then Dr. Shailesh Trivedi, Dr. Vinod Kumar, Dr. Gumbar, and so many other people, Dr. Arvind Gupta. If I have missed out anybody, forgive me. And I have to thank not only Bansi, but the whole team at DiaCare. I think DiaCare has been an outstanding contributor. And from DiaCare, one more byproduct has been born. It's called RX Events and Hardik and his team. And I think they have become like a twin. And this twin of DiaCare and RX Events have been leading the journey of virtual medical education. So I think they have become like the forefront of virtual platforms in India. And as I said that, this platform which Bansi has got out is basically to educate. And he has been persistent in, doctor education, patient education. He's very passionate about his type 1 diabetes, but also his type 2 diabetes. He has prevention to technology. He's there from womb to tomb. He's there everywhere. And I think Bansi is really a revolution. So, we are here to see some glimpses of Bansi revolution or 2020 in this meeting. But as I said, we are all here because we are all caring for people living with diabetes. And COVID is going to lead to a tsunami of diabetes. And that tsunami of diabetes is going to be a challenge for all of us. We will have to prevent that tsunami. We'll have to treat that tsunami of diabetes. We'll have to prevent complications. And we'll have to make people living with diabetes, take care of them, treat them appropriately, prevent them. And I'm certain that the pearls of wisdom all of you all will learn, listen, and adapt from this meeting will go a long way in helping the patients which you look after and people who are around them. We are also using technology very efficiently, and Bansi has been at the forefront on reversing diabetes. That's his passion. So Bansi, long time back met the late President Pranab Mukherjee at Rashtrapati Bhavan, and he wanted to have a diabetes-free India. But at least he is leading the movement for complication-free India. He is leading the movement on reversal of India in diabetes. And probably one fine day we will see that there won't be any Diacare con, there won't be any diabetes in India. That's his wish and dream. And let us pray to Almighty that 2020 is almost curtains down, but 2021 is going to be a brighter, more cheerful, and more vibrant year. And I'm certain that people living with diabetes will get much better care, much better access, and much better overall health. We are all here for a common goal to be happy and to be healthy. So I wish all of you all good health and happiness, and wish all of you all a very happy 2021. Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you, Shashank. So every year as we in our Diacare, we recognize few our friends and we give awards also. But as in the conference, we have a Diacare Con gold medal audition, which had gone to Dr. Partha Kar with our credential committee, and with the Dr. Ashok Das was the heading the credential committee as a program director. Then we do one Dr. Shrenik Shah memorial lecture. Dr. Shrenik Shah was a cardiologist, a close friend of mine, to whom we lost in 2017. So Dr. Shrenik Shah memorial talk, which this year we had given to Dr. Venkatram, who is a eminent consultant physician from Hyderabad, city of Hyderabad. Presently, he's in USA, and he's an hypertension specialist, we all know. And every year we do one more oration on the name of late Dr. Dr. Suman Shah. Dr. Suman Shah was very, very eminent physician of the city of Ahmedabad, who passed away in 1998. And Dr. Shah, his son, is very close to me. He's like a fatherly figure to me. So on his name, we have Dr. Suman Shah oration. And for this year, we have Dr. Arvind, who is going to give this oration, Dr. Suman Shah oration. With these few words, we also recognize every time from this Gujarat state, few of them, that those who are really doing great work in field of diabetes. So from the north part of the Gujarat, because Gujarat is a very uniquely a state which is having multiple regions. So I mean north, south, central Gujarat, and then Saurashtra, and then Kutch, and city of Ahmedabad. So I mean the Gujarat we have in multiple regions which we have divided. So from North Gujarat, I would request Professor Dr. Akhtar Hussain to felicitate my friend who is Dr. Bhavesh Patel from a Modasa. It's a small city, a small town, to whom we are recognizing him for his services, his contribution for improving care for diabetes. So I can see Dr. Bhavesh, and Modasa is a small town. It's like a town with 100,000 population, the population of 100,000 persons. And he's really doing great work in the city of Modasa. So I request Professor Dr. Akhtar Hussain, President-elect International Diabetes Federation, to recognize the work which is done by Dr. Bhavesh Patel in the field of diabetes from a small center, city of Modasa. Over to Dr. Bhavesh. Bhavesh, you want to say anything, or?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Dr. Akhtar Hussain, for everything. Thank you so much, Bansi Sabu sir, it is possible because of only and only you, sir. You have hold my hand and teaches me how do we work in a field of diabetology. So my every credit goes to you, sir, only. Because of you only, I am what today only.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
The next, Hardik. So from city of Ahmedabad, we have Dr. Durvi Hasnani, who was my student, who had passed a 2-year course of RSSDI under me. She passed from MD from Russia, and she had worked with me for more than 5 years. And recently, she opened a beautiful diabetes care center in the east part of Ahmedabad. So I would like to recognize Durvi from Rudraksha Institute of Medical Science for her contribution for improving care for diabetes in city of Ahmedabad. Durvi?
Thank you so much, sir. Diacare Con is flourishing, and I am so privileged and honored to be a part of a team of Diacare. It is all your blessings, blessings of all the mentors and all the faculty who are present here. I think I've learned so much from each one of you present here. Thank you to Dr. Akhtar Hussain, sir, who's presenting us with this award, and your mentor is also present on this platform, and I feel so overwhelmed to be saying something. I feel that 2020 has been a year of achievements for me in spite of the COVID. And it's all thanks to you. You've actually paved the path for us, and you've put the benchmark on such a pedestal that it is going to make us and motivate us to work so hard to reach up to that place, follow your footsteps, and maybe do our best to achieve what you've achieved and to do better for the people with diabetes. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Durvi. The next one. So Dr. Deepak Chudasma, who is working in city of Junagadh. So we again recognize and felicitate Dr. Deepak Chudasma. He is working in Junagadh for his contribution for improving care for diabetes. Actually, not only as a outdoor patient department, but he also working on wheels. So, there is an ambulance, there is a diabetes care center, which he is doing in the city of Junagadh, as well as in the district care. He's also the district coordinator from RSSDI. So over to Dr. Deepak Chudasma. Diacare is pleased to award Dr. Deepak Chudasma for his contribution for improving care for diabetes from Saurashtra region. Dr. Deepak.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. And congratulations for this grand opening of this Diacare Con 2020. And one thing I will let you all disclose that Dr. Bansi Sabu is a Lord Shiva in the field of diabetes. Whenever you go with any kind of help or any kind of idea, he will just say Tathastu. Please keep your this blessing with Tathastu, with all our colleagues and junior doctors and who are doing great job in whatever the region they are. And please keep continue your blessing and hope you get more and more achievement, and with that you contribute in the field of diabetes nationally and internationally as well. Thank you so much. Thank you for your honor, sir. Thank you so much.
Deepak, I totally agree with you that he's a Lord Shiva in field of diabetes. And I am from Jabalpur city, very small city, and he has made me a national figure. And I again thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. The next one. So Dr. Sushil Patel, a very close friend, and Dr. Sushil is from Baroda, from the central part of the Gujarat. So Dr. Sushil, Diacare is pleased to award Dr. Sushil for his contribution for improving the care for diabetes. And he's an entrepreneur. He had come out with a very new idea, innovative ideas. We will able to know it in few months. So over to Dr. Sushil.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for the recognition. And we are following the path which is led by you. And there are so many mentors which are present over here in the platform. And I'm grateful to receive the award on behalf of Diacare in the presence of all the national faculties and national heroes of diabetes. And definitely thankful to you and the mentors other which is present over here and not present over here to showing me the path in the diabetes care. And we will definitely follow the footstep of yours and Dr. Shashank Joshi, Akida sir, and all the present over here. And we will definitely work for the dream of diabetes free India in the future. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sushil. Next one. So Dr. Viral Raj, again my student who has worked with me, he has done his MD from Russia, then he has gone for an endocrinology training in Germany, and Dr. Viral Raj is working in city of Bharuch, for Bharuch, Ankleshwar and multiple places, and he has really worked very hard in field of diabetes. So Diacare is pleased to award and recognize the work of Dr. Viral Raj for his contribution for improving care for diabetes in the city of Bharuch and Ankleshwar. It's a twin city. Over to Viral.
Thank you very much, sir, for this tremendous awards to me. I am very thankful to my guru, Dr. Bansi Sabu, sir, for this great achievement. And sir, hope in the future we follow your footsteps and keep your blessings on us for a long time, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for this achievement. Sir. Thank you very much.
So Dr. Mahira Kadri, she is working with me in a dedicated type 1 diabetes clinic. We have a Diacare dedicated type 1 clinic. Mahira, even this during the lockdown period of last 1 year, she had really worked very hard to take care of all our type 1 diabetic patients. When the lockdown was started in month of March, we started calling all our patients, and there are 534 patients to whom we supply free insulin. So we made that all the patients, they should not get any trouble or any problem, and we have given them insulin at their doorstep. 534 patients across the city of Gujarat and across the state of Gujarat, and more than 534 patients were given insulin at their home, and it was all done by Myra and her team. And at the same time, she's also heading our Center for Smart Sweet Center, and we are heading for Southeast Asia also. So last year we have started Nepal, other than in India, and more than 20 centers were educated through her and her team for making them center of excellence as a sweet center. And this year also online we could educate a Iran center also. So over to Dr. Mahira Kadri for recognizing her. We are very pleased to award Dr. Mahira Kadri for her contribution for improving care for type 1 diabetes. Dr. Mahira.
Thank you so much, sir, for this recognition. And I shall always remain thankful to you and Diacare for providing me this platform where I can serve the children with type 1 diabetes. And I promise you to keep serving those children until I can with the most dedicated efforts. And I shall always remain thankful to you and Diacare and Diacare team, Maitri, Kenjal, Apeksha, everyone for the support. And my special thanks to you.
Thank you. Next one. Now we would like to recognize Ms. J. Sethi. She is from Diabetes Foundation for her contribution for improving care for type 1. This year we have done multiple type 1 awareness program online, and which she is continuing doing. And recently we have conducted only for dedicated for type 1 children and for their family member. And through our Diacare and trust, we could contribute something to Diabetes Foundation, and at the same time taking care of all online program which she is doing. So over to J. Sethi. Diacare is pleased to award Ms. J. Sethi a Diabetes Foundation for her contribution for improving care for type 1. She herself is type 1 and taking care of herself with artificial pancreas, or you can say do it yourself. So if Jay is here, we can I can request her for a few words. If she has not joined, then we can have the next one and last one. This is very interesting because Diacare had contributed for creating a type 1 diabetes network, and then at the same time it has a website. And this website with the help of few of the doctors, endocrinologists who are based in UK, and there are more than 30 endocrinologists who are originally from India. They have created this website, and this website developer is Mr. Johan, who had helped me to create this website, Tie Up UK website. And this website is having all modules related to care for type 1 diabetes. We are using this website for all our, not only children, their parents, the caregiver, and at the same time the doctors, to train the doctors during this COVID time, as we are not meeting physically through the different modules, we are trying to train the pediatrician, primary care physicians, and doctors. And I would like if Mr. Johan Tavadia is here for a few words. Otherwise, I will request all of you to visit this website, a Tie Up UK website. The meaning of tie up is type 1, T for type, 1 I is for actually one, E is a education program. So it's a UK program. So Tie Up UK website. So I request if Mr. Johan is there for a few words. No issue. So now I thank Dr. Akhtar Hussain for awarding and recognizing many of the persons who are with me in last 1 year and what we have done in last, almost you can say last 6 months or 8 months during this COVID time. But one thing what we have done is at least educating the type 1 and their family members and caregivers, that we continued. With these few words, now I request Professor Akhtar Hussain first for lamp lighting and then followed by his chief guest speech. Hardik, can I request you for lamp lighting? Voice is not coming, Hardik.
Hardik, the music is muted.
Requesting Professor Akhtar Hussain for his speech as a chief guest. Over to Dr. Akhtar.
First of all, I would like to.
I mean, this we will take your talk at 1:35 after ending the inauguration. And in this, you can talk just without any slides.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me on this very important occasion, and as I have always considered Bansi as my younger brother, I have heard a lot and I know his capacity. But in India, I do not feel as a kind of foreigner. I feel I'm from India. As you know that I'm from Bangladesh. Bangladesh is very much a part of India. The division is a political one. I feel very much aligned and I feel very much at home when I have the possibility to see my colleagues and friends from India. But I must say that I have been working with a number of friends, as Shashank is a fellow board member with me in the IDF. I have also known Professor Das for a long time. And as you know that Professor Mohan, I'm working with him for quite some time in our desk. And both Bansi is also the secretary for our DASK, which is a diabetization study group, and also Dr. Arvind Singh. So I know a lot of people that I'm working at. Please forgive me, I'm not probably mentioning all the names, but what I'm trying to say that it is a real pleasure and honor for me to be here. International Diabetes Federation is very much part of India. As you know that you had your past two presidents actually from India, and Shaukat. So it has its recent histories, and diabetes IDF without India is actually actually is not representing the people with diabetes. So India is very, very important for International Diabetes Federation, and I'm very much, I hope that during my tenure, I will be able to work even more closely with India so that we can have the necessary wisdom for the idea, for the world to learn from India and the initiatives that has been taken by, for example, Diabetes India, RSSDI, and DIACOM is remarkable in my understanding. And I know there are many initiatives that is in India. And so what I'm mostly interested in, you see that whenever we think of our collaboration, we think of collaboration from our part, from India or from Bangladesh or from anywhere within European countries. And I think the regional cooperation for diabetes care is even more important because we have the same people, we have the same infrastructure, we have the same training. And therefore, I think the collaboration, the regional collaboration for diabetes care is more important than one individual country collaborating with the US I have nothing against that people are collaborating with Europe or America. I myself lived more than half of my lifetime in Europe, but what is my point is that we need to collaborate because that is something is truly lacking, and this is something that in all our conferences, I wish that we can have the regional representation in our national congresses. So with these few words, I congratulate DIACON 2020 and Dr. Vamsi Sabu for an excellent initiative. And I see the kind of national representation with 3,000 delegates, which is, 30,000 delegates, sorry. And you know that it is beyond any organization that IDF or ESD or any other organization ever assembled these 30,000 people. So congratulations to Diakon, congratulations to Bansi Sabu, congratulations to the whole team for this success. Thank you.
Thanks. So, thank you, Dr. Akhtar. Respected dignitaries, doctors, and friends, let me start with my thanks speech. I feel honored to pronounce the vote of thanks on behalf of Organizing Committee of DiaCareCon 2020, the first ever virtual diabetes congress of DiaCare, and probably this will be the last congress of diabetes in year 2020 because we are choosing the last Saturday, Sunday. The first and foremost, I would like to thank Almighty God for blessing us all and bringing all of us under one digital platform today on this auspicious day. I humbly thank our chief guest, Dr. Akhtar Hussain, who is currently President-elect of International Diabetes Federation, who is based at Oslo, Norway. Thank you, sir, for being here on this virtual inauguration in spite of your very busy schedule. I thank my dear friend, elder brother, Dr. Shashank Joshi, Chairman, International Diabetes Federation, Southeast Asia region, and my elder brother for making it possible to grace the inaugural ceremony of DiaCareCon. A word of thanks will be too small for our respected teacher, Professor Dr. Anup Mishra, and to my dear brother, Dr. S.R. Arvind, who is President of Diabetes India, for their support, guidance, and for accepting our invitation as a special invitee for this inauguration function. I would like to thank our fatherly figure, Dr. Nitin Suman Shah, patron of DiaCareCon 2020, the program director, Professor Dr. A.K. Das, and my teacher, guide, and mentor, Professor Dr. Asha Shah, for all their guidance for organizing this conference. Thanks to all international national faculty for bringing a scientific feast at our doorstep in the era of social distancing. And I must say that they have taken a lot of pain for connecting on this digital platform. Thanks to all chairperson for accepting our invitation to moderate the sessions. Thanks to all advisors, committee members, colleagues, friends for their support. Particularly, I can see here Dr. Sanjay Agarwal, very close friend of mine, and Dr. Mithun Bhartiya, Dr. Vinod Mittal, Dr. Vinod Kumar, and many more for their constant support and guidance and planning and executing this virtual congress. And scientific meeting cannot be successful without support from industry partner. So I must thank them to bring so many delegates. Mainly we are having more than 30,000 delegates who are registered through different pharmaceutical companies but namely few Torrent, USV, Sanofi, Lupin, Abbott, BI, Cipla, Vocard, Corona, Emcure, Zydus, Microlabs, Intas, Biocon, Serdia, Alchem, Sun Pharma, JB Chemicals, Aris Pharma, Mankind, AstraZeneca, HBC, Indoco, Aprica, LifeScan, Acumentis, Medtronic, and Signitra. At last but not the least, I would like to thank the most important individuals for any conference, and that is our delegates. I personally thank each one of you for being present here, and I'm sure you will enjoy the scientific feast for at least next 2 days of this virtual meeting, where they can meet each other virtually also and can experience this wonderful virtual platform of this congress. Without your overwhelming response, we would not have reached more than 30,000 delegates who are registered, and you are true witness of our efforts and making this meeting successful. I would also like to thank all medical and support team of DiaCare, our center, for helping me in designing this program and for their constant support. I would like to thank team of RX events, which is led by Dr. Hardik, for planning and executing this conference. If I have forgotten to give thanks to any person or organization, then please forgive me, because it is absolutely unintentional. Before I end, I would like to thank my wife Annu. She is here with me. Children Ria, Jisa, Meet for observing my constant absence and bearing with me. Once again, thank you all from my bottom of my heart. Thank you very much. Jai Hind. Hardik, can we have the national anthem?
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, everyone. Now we close the inauguration, and now request our rapporteur, Dr. Durvi, to start the keynote address, and our chairperson, Dr. Ashan Shah and Dr. Shailesh Trivedi. Over to Durvi.
Thank you so much, sir. We end the 2020 year with a blast of a scientific program called as DiaCareCon 2020. We are very much bang on time. Our faculties here are all for us to teach us, and we are ready for that. I am going to invite my mentor's mentor, Dr. Asha Madam, to chair this session, along with Dr. Shailesh Trivedi, sir, who is an eminent diabetologist from the city of Baroda. And thank you both of you for agreeing to chair our very first session of Dr. Akhtar Hussain, sir. Over to both of the faculties and chairperson here.
Thank you, Dhruvi. And of course, thank you, Bansi, for allowing us to be here and chairing this important session. And I am really glad to be chairing this session, which is the topic is gaps in diabetic care, and the chief guest, Dr. Akhtar Hussain, is delivering this lecture. So he is president-elect of IDF and professor in global health, chronic disease diabetes. He is president of Diabetes Asia Study Group and vice president of IDF in the past. He's a member of the financial committee, chair of the consultative section science, and is a member of Norwegian Diabetic Association and many prestigious associations. And also he is the editor of Journal of Diabetology, and he's a faculty in Nord University, Norway, and he's faculty also in many other prestigious universities in Bangladesh and Brazil. So I would request Dr. Akhtar Hussain to start his keynote address. Welcome, Dr. Susan.
Thank you. Thank you for the for your kind words of introducing myself. And as I said, that I'm Akhtar Hussain, and as I told you in the beginning, I do not feel myself as a kind of foreigner in when I'm talking about India. The things that I'm going to talk today is I think it's nothing new to you, but it's still I do not want to teach this wise audience of what is the gaps in diabetes care. But this is an important issue, I believe, to tackle. And in the International Diabetes Federation, this is something that really concerns the gap of how do we get over these gaps. One of the things that we need to know that, for example, we know the situation. And if you look at this, then there's a great disparity. So we start with this, for example, prevalence of diabetes, there is a great disparity. This disparity actually is based on socioeconomy and race and the fact of ethnicity. So these are the two factors that we must think in when we think of disparities is the income and the racial predisposition. And we know that what is good glycemic control is the hallmarker of our diabetes care, and we believe that it should be on 6.5 that we all agreed upon. But if you see that it's worldwide, people are using it with different. There are different ways. For example, if you look at ADA, so it varies from 6.5 to 7.5 all the way. So there's a big disparity here. If we look at this particular large-scale survey rates achieving targets for blood glucose, we are talking about all these modern achievements and everything that we are doing. But at the same time, we see that we are only controlling probably we have 50% of our patients that is coming, and this is something that we need to think very carefully. That why this gap exists, why we are given all the medical achievements that we know with the medical drugs, that we can see that even for microvascular complications and, for example, A1C control, you see that we have about 50-50 control and 50% we do not have any control. And we also see a kind of differences between male and female in terms of control. And it also varies from, for example, whether what is your initial A1C value. So if we say that, for example, the higher the values are, that the lower is the success rate that we have at the moment. And actually, these are the people who needs to have this, the control of those people who have a high values is mostly needed in order to control our micro and macrovascular complications. And this we all know, but we see that we are not able. So we have also looked at, for example, if you do, for example, monotherapy, dual therapy, triple, we see that there is an increase. So we can see that if we more drugs that we include, that probably the success is better. But you see that the difference is not very high, and this is something that we need to discuss in terms of thinking of disparities. In Bangladesh, this is something that we did in Bangladesh studies. We try to lift the success of the speed that we see that there is a change of about 9% in A1C for the last 10 years. So with these modern drugs that we are talking about now, expensive and modern new generation drugs, we need to think carefully that what is lacking. The other thing that I would like to say that for example, given these A1C values that we are saying, that whether we should have the same target. This is something that whether we should have gaps also in terms of our glycemic targets. As because there is a difference. We can see that, for example, if you look at this figure, for example, compared with the white population, if you see that with the Hispanics, they are much more closer, the American, but if you look at this Indians, the American Indians and the Asians, you see that the gaps are quite big. Of course, the blacks have the highest gap. So we see a kind of tendency of there's a ratio of disparities, and we know that the glycation is predisposed by the genetic predisposition. And since we have this fact known, this is something that we need to think that from the IDF perspective, so that we should come to a kind of global guideline in order to say that whether we should have the same target, We have also published papers that I myself have published two papers, one from Brazil, one from Bangladesh, where we say that actually that 6.5% should not be the diagnostic criteria. In Bangladesh, actually it's lower than 6.5%, while in Brazil we found it is higher than 6.5%. But you see that even the gaps in this desired outcomes, if you look at this, for example, one of the estimated, for example, this diabetes, about 50% of this are diagnosed and 50% remain undiagnosed, of whom 50% receive care of those people who are diagnosed, 50% receive care, of whom about 50% achieve the treatment targets, and of whom 50% achieve the desired outcomes. So you see that when you look at these things, when you look at this, applying the rule of Holmes, it is possible to hypothesize that on an average, 60% of the people with diabetes will live their lives free from diabetes-related complications. So this gives us a picture of, for example, the challenges that, for example, the world is facing, the challenges that International Diabetes Federation challenges that India is facing. India has the second largest population of diabetes in the whole world. So we need to think about it very carefully. But one of the things that how this gap, one of the things is the healthcare system that we can see. If you look at this the healthcare system, there's a wide variety of, for example, testing, diagnosis, treatment, and control. We need to focus on the healthcare system. So we cannot have, if you look at this, for example, the testing, for example, when you are older people, that we see that there's a high level of testing compared to the younger population. We know that there's in India, Bangladesh, this at 15 to 34. This is the actually people. Most of the people are actually in 44. In my research work in Bangladesh, we have seen that most of the people are using this group, but we are not testing enough. This is also that I said that the economy is another factor. You see that, for example, those who have secondary school or above primary or secondary school, but compared to those illiterate, we see that the testing is far less. This we need to focus, particularly in an Indian context. That, for example, this is and we need to think of the cost of each care component. That if you look at this, for example, India, that we can see that, for example, India is quite here. It means that why the cost is low, because we are not investing enough. We know that the percentages of our GDP that we invest in our health, for example, in Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, we can say that is a whole story that we are not given enough priority. So we need to think of finance, we need to think of the healthcare system, but we can also think of the drugs that is available, that we know that there are, that at this stage, I will not go into this, but for example, sulfonylurea is one of the drugs that we see that the newer drugs, the new generation of sulfonylurea is showing that it actually reduces the microvascular complications. And also you can, macrovascular complications. And also you can see that the glycemic control is also quite good, and it is one of the cheapest drugs that we all know. So we need to think the benefits of sulfonylurea was first documented in the Wikipedia study, and intensive the trial found that intensive treatment with sulfonylurea there is some microvascular complications in type 2 diabetes by 25%. You see that is the way we started, but then we thought about hypoglycemia, but we see that now in the newer ones that is important is sulfonylurea metformin provides the best A1C goal achieved, less than 7% in systematic disease 200. So we have documents, but why we are not, unfortunately, in type 2 diabetes, especially in the developing world, the opportunity for early intensive intervention is often limited. This is something that we need to identify. We need to, as we said, the testing is very low. That we need to identify the people with diabetes so that we can give the best treatment from its initiation. The guidelines, and the other most important factor is the guidelines. If you look at these guidelines, because the guidelines is actually helping us, that how we treat, how we identify, how we. So if you look at this, for example, that there are these are the, for example, countries. These are the poor countries, the medium income countries, and the rich countries. You see the surveillance, for example, in prevention.
that diabetes mellitus in poor countries, for example, in diabetes, for example, in today, is quite low compared to, for example, survivors. For example, why is it? Because most of the time that our treatment, our guideline is influenced by the donation that comes from outside, and that is why. So there is no problem in the guidelines. We have a huge number of guidelines, but what we see in the guidelines that the WHO is saying that there is more than 4,000 guidelines. However, after a thorough online search in medical database, the Health Ministry website guidelines and half of the over half of these countries were not found. Of the 56 guidelines, 12% were from low-income countries, and from the lower middle-income countries is 19, and upper middle-income countries was 20, and rest remains from the high-income countries. So still, that we see that lower middle-income countries, the poor countries, is still lacking guidelines. None of the low-income countries had the guidelines that address diabetes alone. Rather, they had guidelines from married conditions called standard treatment guidelines, of which diabetes was one of the conditions. So it is among others. And this was published in 2018 in Diabetes Care. If you look at this, for example, these are the profiles of the Institute of Medicine component. So this is the guidelines that how you should follow, how you should develop your guidelines. If you see this, the high-income countries and low-income countries, we are not, what we are creating mostly is the guide, not guidelines, because we are not following the standard procedure. What we do, we created one of the ADA or the ESD or IDF guidelines, and we sit down with an expert and we make some modifications. This is not called guidelines. This is a guide. And in order to have these guidelines, we must follow the grading systems that we have already known. That this is published in the area. This has been Diabetes Association. This is published. So we must follow the recommendations in order to develop our guidelines, which we are not doing. So what are the key points that I would like to bring here? The least middle income countries guidelines were inadequate in terms of its applicability, clarity, and dissemination plan, as well as socio-economic and ethical legal contextualization. That we see that our ethical system, our ethical situation is different, somewhat different compared to the European ethical guidelines. So we cannot uncritically apply the ethical and legal conditions that exist in Europe. The poor countries guidelines targeted mainly healthcare providers with only few, including patients, 7%, payers, 11%, and policymakers, 18%. We must change these things. And compared with the rich countries, high-income countries guidelines, the spectrum of diabetes clinical care addressed by poor countries was narrow. Most guidelines for the poor countries complied with less than half of the Institute of Medicine standards, and 12% of the LIC guidelines satisfying at least 4 high-income criteria, as opposed to 60% of the high-income countries. So it says, and this is the statistical significance. So we must, again, we said that we must adhere to the standards of guidelines. I'm very much in favor of developing national and ethnic-based guidelines, but we must do it in the proper way. And this was also published in the Diabetes Care. So what are now my few thoughts about the future? That we need to see that this thing that is a lifestyle, and we need to think of non-insulin agents, and then we need to think of insulin and monitoring and detailed drug lists should be applied. So global guidelines are lacking context-specific recommendations related to diabetes phenotypes in different populations. As we have said, that the Asian phenotypes, as we have mentioned many times, that the international guidelines are lacking. So I think that the time of global guidelines is coming to an end. We must have the guidelines based on its context, which is as I said, the financial situation, the healthcare system, and the phenotypes of different populations. A pragmatic approach related to the limited resource needs to be considered, especially when doctors recommend newer drugs as add-on treatment in patients such as those at high risk of cardiovascular and or compromised renal events. So we need to think of that how we go for this add-on treatments. Now I know that it is important because we have documentation. We must rely on documentation, and the documentation should be the guidelines. But I'm not against using the add-on. I know that there are some people. I had a lot of discussion with some colleagues in the IDF as well. So they think that when you, I'm very much in favor that we should be based on evidence, no matter whether it's rich or poor. But what we need to have that for example, what we need to have thinking that whether we can have also a suggestion that an informed decision is the patient. The informed decision is the patient is important. And the other thing is this, that whether we can come up with a cheaper drugs which has relative comparable effect. That is, as said, that increasing evidence suggests that second generation sulfonylurea is efficient in glycemic control and also beneficial effect on microvascular and macrovascular outcomes and less hypoglycemia than full interventional agents. And this needs to be carefully think of. Therefore, this may a choice in resource-constrained societies, and especially in lean diabetes. As we know that in Bangladesh, and also I also know that West Bengal of India, we have published papers on lean diabetes. And we see that in lean diabetes in population, that actually the secondary defect is the biggest problem there. So individualized management of diabetes in case of expensive drugs, the benefit, cost, and benefit should be properly explained. Alternative cheaper drugs with comparable efficacy should be included and informed decision should be made. Patient education must be an integral part of the diabetes management, and patient must be empowered to take control of his heart management program. And efforts for prevention remain rudimentary in most of the developing countries. And this is something that I would like to emphasize, that in most developing countries, that we think that doctors think that prevention is not the doctor's job. And this is a misconception. The treatment of diabetes is actually prevention. When you have the condition, you cannot treat it. You can make it to live with it. You can treat it to control it, but you cannot prevent it. You cannot make them cure. You cannot get rid of the diabetes. So I think that doctors' intervention, and this is important for the policymakers. I think the policymakers, if they don't see the doctors, the policymakers in our part of the world, I'm not talking about Europe, in our part of the world, the policymakers are less important. With these words, I would like to say Dhanyabad and thank you.
Dr. Shailesh Bhai, can you thank him? Shailesh Bhai?
Yes.
Dr. Shailesh Bhai.
Dr. Shailesh Trivedi?
Sorry, sir.
You are co-chairing. Yes.
Well, sir, we are extremely thankful for your wonderful lecture. There were plenty of carry-home messages for all of us, and your august presence has made this conference a memorable one. Being a keynote address, I don't think
we are going to have some question, answer, and discussion.
Okay, sir. Okay.
We may not get the president and chairman both together. So, the gaps in diabetes care is very, very important topic. I think we should discuss. And we have some time also because to start.
As Sabu sir has said, I would request any person. I don't think there are any in the chat pocket. There are questions.
So Shashank, I actually want to, initiate the things and would like to have the Akhtar opinion and then followed by Dr. Shashank, that primarily to keep a talk on gaps in diabetes care is very important for a primary care physician. We see one side, we are seeing a lot of diabetic new patients which are detected, but there are at multiple levels gaps are there. Like in India, we are having late diagnosis. Then those who are diagnosed, many of them, 50% of them are even not getting optimum treatment. Even if they are started with the treatment, the optimization or further escalation of therapy is not done. The patients who are having 2/3 of them diabetes diagnosed patient in India are at present uncontrolled diabetes. And I'm sure the same situation and challenges are there all over the world. Maybe in some developed world, maybe less, but I'm sure this is the situation what we have in Southeast Asia and India. So what are the key things which we can do as being I'm a RSSDA president and doing many multiple or activities in our country, how the IDF and how IDF Southeast Asia can support us to, I mean, to improve these diabetes gaps in our country and maybe in other parts of the Southeast Asia or in Middle East, as we are working in Diabetes Asia together also. So the gaps in diabetes care are many, and that I just wanted to have your opinion on that. And what activity we should plan to improve that, that is also very important, how it can be supported. That is what I want to ask you.
I think Dr. Bansi, I think Shashank should be. I would like to hear also Shashank's opinion. I can say that in my opinion, I'm already communicating to revisiting the IDM guidelines. I already had some discussions, and we are trying to set up I hope that I will be able to set up a committee so that we can revisit because you see that there are many principles. I have shown you that things that you said, that how these 50% gaps that you find in the first phase, we are only identifying only 50% of the cases, right? And then who are getting the treatment and who are achieving. The picture is not very different. The only thing is that here in Europe, you see that in Europe that most of the people will be identified because of the healthcare system. In our healthcare system is that unless you go to a doctor, there is no test. The other thing is that that in Europe that people generally get this diabetes at a much older age, let's say 60 plus, around 70s, they will get this. In our part, for example, in India, Bangladesh, what we see that, for example, people at 30, 35, 40 years of age, people get this diabetes. So therefore, the risk of complication in our population is much higher compared to the, for example, population that we are seeing in Europe. I think that what we can do, as I said, that I have also shown that there are gaps in terms of our guidelines. And as I said, that I truly believe that we should have ethnic-based guidelines. And now question is that there are lots of discussions in terms of how we define ethnicity. For example, if you look at India, there are 17 different ethnicities. Should we go by national guidelines or should we go by so that I have we discuss it, and I would like to hear your expertise, thoughts in this relation. And I think that if I can embark on such a adventurous way, because some people think that we should not recommend the newer drugs because newer drugs are expensive. For example, for the IVF, should not go into it because it is more expensive, and most of the people in poorer part of the world, they cannot afford the minimum care. That how can we go for these things? But my view is that we should go by evidence. But what we need to do, as I said, that we should have a kind of informed plan that we discuss with the patients about the cost and the benefit and an alternative of a cheaper drug. And that would be the most important thing, that they should, if they cannot afford it, that what is the alternative? That we should give them an alternative, not saying that there is no alternative. So this is the yes, Shashank, please.
I think I completely agree with Akhtar, and I think Akhtar has been very mindful of this. He has been leading IDF. Now he's leading the school, the Atlas in a big way, clinical practice recommendations. IDF has been very sensitive to, as Akhtar said, because it has a lot of geographies, which some geographies are very well developed. And even in the very well developed geographies, like he comes from Scandinavia, where almost 60-70% of people pay of their income as tax, and they are fully reimbursed. Even there, their economies are strained because of healthcare budgets. So it is not that they recommend everybody a SGLT2 inhibitor. So I think what Akhtar said is that we have to be geography specific. We have to be affordability and accessibility are the key features. Akhtar is in a unique position because he's an Asian, and as I said, he's as Indian as we can be, and he's also as European as he can be, and he's also as South American as he can be. So he's probably best of all worlds, and therefore I think what he's trying to say, and lecture also very nicely put out the gaps which are there, the treatment challenges for guidelines in terms of affordability, access, which are there, and I think IDF can provide a template for a country to make its own guidelines. That's one thing which IDF can do. That's the easy way out, or the region. Then the region can develop its own guidelines which are based on the local regional needs. So that's probably one way to look at it. Because I think another thing which I will urge all of you all is this year in COVID times, Akhtar edited a very beautiful issue related to in DRCP related to COVID and diabetes. And I think he has covered virtually all these small areas. But I think what Akhtar is saying, and what Akhtar we should continue doing this, is clinical practice recommendations which are region specific, local regional needs should be developed, and their access and affordability as well as adherence, it is equally important. Even in the best of nations, including Europe and US, the adherence can be as low as 60%. They may have an access to a free, strip, a free insulin, a free SGLT2 inhibitor. But if the adherence only 60-70%, it's no good. So that also he identified very nicely, that very clearly we need to look at all the three A's: affordability, accessibility, and adherence. And I think that's what Akhtar means. He stands for A because he's Akhtar. And Akhtar's three A's, I would say, are affordability, accessibility, and adherence. And I think if we use that as a template for every country or geography, or even within the country, for example, Bansi, I'm very happy that you gave somebody from Modasa an award. If you go to Modasa, it is relatively a poorer area of Gujarat. Of course, Gujarat cannot be poor, but relatively poor. But if you go to a remote village in India, it will not be having the affordability. The same thing in Bangladesh. If you go to Dhaka, there will still be an affording class of population. If you go to the remotest part, it won't be. So I think even within each country and each geography, there are challenges. I think we need to be sensitive and mindful to them. And I think we need to still work more on screening, so that the 50% or more which are undiagnosed, we need to plug that first. Second is we still need to aggressively work on awareness and on prevention. And then, of course, we need to ensure that we do a simple matrix to avoid complications. I think complications-free world with diabetes is doable. Diabetes-free world is a challenge, but I think complication-free world. See, for example, in the Western world, amputations have disappeared. There's a large part of diabetic-associated blindness has come down. The large part of the cardio nephro health which is there has come down. So that we can impact. And I think we should use the Bangladesh model which Akhtar has guided and Professor Azad Khan has guided. We can use and adapt it in some of our geographies and show by some good evidence-based translational research that we can do that. And we should take help of Akhtar in his global role to use some, global health and also do some, cost saving. Also remember, some of these drugs might have an impact on overall economy, because the cost of diabetes is not in the treatment of diabetes. Cost of diabetes is actually in the complications which diabetes gives. So those are my few thoughts. It's a long topic. Akhtar made a very succinct summary in some few of his slides. And thank you, Akhtar, for guiding. And we are looking forward to your tenure. Hopefully it won't be virtual. We'll be able to meet physically. Hopefully we'll meet in Bangkok. And that's what I wish. And hopefully Bansu will be a part of our inner core board member by the time we are in Bangkok. Thank you.
Shashank, there is one very nice, one delegate had asked the question that even the ABC target was long back. The paper was published in 1992. But what is going wrong with the practitioner in good clinic? Why we are not able to achieve the target of A1C, blood pressure, and cholesterol? And they are saying that in India there are few publications which had shown that there is a significant poor achievement of the target. So I mean, why even since last 20 years or 30 years we are doing so many meetings, so many CME, but the basic targets still our patients are not able to achieve. So what is, it's a big gap in our diabetes care. And one side we are doing so many meetings and so many CME, but one delegate is asking every week, he's listening to the consultant but still, yes, Shashank, please.
So I think it needs motivation. Motivated doctor and a motivated patient with adequate time spent between the two. It's all about motivation and emphasizing that diabetes is equal to a heart attack. See, people are not very serious about diabetes. When a diabetic patient walks to you, he takes your advice, follows 50% of that advice, and after that, he does his own thing, little thing. He does his own little extra thing, And therefore, what is happening is that we are not able to adhere to a level. So our A1C is at 8.5, which is abysmal. And I think we need lot of motivation, lot of compulsion, we need lot of coercion. But I think cooperation will only come through motivation. And for that, I think we don't have time. We are overburdened with too much of work. We are doing too many meetings. We need to actually make we need to empower our patients. And I'm being very serious. I think
No,
meetings
no,
are good for capacity building, but they are good for capacity building. But for actual patient, you need to empower, educate, and ensure that that patient is able to get a target. And for that, we need to spend quality time with our patients rather than spending time in a meeting. So I think that's far more important. And I think that's where we lack probably. And just don't forget to prescribe a ACE, ARB or a statin, because blood pressure control, microalbuminuria control, statin control is equally important. So you know that ABCDE, which is A for A1C, B for blood pressure, C for cholesterol, D for diet, E for exercise, F for feet, and you can go on that ABCDE. And Bansi Sabu has made his own algorithm. But I think, we have to spend quality time. And if you don't have the time, and you have so many people I can see, you have let your team members spend and engage some time. So that little translation of motivation that is there. I can see Dhruvi smiling. But I'm sure Bansi, when you are traveling and meeting us and Akhtar in Norway, Dhruvi was actually counseling your patients to make that change. That's why your patients have a good A1C. And she's using all the technology because you have all these latest gadgets, you're so gadgetized.
I think that is Shashank, that you have a very good point. I think the motivation, but one thing I think we must remember that I read a paper when I was in Bangladesh in a newspaper. This is something mind blowing. That the one of the reason for poverty in Bangladesh, I mean, not micro, macro poverty, is due to the doctors. The doctors often prescribe drugs which is not required by the patient. Doctors go for tests which is not required by them. So ethical responsibility, I think the ethical responsibility of a doctor, that we must, it is a difficult thing, but we must discuss that we as doctor community in our part of the world, whether we are working in the best interest of the patient or we are working in the best interest of our own economy. And this is something that we must take it up and we must deal with it. That is number one. Motivation, as you have said, that motivation is very much important, but we must think, Bansi, that we know that, for example, that how much, for example, in Bangladesh, in India, we know that we have the richest man in India, in the whole world. You have the poorest man in India in the whole world. So we have a big gap there. And we must think that when people cannot afford to give his food to his children, but spending money on his diabetes medicine, the motivation is lacking. And we must have to, we are from this part, I'm talking about as an Indian, that we must deal with these issues, that with our ethical responsibility. But at the same time, I'm not saying that we should avoid science. We should adhere to the science, but in the best interest of the patient, not in the best interest of our financial situation.
Bansi, I would like to mention one more thing, that what we are talking about is the managing the patient after the diagnosis. But I worked in government for so long, and you also know that many of the patients are not diagnosed at all because they are not aware, they are not picked up, and they come when the complications are already there. So unless and until we pick up the diabetics from the community by compulsory screening or education, that gap will remain, that many of them are not diagnosed only because they don't come to the hospital for regular checkup. So that is a big chunk of patients which are not picked up.
Madam, as you rightly said, that 50% of our patients are diagnosed late or they are not diagnosed. As whatever the number of patients which we have in our country, maybe 50% of them, they don't know that they are diabetes. So the only way for that is that we have a diabetes risk score and we have an opportunistic screening. I mean, anyone who is going any place, maybe anywhere in medical field for a primary care physician, maybe going for a fever or maybe for
Yes,
diarrhea,
yes.
but they should screen for sugar.
Every patient attending either the government hospital or the private.
Yes, for indoor patients also. I mean, recently Diabetes Care had come out with a very nice paper, which was a a blood sugar is a fourth important vital sign. So that is,
Yes, yes, that should be.
and sugar is important vital sign, like what we are doing, respiratory rate or pulse rate or the blood pressure similarly. Dr. Sanjeev Shah had made some comment. Dr. Sanjeev, can you unmute yourself? And then we have Dr. Arvind Gupta. Dr. Sanjeev Shah.
No, I asked a question.
I know. That's the reason I'm asking you only now directly for your comment.
There was a publication by M.K. Ali from CDC, collaborated with 12 diabetologists. There was a publication from another dozen diabetologists recently, and all this showed that ABC could not be achieved. A is extremely difficult, while B and C are very easy. Probably if you are using a computer, you need a prompt which tells you that you have done this test or not, whether you have prescribed these or not. Very, very simple suggestion not to miss out on it. And you need a small healthcare team who delivers and manages a message system in which a compliance is monitored. For a given smaller clinic which does not have lakhs of patients, if you have 10,000 patients, it could be very easily monitored in terms of compliance of medication. So I have only in a limited time to make small comment, though I am lecturing on balancing science and art of diabetes care. So I have some points to make it in art of a care rather than a science.
Great. Thank you. Yes, Dr. Arvind Gupta, you want to make some
thank you, Dr. Bansi Sabu. When the international luminaries in the field of diabetes are present here, I want to make my submission here that when Dr. Bansi Sabu is discussing about the gaps of the knowledge, affordability towards the rural population. So I have one example here when we have learned so much in the COVID-19 regarding Arogya Setu. So if we can translate the mobile technology to the rural population, and like Arogya Setu is now being used even with the rural population. Similarly, Kisan app is available for last almost more than 5 years. The technology is there in the Kisan app. An agriculturist or a farmer can know anything about right from manure to the chemicals used for the field and the seeds where he wants to procure. Why not a similar mobile technology, Dr. Bansi, from RSSDI or from Diabetes India towards this type of mobile technology goes to the rural population? And once the patient, I have seen in the INDIAB study, we have gone to the rural population. Few patients were already diagnosed diabetes, but they don't know what is their level of control, where they want to contact, they want to go to which doctor for their control. So they are not controlling at all, even though they have diagnosed diabetes 5 or 10 years before. So why not this Arogya Setu app technology or Kisan app technology goes to the rural population? These days, even rural population can afford this mobile application. At least we can give some knowledge.
Yeah.
So that is my submission here.
Arvind, you make a very good point, and I think this has already started. I don't know how many of you all know here, but we have a national digital health mission. It was announced by our Niti Aayog person, Dr. Vinod Paul, sir. And there is an app called e-Sanjeevani app. All of us can download that app. And on the e-Sanjeevani app, there is diabetes there. So any person anywhere in India can get a consultation, even on a Sunday, free of cost, from any doctor from a public hospital, including AIMS, including endocrinology. And this is called as the National Digital Health Mission. This was launched by our Honorable Prime Minister this year in the COVID times. And the app is called e-Sanjeevani app. And through e-Sanjeevani app, just like the Kisan app, in fact, you can get all information, and you can also get that information in different languages. So this is work in progress. And there was last week a global telemedicine conference, which was by the Indian Telemedicine Society. I was a speaker there, and Dr. Mohan and Dr. Jyoti Deva also were speakers there. And this app is now a reality. So just like you have to enter a hotel, you need a Arogya Setu app, and you have to make it active, or an airport. If you are a diabetic and if you have a e-Sanjeevani app, you will get an alert that you need to do your sugar test, your medicines are available here. You can't afford a medicine, it will link you to the app which gives you very economical medicine.
Generic medicine.
Generic medicine. It is also linked to the Ayushman Bharat scheme. It is also linked to, suppose you are with CGHS, it is linked to CGHS. If you are with ESIS, it is linked to ESIS. So actually now, and it is also a private doctor can need it, but it is totally free. So diabetes care now is becoming completely free. Healthcare, they want to make it free for the common man. And you must have ensured, listened yesterday also, that there is a cover now which will be given to all people of 5 lakh rupees. Okay, as a healthcare insurance for all Indians. The first announcement has come in Jammu and Kashmir, but now I'm told that tomorrow is Sunday, right? So I think in Mann Ki Baat tomorrow, Honorable Prime Minister will announce that every Indian below the poverty line will get a 5 lakh rupees cover for insurance, health insurance.
So, Shashank, why don't you come to the TV, national televisions everywhere, like Amitabh Bachchan is doing for the COVID? So why not for the e-Sanjeevani? Because actually, I'm on a very serious note.
Doctor,
that one should, the celebrities should actually advertise.
Every day on TV, he's a big star.
No.
And he's on social media also actively participating. He had already written this thing, and this e-Sanjeevani app will also diagnose who are non-diabetes, and you can calculate your risk score also, whether you need to get your sugar testing or not to be done. So I mean, this will help to people to get diagnosed also. So this will help a lot of persons. Dr. Vinod Kumar, wants to make any comment? Yes, sir.
Yes, I think what Dr. Shashank talked is the main sense of the whole matter. We are definitely and slowly heading towards telemedicine, and we are going to go outreach into the community. And I think the point which was made that we have to move out to the clinic. We cannot be all the time sitting in the clinic and advising patients with medicine. There is much more broader view that we have to see. As regards the Ayushman Bharat and e-Sanjeevani, I'm quite aware of these apps and projects. And only I think 2 weeks back, Dr. Vinod Paul, he informed me on telephone that now it is not only 5 crore of families who are covered. Now there are 7.5 crore of families are getting covered, and slowly it is this Ayushman Bharat is not only going to cover only the people below poverty line, it is going to cover the entire population, except probably only the elites and eloquent. So I think we are moving quite fast in this direction, and all these kinds of conferences on Indian telemedicine and industry conferences, they are all waiting to grab the opportunity of remote monitoring of all cases. We ourselves have put some schemes to the government worth several crore of rupees, which are looking into the healthy aging, which includes diabetes and other NCDs, and also mental health through telemedicine. And I think we hopefully will see the light of the day. Government is very keen about all these schemes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So now I request Dr. Dhruvi. So can we close the session? Final.
So there's just one last question from Dr. Sanjay Mishra sir to Akhtar Hussain sir, that what is the scope of genetic testing, and have focused on prevention, just like we all discussed, but is genetic testing having any scope?
I think that as we know that genetic testing is important in order to predict we know that certain we still that as we know that diabetes is a polygenic disease. We have number of genes which we call the so-called candidate genes. These candidate genes appear to different in different populations. For example, the problem is this, that the genetic expression is that even you have the gene that is predisposed to develop your risk of diabetes, but unless it is expressed, and this expression happens under certain conditions. And that's, for example, we know that, for example, that we said that we have the Asians, why we have more diabetes compared to them and the European. There is a genetic predisposition in our population, but we are still finding to identify the particular genes that is actually giving this disease in the Asian population, because several studies when the one candidate, you know, that when you are doing the whole genome scanning, whole genome scanning is a very expensive tool, but the candidate genes were identified in the next studies. We are saying that this is not working because we do not identify the same candidate genes again because the expression, as I said, that we have some twin studies that is also showing that two twins do not develop the disease at the same time because they do not, their expression, for example, one has a different food habit compared to the others. And so therefore I think that it's as long as it is a monogenetic diabetes, then I think that is far more working. That is far more. But for example, type 2 diabetes, I think the genetic screening is still at a level that is important. I think this is important for research, that is important for our future. But in order to identify the people who has diabetes, I think at this stage, the genetic, that probably given the resources that we have, I think that this doesn't come in the first priority. So this is my view. Maybe we can have different, but I just work back in the sense that I'm not a geneticist. So those who are working in genetics, I have some idea about genetics, but I'm not. I know that, for example, Dr. Mohon and his people, they work on monogenetic of diabetes, which he has shown he has published a number of papers on this issue, and but again, this is as I said, that as long as it's monogenic diabetes, it may work, but the type 2 is a polygenic diabetes, and I think it is still at the phase of the research.
Thank you, sir.
I completely agree with Professor Akhtar Hussain by saying that this is in research mode, it is not in clinical mode except for monogenic. And I think only one point is a strong family history is all you need to know. Nothing beyond that. You really don't need to do a sophisticated genomic test. Here we are struggling to get affordable drugs and affordable insulin. And then, you are suddenly jumping the bandwagon of genome. I think the simplest genetic input you get is take a good family history and see the lineage and just take history of consanguinity. That's all you need to know. And if you see a strong familial penetrance, even for Modi, if there is 3 successive generations, first generation at 60 years, second at 40 years, third generation below 25, it's autosomal dominant in inheritance, does not need insulin. You have your diagnosis. Actually, it's a clinical diagnosis. But we just use the monogenic genome just as a research tool, just to confirm that diagnosis. And they respond very well to sulfonylureas. So, I agree with Professor Akhtar completely that, lot of diabetes is simple things, and don't make it very complicated. And genetics is very good for research. It's very good for, getting some grants. But day-to-day clinical practice, I think it's still family history. And in type 2 diabetes, it's all about polygenics. And type 1 diabetes also not having a very strong genetic predilection. So in the diabetes world, I think except for monogenic components, which are very rare, it's all about history, environment, lifestyle changes, motivation. That's all we need. Thanks, Akhtar. Thanks for sparing so much of your time on a Sunday. He's very busy. He
Thank
does a
you.
lot
Thank
of
you.
work.
Akhtar,
24/7 all over the world.
close the session.
We love
Thank
you,
you.
Akhtar. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me.
I call you Akhtar. Thank you.
Sure, Bansi. You are my brother.
Thank you so much, Dr. Akhtar Hussain, sir, for being our opening batsman and teaching us about the gaps in diabetes care. Thank you to our chairpersons, Dr. Trivedi, sir, and Asha ma'am, for being here and chairing our very first opening session at DiaCareCon. With that, we'll move forward to our next session. Banshi, sir, can we start our second session? And I'll invite.
Requesting technical team before we start the next session for our industry partners PowerPoint, and then over to the rapporteur, Dr. Deepak.
Welcome all of you after grand opening of our DiaCareCon 2020 and very delightful keynote by Dr. Akhtar and very insightful discussion by legends in the diabetes. We'll move on to our next session, which is back to benches, or we can say back to basics. We do have our two renowned chairperson, Dr. Vinod Kumar from New Delhi and Dr. Ripun from Sibsagar. Both are very well-known physician and diabetologists from respective cities. And we do have three well-known international speakers. So I'll invite both the chairperson and request them to proceed our next session. Dr. Vinod and Dr. Ripun, please.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. Well, we have a very exciting session with very good topics in this session. We have Dr. Arvind Gupta, who will be speaking on beta cell failure to dysfunction to de-differentiation. So that's a good topic and little less discussed these days. And the second topic we have by Dr. Anu Mishra regarding the ectopic fat. And the third topic is by Dr. Vinod Mittal, where he will discuss about gut-brain link in the pathophysiology of diabetes. So I would first introduce Dr. Arvind Gupta, and then I will request my co-chairperson to introduce the second speaker. Dr. Arvind Gupta, of course, is very well known. He is attending practically every meeting connected with diabetes. He is the director and consultant of Jaipur Diabetes Research Center. He has been awarded several orations, including the RSSDI oration, where he got gold medal. And he's also a member of the RSSDI National Body Research Committee. With that, I will request Dr. Arvind Gupta to kindly give his talk. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Shall I share my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my slides are visible.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me have the presentation mode. Okay. Thank you, Professor Vinod Kumar. Thank you, Dr. Ripun. And thank you, Dr. Bansi, whole team of DiCare. I owe to them of my most of the clinical presentations. For this particular presentation, beta cell, it is a mix of molecular biology and the clinical implications. Because from clinician's point of view, I want to give you the perspective of beta cell from failure to dysfunction to de-differentiation. Probably how I understand about this topic, I'll tell you in next 15 or 20 minutes. Beta cell, as we know, that if the natural history of diabetes, once the patient comes to us for the first time, especially for type 2 diabetes, I'm telling, 50 to 60% or more than 60% beta cells are already lost. And what we understand that the apoptosis of the beta cells are already there. Now, remaining rest of the 50% beta cells, now after the onset of diabetes, there is a sudden increase in the apoptosis of the beta cells, which we call as a failure of beta cells or beta cell failure. Now, there are multiple factors responsible for this beta cell failure. But recently we come to know through the molecular understanding of the beta cell that some of the beta cells go to the different types of the cells and they transform into different types of cells, remaining there as an inactive without having any secretion of insulin. And once like so many factors like glucotoxicity, hyperglycemia is relieved, they immediately again de-differentiate to the active beta cells. So this is what we understand about the beta cell. And
Dr. Arvind, we are not able to see your slides are changing.
Okay, now it is changing. Hello.
Yes. Yes, it's changing now.
Okay. So
Now it's moving, sir.
Okay. So now the beta cells in the pancreas, if you see here, a very clear picture of beta cell here, just have a pointer here, just a minute. Can I have a point? Yeah. Okay. So now if I say that beta cells comprises around 70 to 80% of the endocrine mass of the pancreas. If you see here very clearly, these are the beta cells, which are the light blue color, and these beta cells comprise around 70 to 80%. While you see these beta cells are basically located in the central portion of the islets, and it produces the insulin and amylin, and insulin is released in response to elevated glucose, which I'll come into the later. But there are few other cells are also present, like here it is an alpha cell, which is a dark blue color, and delta cell, it is purple color. So if you see here, it is a mix of beta cells, alpha cells, and delta cells, and how they transform here. If you see the islets of the Langerhans here, that the most of the cells are here. These are the alpha cells here, and the beta cells, most of the 70 to 80% comprises of the beta cells, and the dark color here, it is the delta cell. We know alpha cells, they secrete glucagon, beta cells secrete the insulin and amylin, and delta cells secretes the somatostatin. But it is a beautiful transformation between these three cells regularly occurs during the whole day period time, or in the metabolic milieu. And what is the beautiful things here, that they transform or they change to the other cells according to the need of the metabolism. So if you see what is the metabolic need, suppose a person needs the the person, if the glucose is going up, we need glucose is to be going down. And once the glucose is going down, we want to, there is a nature which causes the hypoglycemia to again in the normoglycemia. So how the normoglycemia maintains, that is a beautifully changing between alpha cell secretion, delta cell secretion, and the beta cell secretion. So we know about this thing very well from the physiology, and for last so many years about the natural history of progression of the type 2 diabetes. And what we see here, that the beta cell function, we know right from the day one, the beta cell function reduces steadily, irrespective of whatever the situation may be. But this is insulin is rising initially, hyperinsulinemia occurs, and once at the onset of diabetes, then there is a gradual decline in the insulin secretion. Hepatic glucose production, if you see here, steadily rise before the onset of diabetes, and once after the diabetes, there is a steadily, there is a plateau of secretion, hepatic glucose production. If you see the postprandial glucose here, initially the postprandial glucose is right, and even after onset of diabetes, the postprandial glucose is rising. However, the fasting glucose is also rising immediately after the onset of diabetes. So this particular point is known as point of no return, especially for the beta cells. So let us see what happens in the natural history of diabetes. If you see here very clearly here, like if I want to see here the mean plasma glucose, plasma insulin during the oral glucose test here, if you see here, this is how in the natural things here, this is the plasma insulin here, this is the insulin mediated glucose uptake here, and this is a beautiful natural the mechanism of keeping the person into normoglycemia. This is a classical example of Belfast diet study, where two phases of beta cell failure have been seen. If you see here, what this study suggests to us, that there is a 1.7% decline of beta cells, the decline per year, that is what we found the beta cell functions. So whatever we do, there is a 1.7% decline per year in any person's life. After the diagnosis of diabetes, there is a sudden decline of around 18.2% decline per year. So there are these phases. There's a phase A is the slow decline, and phase B is the fast decline. And this depends on multiple factors. And we know some of the factors very well. So what are the events in the failure of beta cells? We have to understand this phenomena very well. If you see here, this is the healthy beta cells with lot of PI granules which secrete the insulin. This is the stress beta cell where we see the PI granules are much more. Means if you stimulate the beta cells, the insulin PI granules are much more and they secrete more insulin. But if you stress these beta cells continuously, then what will happen? This will cause the failing beta cells. And this failing beta cells will mean very little PI granules which secrete the insulin. Now, this failing beta cell is very, very intelligent, and nature is very intelligent in our body. What it does, it transforms to de-differentiation. So the cells become almost inactive without having any action or any secreting beta cells, and they become de-differentiation. I'll tell you little details little later on. But if there are certain beta cells which can go into the apoptosis and death, that means what is in the natural history of diabetes, we see when there is a normal glucose tolerance, the beta cells remain healthy. But in the case of beta cell compensation here, there is a stressed beta cells, and once this impaired glucose tolerance goes into the glucolipotoxicity or insulin resistance and severe inflammation, in the event of type 2 diabetes, these beta cells fail and some beta cells de-differentiated. Now, there are different models of beta cell failures in type 2 diabetes. And we just see here, this is a normal islets of Langerhans, whereby the glucose stimulates the beta cells. It enters through the blood receptors. Here inside goes into the mitochondria. There is a cascade of events, and then through the stimulation of the PI granules, the insulin is secreted. But what happens when you have a reduced number of beta cells? Naturally, smaller beta cells or defective beta cell proliferation or beta cell death occurs. So that causes the reduced beta cell. But in cases of endoplasmic reticulum stress, or in the case of severe oxidative stress, now this glucose goes, of course, stimulates these beta cells, but unfortunately, the cells do not secrete the insulin. That is meaning of dysfunction. Means these beta cells are now have not the capacity of increasing insulin secretion in spite of hyperglycemia, in spite of the glucose stimulation. But I told you there is a third possibility, which is known as de-differentiation, or there is a loss of identity or trans-differentiation, and this is known as compromised identity. These cells remaining in the pancreas for a longer period of time, and once the ER stress, oxidative stress, or hyperglycemia, or whatever we called as glucotoxicity, once this glucotoxicity is gone, these beta cells again transforms into the normal healthy beta cells. This is how the mechanism of beta cell compensation occurs. We have either we have the overnutrition, sedentary habits, insulin resistance, or fuel surfeit, means overfuel if we have. So it has so many actions on fat, liver, intestine, and brain. And through these mechanisms, either the fuel and neurohormonal signals through the increased free fatty acids in the circulation, increased triglycerides, glucose, amino acids, and so many fuels are there. They are actually going to the beta cell receptors and metabolic pathways through either triglyceride fatty acid cycling, through the anaplerosis, through the GLP-1 receptor agonist here, through the insulin receptors, or through the ADR NPT receptors. So what will happen? Ultimately, the beta cell growth and secretion coupling factors occurs either defect in the fatty acid signaling, or in the defect in the biosynthetic process, or PK beta or other insulin receptor signaling defects, insulin again resistance receptors substrate defects, or through the NPT signaling. Ultimately, these beta cells are known as beta cell compensation or enhanced beta cell function or increased beta cell mass. This is what happens when you have a compensated or during the period of hyperinsulinemia. But if this prolonged hyperglycemia continues, so what will it do? The continuous hypoglycemia induces the oxidative then and hypoxic state, as well as the cytokine exposure in the pancreatic beta cells. So if you see here, this hyperglycemia through the oxidative stress, ER stress, hypoxic stress, and cytokine induction, it either causes beta cell into apoptosis, whereby the less number of beta cells and the function also reduces. Through the failure of proliferation of the beta cells, also there is a less number of beta cells and functions. But there are two beautiful natural phenomena occurs in the pancreas, that is known as autophagy and dedifferentiation. So these, because of these two mechanisms also, the less number of beta cells and functions, but these through the autophagy and dedifferentiation, these cells remaining. And ultimately, if this continues, the beta cell failure occurs. So initially there is a dysfunction of the beta cell. If the hyperglycemia continues, glucotoxicity continues, there is a beta cell failure. And this is how the beta cell fails. Because of the fuel surfeit here, beta cells are stressed. There is a compensatory growth of the beta cells. So robust beta cells and sustained adaptation, and causes normoglycemia. But if for the susceptible beta cells, there is a beta cell dysfunction and ultimately leads to beta cell failure. There are so many factors responsible for susceptible beta cells, so many factors responsible for beta cell dysfunction, and so many factors responsible beta cell failure. Now I can enumerate. Type 2 diabetes, it is a progressive role of glucolipotoxicity, oxidative stress. So as a clinicians, if we see these particular factors, if we remove or if we reduce these particular factors, we can actually cause less beta cell failure in our patients. So this is the typical phenomena of dedifferentiation. How the dedifferentiation occurs in the nature. Nature is so clever beyond our expectation. Stem cells convert into the definitive endoderm cells. And these endoderm cells, either in the pancreatic multipotent cells or acinar cells, through the different enzymatic action, pre-endocrine cells develop, and these pre-endocrine cells develop either beta cells, delta cells, or alpha cells. And they are interchangeably sometimes, and I'll tell you little detail later on. So what happens? How the metabolic stress causes the loss of beta cell identity. I'll not go into the details, but very importantly, beta cells are dependent on multiple transcription factors to be active to maintain their identity. That is very important. So many factors. For example, a deletion of PDX1 in adult beta cells lead to loss of beta cell specific genes and to the induction of alpha cell genes. So some of the genetic mechanisms or genetic things are there, like deletion of PDX1, which actually causes from beta cells to alpha cells. Deletion of NKX 6.1 in adult beta cells led to loss of beta cell specific genes and functions, and deletion of PAX6 in adult beta cell leads to gradual loss of insulin expression. So there are certain genes which are responsible for dysfunction or failure of the beta cells. So how this hyperglycemia induces the deactivation of PAX6 leads to activation of non-beta cell genes. Clearly seen, it is a chronic hyperglycemia. Through the PAX6 genes, through the beta cell gene expression here, the beta cell function goes down. And through this, some non-beta cell genes are also there. And through this, the dysfunction of the beta cells occurs. So, my dear friends, just this is very, very important to understand. And from the clinician's point of view, this is also very important. The de-differentiation of the beta cells via epithelial mesenchymal transition has been reported by several studies. And a large number, like more than 80% of insulin negative and chromogranin A positive cells, it is a marker of committed endocrine cells, are observed in the pancreatic islets of the animal. This is animal studies, of course. And such cells also express endocrine progenitor markers like neurogenin 3, angin 3, synaptophysin, which suggests that they are losing beta cell identity. So the de-differentiation, I just give an example here. This is a plasticity of cells and the beta cells, alpha cells. The conversion of cell fate between alpha cells and beta cells terms transdifferentiation. This is a transdifferentiation from alpha cells to the beta cells. And so many factors here responsible for conversion of alpha cells to beta cells and again from beta cells to alpha cells. The most important proteins responsible for this transition is the transcription factors paired homeobox 4, which is known as PAX4, and Aristotelis related homeobox ARX. So these are the few transcription factors which are responsible from interchangeability of alpha to beta cells and beta cells to alpha cells. So, but
Dr.
there are
Gupta, I'm
certain
sorry
intra-ilex.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just going to the last one or two slides.
Okay.
I think this is very important to understand. Just I want to have the FOXO1. This is again very important. This how the beta cell goes into the interchangeability of different types of de-differentiation of different cells. Like here, it is the one of the important thing is hyperglycemia. So let us see. This is the most important thing. The FOXO1 protein. This is fork head box protein 01. This inhibits the beta cell replication. So probably the most rate limiting factor here is the FOXO1, which inhibits the beta cell replication by upregulating the expression of cell cycle inhibitors and suppressing PDX1 transcription. So particularly this FOXO1 inhibits the beta cell neogenesis. It protects beta cell against oxidative stress and also prevents the de-differentiation and maintains the beta cell identity. So this is how the FOXO1 actually helps in maintaining the beta cell identity in our normal metabolic milieu. So this is how this beta cell through the FOXO1 here, this is through metabolic stress here, this beta cell is now growing and de-differentiated here. And if the environment is favorable, this de-differentiated beta cells again re-differentiation into the alpha cells. So this is how in the normal thing. So from a clinical perspective, stress beta cells in diabetes may lose beta cell markers and gain markers of alpha, delta, ghrelin, and gastric levels. The islet endocrine identity appears to be robust. Compromised beta cell identity is emerging, and loss of beta cell identity and acquisition of features of non-beta cell genes appear to be reversible. So there are different factors, but ultimately how we understand as a clinician regarding this transition is that there are certain factors like glucotoxicity. If we relieve the glucotoxicity, the cells which have been de-differentiated, they again re-differentiated into the active beta cells and can remaining can remain into the beta cell secretion. So my dear friends, prolonged hyperglycemia leads to oxidative stress, ER stress, hypoxic stress, and cytokine induction. So you have to relieve hyperglycemia as early as possible to maintain the beta cell identity. Multiple transcription factors are involved. Still, it is a research area to maintain the identity of beta cells, and what we can do in the clinically, it is still to be known. So FOXO1 plays the very important role in de-differentiation and redifferentiation of the beta cells, and reprogramming of other cell types to beta cell is a possibility, can be a potential treatment option for beta cell in the future. Let us hope some beautiful experimental and clinical and research regarding if we can convert some of the non-beta cells to the beta cells through the understanding of molecular mechanisms. Thank you very much, sir. And I'm there for any answer to
Thank
any
you,
questions.
Dr. Gupta, for a wonderful lecture and a very good understanding of the mechanism of beta cell failure and then its differentiation and coming back to again getting matured into different type of cells. So obviously it has clinical implications, but I think the discussion will be toward the end of the session.
Yes, sir, at the end. So you please.
Then I can request my co-chairperson to kindly proceed and introduce the second speaker and invite him for the lecture. Dr.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Vinod Kumar Shah. The next topic of discussion is, of course, a very important subject, ectopic fat, the monster in the closet. You know, it's a very important basic science in the context of pathogenesis of diabetes. And to tell us all about this, we have none other than Professor Padmasri Anup Mishra. He's a scientist par excellence, the former honorary physician to the Prime Minister of India, and you know, an endocrinologist of high repute, and he's the director of Fortis Hospital and Diabetic Section. Well, we know that his basic field of research is obesity and childhood obesity and pathogenesis of diabetes, especially in toffee Indians, you know, the thin outside and fat inside. He has enormous amount of publication. In fact, to be frank enough, he doesn't need any introduction further that, but his book, Diabetes with Delight, is in fact a gift to the diabetic patient for his enormous, a very simplified way of how to manage diabetes from day to day. It's over to you, Dr. Anup Mishra, sir, and the floor is all yours. Thank you.
Sir, unmute. Sir, unmute.
So thank you, Dr. Ripun, for that introduction. Thank you, Dr. Vinod Kumar, for moderating the session, and thanks, Vanshi, you know, masterful organizer, always. And thank you for giving me this opportunity. It's 2:40 now. I'll try to finish within 20 minutes time. The topic given to me, I've just slightly modified the title, but essentially it is the same what has been written. And in this, I would like to go through certain chapters, and each chapter will define either some concept or the type of ectopic fat. So number one, what is ectopic fat? Or everybody talks about ectopic fat. There is actually nothing like ectopic fat. Ectopic fat is excess fat deposition in the places of the body where usually it is less in quantity. So at no place there is no fat. Almost every place there is some fat. So it is excess than the usual fat. In addition, quality of this ectopic fat is altered towards pro-inflammatory and more pathogenic. So it's a more pathogenic tissue. Now let's look at how ectopic fat is accumulated. If there is increased caloric intake, reduced energy expenditure, and in some situations lipodystrophy, then there is a positive net energy balance. Of course, genes and environment are something which influence every step of this process. Now, this positive net energy balance can go two ways. One is directly to as a triglyceride to non-adipose tissue, predominantly non-adipose tissue, or it goes to the adipocyte and tries to, there is a usual adipocyte hypertrophy, I'll come to that a little later, and then there is a spillover from adipose to non-adipose tissue. Both processes can go at the same time. The usual organs are the skeletal muscles, liver, and heart. But the next slide, I will show you what are the actual sites for ectopic fat deposition. If you go from the top to bottom, there is a fat around the neck, although there is already fat there, but there is excess fat. Around heart, there is some amount of fat, I'll come to that. Epigastrial, pericardial fat or intramyocardial fat, fat around the kidneys, intrahepatic fat, fat in and around the pancreas, abdominal visceral fat, intramuscular fat, and perivascular fat. And these together or in part, they increase inflammation, insulin resistance, oxidative stress, adipocytokines, and vascular resistance, thus increasing cardiovascular and metabolic risk and atherosclerotic and cardiovascular disease. Now, I often, in many of the conferences, I talk about the abdominal fat and liver fat. So those two I will not be talking about. Intrahepatic fat, I'm sure Banshi has already arranged a topic on non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, so I will not be touching on that. But that doesn't diminish the importance of intrahepatic fat. Perhaps it's the most important for all ectopic fat tissue. And similarly, I will be talking in part to abdominal visceral fat, but not all. And perivascular fat, I will not be talking because of shortage of time. Now, chapter 2, fat around the neck. So this is the proxy of upper body and abdominal obesity. So if those people who have upper body obesity and abdominal obesity, there is an increase in the fat in the neck. And this is associated with obstructive sleep apnea. A number of studies have shown that, and thus increasing cardiovascular risk. But increase in the neck fat is also related to muscle sympathetic activity, as has been shown here. Now, if you look at this, the neck circumference tertiles have been shown here, and scale is muscle sympathetic nervous system activity. The more the neck circumference tertile, the more the sympathetic activity relating to the vascular resistance and hypertension. Also, neck circumference is independently associated with multiple cardiovascular risk factors independent of abdominal obesity, and these are blood pressure, lipids, fasting glucose, insulin resistance, etc., as has been shown in Framingham Heart study. So, overall, it is a marker of generalized increase of obesity, but independently also, it means that cardiovascular risk is increased. Now, here is a couple of studies which we did some time back. And look at the neck of a person here. There is increased amount of fat deposition, which what is we can call it buffalo hump, although this patient doesn't have Cushing syndrome. And there is an increase in the deposition of fat below the chin, double chin. And we had shown in 2007 that if there is a presence of buffalo hump or double chin, then there is increased insulin resistance and metabolic syndrome. These two are important. And this is more evident here. Severe acanthosis nigricans is seen here, but more importantly, a good amount of the dorsocervical fat deposition in a 42-year-old individual with pre-diabetes. Chapter 3 is fat around the kidneys. And let's look at that. These are some of the photographs on the left side taken from our studies in this area, and you can see using a software we can define retroperitoneal fat and fat around the kidneys here. And the same is shown clearly in the right side. This is intraperitoneal fat, this is subcutaneous fat, This is retroperitoneal fat, which is shown also on the left side. And this is the renal sinus fat. Now, this is the renal sinus fat, perhaps is most important fat in and around the kidney. And let's look at that. Renal fat and diseases. Fat in and around kidney plays an important role for maintenance of blood pressure and kidney function. This is something which is not very well known among the people. High amount of fat in renal sinus area or perineal area is related to hypertension. Now let's look at some of the studies. This is the study here. The higher the renal fat, that is on the left axis, the higher the amount of antihypertensive medication. Also, it is related to microalbuminuria and decline in the eGFR. Now, that is the second experiment. Perineal, the here it is perineal fat, above is the sinus fat, renal sinus fat. Here, perineal fat, the more the perineal fat, the more is the decline in the eGFR. Now, nobody knows the mechanism, but possibly it is due to, apart from local pressure on renal veins and ureters, cytokine-induced damage locally and effect on renal arteries and mesangium. So this is very interesting. That something we think that is without the fat, that organ has a fat in the renal sinus, which is increased, and perineal fat along with both of these, if it increase, can cause further deterioration of kidney function. Now let's look at the epicardial and pericardial fat. Also, the studies done in this area are very few. Now there are two types. Pericardial fat is on the external surface of parietal pericardium. Epicardial fat is located within the pericardial sac. Now this is shown diagrammatically on this slide. Look at this. This is the pericardium, and beyond that is pericardial fat. This is the epicardium, and within that is the epicardial fat, and somewhere there are located coronary arteries. Now, from the MRI images, look at this. This is the pericardial fat area, and in this patient, it is 922 millimeter square, and this is the epicardial fat area, 437 millimeter square. If this patient is more obese, look at the pericardial fat area, 3,498, almost 4 times more than this guy. And epicardial fat area, again, 3 times more, 1,590. Now this, if there is an element of deterioration from the pericardial fat and epicardial fat, this guy will have it. Now, amount of pericardial fat is associated with cardiovascular risk factors and coronary artery calcification independent of conventional risk factors. This is shown in the Framingham Heart study from my colleague Ramachandra Vasan, who was my junior at All India Institute of Medical Sciences. Now, look at this, these two, women and men, these are tertiles of visceral fat. So, visceral fat is controlled in this study. And these are various situations. Let's look at diabetes and tertiles of visceral fat. Within each tertile, there are further tertiles of the epicardial fat. The more the epicardial fat with the same visceral fat, there is a more prevalence of diabetes, impaired fasting glucose, hypertension, metabolic syndrome. So this is published in circulation, and for the first time shown that this kind of fat may be pathogenic. Now nobody knows the mechanism, but potential mechanisms are that this is associated with insulin resistance and inflammatory markers. And there is local toxic effect as well, perivascular inflammation and spoon cell proliferation. Let's go to chapter 5, and that is deep abdominal subcutaneous fat. Now, before that, and I will not go into details of that, we all know that while visceral fat, so-called visceral fat, is culprit for all the metabolic problems, it is the truncal and abdominal subcutaneous fat which is more in Indians versus white, and is 3 times in mass of visceral fat. So visceral fat is just 1-2 kg, and this is 6 to 7 kg. And hence, the subcutaneous abdominal fat in truncal area and abdominal area is associated with high load of free fatty acid and cytokines. Now, within this subcutaneous fat, there is further compartment. Now, look at this. This is taken from an old image from one of our studies. This is the MRI image at lumbar 3-4 vertebral level. The white area is all fat, and let's only concentrate on the subcutaneous fat. This is superficial subcutaneous fat. Posteriorly, look at this. There is a fascia here, and this is the deep subcutaneous fat. And this is shown here using a software. We can segregate this deep subcutaneous fat. We and others have worked on this. This is one of the first studies which showed that if we do hyperinsulinic euglycemic clamp and estimate insulin resistance based on that, and also correlate with either deep or superficial subcutaneous fat, then it is the deep subcutaneous fat which is highly correlated with insulin resistance. And regardless to say, before that we have done an experiment where we showed that the subcutaneous fat is more correlated than intra-abdominal fat. The type of fat in the deep subcutaneous posteriorly especially area is different. These are the metabolically active adipocytes which secrete adipocytes and different cytokines. Now look at that. These are comparison between deep subcutaneous abdominal tissue and superficial subcutaneous abdominal tissue. Regardless, various genes of adipokines, inflammation, and fatty acid metabolism. The black area you can see genes for various inflammatory genes, fatty acid metabolism gene, adipokines genes, are all higher in deep subcutaneous fat, and this is how it looks like. Smaller, metabolically active. Let's go to the pancreatic fat. Now, with MRI, we can actually estimate pancreatic fat. And look at this using a software. In this person, the pancreatic fat is 3 to 10%. Also, the pancreatic fat can be imaged, fancy images using the various colors, as has been shown here. This is the color map of pancreatic fat. You can see here, this is single MRI voxel, which shows multiple elements. Here is islet, adipocyte, cluster of adipocytes, intralobular fat, interlobular fat, and localization using some stains. You can have the localization of insulin, glucagon, and so much fat. Now, in this paper review, which was published in Diabetologia, Stefan et al. They propose there is a protein, fraction A, which is released from the non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, which crosstalks with fat cells, increases NEFA, crosstalks with the macrophages to increase cytokines, and which further crosstalk to beta cells. And this mean pancreatic fat in such patients, if it increases, the insulin sensitivity decreases, and similarly, as far as factoring A level. So this is a very interesting paper to read, and certainly pancreatic fat is an emerging area of research, and it is possible the more the pancreatic fat, the more the insulin resistance. And we have been researching this entity for some time. This is from our research. Non-obese case with type 2 diabetes, BMI 21.9, non-obese, body fat 29.4, age 27, and pancreatic fat is high. And this is non-obese, non-diabetic subject, 25 years, non-obese, and body fat 27.2. The pancreatic fat area is less. This is from one of our studies in class 1. And in the same study, we show that those overall averaging, those who have diabetes, although they are non-obese, have higher amount of pancreatic fat than those who do not have that. A muscle fat looks like this. Look at this. This patient with diabetes, and this is non-diabetic subject. And if we do a soleus muscle magnetic resonance spectroscopy, this is from one of our early studies in All India Institute of Medical Sciences, 2002-2003, where we showed that in patients with type 2 diabetes, there's a peak of IMCL, intramyocellular triglycerides. This is the first study of IMCL from India at that time. And this is the normal patient, non-diabetic patient, where there is no peak. Now, there are number of studies which correlate that higher the muscle triglyceride, the higher the insulin resistance, but this has not been forthcoming in our study and those from others. So previous view was that higher the intramyocellular fat, the greater the insulin resistance. Now present view is that this is the fuel. This is the fuel in the muscle. In athletes also it is high. They are not diabetic, but they utilize it very well while running. In diabetic patients or obese patients, it is high, but they cannot utilize it. There is insulin resistance, and there is exciting possibility that if we can utilize these, then insulin sensitivity may be better. So finally, one or two slides of composite of this. If you look at this, this is from one of our publications, Body Fat Metabolic Syndrome and Hyperglycemia in South Asian, where we compared various fat depots between Indian population versus the Caucasian. Now, if you look at this, let's just go through with this. Total body fat is higher in Indian than white. Truncal subcutaneous fat are higher in Indian than white. Abdominal subcutaneous and deep subcutaneous adipose tissue is increased in Indian than white. Intra-abdominal visceral adipose tissue is more in Indian than white. Hepatic fat is more in Indian than white. Epicardial fat, there is only a couple of studies that are possibly higher in Asian Indians. Pancreatic fat, there is no comparative data. And skeletal muscle is also the intramyocellular triglyceride. So this is the composite. A person with good metabolism, even if it takes excess energy, there is fat, the adipocyte number increase, adipocyte hyperplasia, and nothing goes into deep adipose tissue, nothing goes into the liver, not much at least, no change in the cardiometabolic factor. Bad metabolism, like Indian population, excess energy, there's a adipocyte hypertrophy and decreased adiponectin, and it accumulates in deep subcutaneous adipose tissue with increased free fatty acid flux, increased hepatic triglyceride and its consequences. And there is also, because of increased adipocyte size, is the asphyxia and low adiponectin level. This is what is happening as far as Indian population is concerned. So this is my final slide. Ectopic fat accumulation, abdominal and hepatic play a key role in glucose, insulin, lipid metabolism, increasing cardiovascular risk. Indians have high magnitude of ectopic fat deposition that contributes to a high tendency to develop insulin resistance to type 2 diabetes, and effect of pancreatic fat and fat in other depots needs to be investigated further as far as the Indian population is concerned. So thank you, Banshi, once again for giving me this opportunity, and thank you, Dr. Vinod Kumar. I'll take some questions here because I might have to go for another seminar, so this is a request.
Okay.
It's quite okay. With Dr. Bansi, is it okay?
Is it okay?
Okay, right. So, well, I think I would just pose a very brief comment. Dr. Mishra, do you ever think it is possible to have a lot of visceral fat with no fat deposited in the abdomen or in the liver? That's my, you can say it is a small question.
It is something which is not seen. If there is a visceral fat or thoracic visceral fat increase, there is always there is a fat in the liver, or pancreas is also fatty. But there is one more situation which may occur, and that is absence of the intra-abdominal fat, and liver is full of fat, and skeletal muscle is full of fat, and to the point that they look like athletes, and the liver is so big that it becomes cirrhotic subsequently. So that is the congenital total lipodystrophy.
Okay.
There is no fat elsewhere, but the liver is full of fat.
This
Sir,
paper
may
is
I have a
open to.
question?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, sir, may I have a question to you, sir?
Yeah.
Can this type 2 diabetes be reversible with the loss of these ectopic fats?
Sorry, sir, I couldn't hear you.
Okay, can you reverse type 2 diabetes by loss of this ectopic fat, by doing exercise or diet, everything?
That's a very interesting question. I have a slide for the next lecture, in fact, where initial in 2014, Rod Taylor group had shown that if we decrease the calorie to 600 calories, within 2 weeks, the hepatic triglyceride decreased by 5 to 6%, and the pancreatic triglyceride decreased by 1.7%, and that reversed diabetes. So I think this ectopic fat deposition, particularly in pancreas, is of great importance. If we can decrease it, we can reverse diabetes. And based on these studies, early studies, the direct study was based.
Sir, I have another question, sir. What about the transplantation of normal adipose tissue into the subcutaneous tissue? Does it have any effect?
I'm not aware of the study where extensive transplantation has been done of the adipose tissue, but I suppose if the basic pathophysiology is the metabolic problem. If metabolism is bad and there is a fat deposition elsewhere, how much transplantation we can do to make the fat tissue look better? And the second question is corollary to that is that if we remove some of the fat by surgery, then can we improve metabolism? Now, most of the studies which have been done using the liposuction from anterior abdominal wall. And there was a study in New England Journal of Medicine where approximately 60 patients who had liposuction done from anterior abdominal wall, there were studies for metabolic parameters and there was no change in the metabolic parameter. But I think that this study is flawed because if we do the liposuction from posterior deep cut subcutaneous tissue, I'm sure the patient may improve.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Vinod Kumar, sir.
Well, is there any other comment or question? Otherwise, we thank Dr. Mishra. Anyone wants to ask anything? Well, thank you, Dr. Mishra, for a very enlightening lecture as always.
Thank you.
And we would move on to the third speaker now.
Thank you.
So, is Dr. Mittal. So, Dr. Mittal is a very close friend. He has been in the past the chairman of the RSSDI Delhi chapter, and currently he is the senior diabetologist and head of the Center for Diabetes and Metabolic Diseases at Delhi Heart and Lung Institute. He has, to his credit, a lot of publications and a lot of honors and awards. And I would request Dr. Mittal, he's speaking on brain and gut link in the pathophysiology of diabetes mellitus. Over to you. Floor is yours, Dr. Mittal.
Thank you, sir, Dr. Vinod Kumar, for those enlightening words. And I would just share my screen now. Yeah, is my screen visible?
No, sir.
No? Okay, just a moment. Just a moment. Now?
We started screen sharing, sir. Yes, visible.
Yes, now it is visible, sir.
Okay. I'll make it full screen. Yeah, now it's okay. So good afternoon, friends, and I convey my thanks to my dear friend, Dr. Bansi, and his entire team from DietCare. And like it's my proud privilege to share my thoughts on gut and brain link in pathophysiology of diabetes. So way back, long hundreds of years back, Mr. Einstein, he also said that intuitive mind is the sacred gift and the rational mind is a faithful servant. Now, the important point is that we have created a society now which honors the servant and forgotten the gift. So basically, the intuitive mind is what we call as a gut feeling. And I would be now sharing my thoughts that this gut is basically that gut feeling. Actually, even anatomically, our gut plays an important role and controls our brain. So this gut-brain axis consists of bidirectional communication between central nervous system and gut, that is enteric nervous system. And it is linked with many disorders in the form of GI disorders, as well as central nervous system disorders, emotional, cognitive, and peripheral intestinal functions. Now, more importantly, a gut-brain now is a gut-brain microbiota axis. It is not just gut-brain. So microbiota is the third component, which is in fact the most important component of this gut-brain axis, a triangle now, basically. And this dysbiosis of gut microbiota is responsible for many CNS disorders and GI disorders. Now, central nervous system, basically there is, hypothalamic, we know hypothalamus is the main, organ in our body or gland which controls everything. And it gets activated with the, emotions and stress, and that there is a limbic system, which is another important system, which is constitutes by amygdala and hippocampus. And it leads to the release of corticotropin releasing factors, which ultimately leads to release of ACTH and then cortisol from the adrenal glands in the periphery. Now, CNS also communicates along with, so this is a direct control of CNS on our body. And other is parallel to this, there is both efferent and efferent, which is autonomic nervous system, that is sympathetic and parasympathetic. So that's how the CNS controls our body directly through hormones as well as indirectly through the autonomic nervous system. But at the same time, at the same way, enteric nervous system, which is recently, it was basically came into picture after 90s, late 1990s. There it was shown that even interstitial cells of Casel and enterochromaffin cells, they're also under the influence of gut microbiota, which has a bidirectional effect on CNS as well as gut. So gut, CNS and microbiota, there's a bidirectional control on each other. So we can see here in the picture that, this is a limbic system, this is amygdala and hippocampus, and this is pituitary. So through emotions and stress, hypothalamus is controlling and releasing CRP, which is releasing ACTH from pituitary. And then there is a control direct through release of ACTH and cortisol from adrenal glands, and then autonomic nervous system. And this is through vagus nerve. So basically stress, which we perceive in the brain, that directly leads to some emotional disorders, but indirectly also through gut-brain axis and changes in the microbiota dysbiosis also is linked to autism as well as anxiety and other disorders. So basically, we can see here the same thing, hypothalamus releasing CRH, and then ultimately there's ACTH and cortisol, and there is an effect in the body at the periphery. Now, this is an important slide. Again, there we have seen, we can see that gastrointestinal dysbiosis, that is dysbiosis in the microbiota, leads to gastrointestinal disorders, inflammatory bowel diseases, very important disorders. And the other is central nervous system disorders, autism, anxiety, depression, etc. And then there are changes in the brain. So basically, it depends on what we eat, the macronutrients, the components of the carbohydrates, proteins. Then there's a role of prebiotic, probiotic, lipids, etc. And that gets digested, and that only leads to, whether it is health or disease. It depends on what we eat and how much we eat. Then gut-brain axis, again, suppose we eat high-fat diet, there is a reduction in Akkermansia, which is an important microbiota, and there is increase in Firmicutes, which is harmful. And there's also decrease in bacteroides. So this leads to long chain fatty acids and lipopolysaccharides, cytokines, and there's an inflammation and disease later on. Similarly, red meat also, there is a increase in Enterobacteriaceae. There is a decrease in fecal bacterium. So basically, this also ultimately there's formation of phosphatidylcholine derivatives, etc. And then if we eat high fiber diet, which is healthy, then there is increase of bifidobacterium, which is an important, a part of constituent of microbiota, healthy microbiota. and there's also increase in fecal bacterium. So these are important, and that leads to short chain fatty acids, which are relatively beneficial to us. Now, this is basically to show that diet constitutes like food macronutrients and micronutrients, and ultimately whatever is useful for the body get digested and goes to the blood. But there's an indigested material also, which includes some gut microbiota and also some kind of fiber, non-soluble, and other things, which ultimately either make a gut microbiota dysbiosis, or it can be healthy for the microbiota. So there is an important part that what we eat and how much is an important component to decide for microbiota. So there are a number of effects of this microbiota, which is basically effect of gut, and that is positive effects are in the form of role in digestion, and then role in vitamins, plus helping the immune system, brain development, emotions and behavior. So these are important, and then effect on the gastrointestinal tract. And harmful effects are inflammatory diseases, insulin resistance disorders like metabolic syndrome, diabetes, obesity, GI disorders, cancer development, like colonic cancer has been related to gut microbiota dysbiosis. So this has to be understood. And once we make changes in this harmful microbiota or dysbiosis to a symbiosis or a healthy microbiota, we can target the diseases which we are not able to target with the medications, and even chronic kidney diseases. Now, this is homeostasis in a gut microbiota. Basically, it is symbionts, and we have commensals and we have pathobionts. So there's a kind of a balance has to be there. Symbionts are helpful ones, commensals are which are there normally, and pathobionts are which are harmful. So basically, when we are, like it depends on high fat diet, alcohol, and other disorders and antibiotics, etc., which leads to dysbiosis, and there is an increase or there's an overloading of pathobiont, and that leads to basically obesity, then type 2 diabetes, inflammatory bowel disease, colorectal cancers, celiac disease, autism. So many things are there. So what I want to convey again and again is that gut is playing an important role, and we should emphasize, and studies are going on, research is going on, that if we change this microbiota from dysbiosis, which again is in our hands. Suppose we eat healthy diet, then dysbiosis will not be there much. If we are eating unhealthy diet and other stresses, then obviously there would be dysbiosis. But once dysbiosis is there, even if we can, fecal matter transplant and other things are already ongoing from healthy volunteers to patients, and that is helping us in controlling the diseases. So basically, dysbiosis of microbiota, which is basically a gut linking to brain, can lead to so many other disorders, not only brain, even GI disorders, liver disorders like NAFLD, cirrhosis, metabolic syndrome, cardiovascular diseases, neurodegenerative disorders, even respiratory disorders. So, there's so many things, which only microbiota are responsible. And if we focus and target these, we can handle all these diseases by just handling microbiota. Okay. And once there is a dysbiosis, there is a release of, there is a, imbalance between bile acids, short chain fatty acids, lipopolysaccharides, uremic toxins, etc., which leads to various diseases. So basically, our gut bacteria or gut is manipulating our mind. Okay, so that gut feeling, holds true to some extent, although we, talk in a very light manner, but ultimately science also says that gut controls brain. So how gut, which is taken now as a second brain, influences mood and well-being is also to be understood well by all of us. So basically, brain, as I told you, is controlling through, hypothalamus and then, vagus nerve, and ultimately either whether, there's a production of short chain fatty acids, cytokines, cortisol, YY peptides, and that is responsible for other diseases. So basically, there's a bi-directional communication between all these, and that is, between CNS, enteric nervous system, parasympathetic nervous system, sympathetic nervous system, neuroimmune and neuroendocrine. So this is what is basically now this gut-brain axis should now be converted to brain-gut microbiota axis. All three components becomes very important now. So these are things which are ongoing world over, and which I would just convey focus here, that there are studies which are going on for the biomarkers in the stool to find out whether there's a dysbiosis ongoing or not. So short chain fatty acids are being labeled, then zonulin, fecal, captotectin, and beta gluconidase. So these are the levels, once we do, we can find that there is some, dysbiosis going on, and we can take action accordingly. So enteric nervous system, basically, there are bacterial metabolites in the form of short chain fatty acids, butyric acid, propanoic acid, etc. And then there is a sympathetic nervous system, which is controlled with the release of serotonin, which influences memory and brain. We know serotonin inhibitors and agonists which are given for a brain. So this is an important thing. Then Helicobacter pylori, again effect on gut-brain axis. Then other important bacteria are Lactobacillus, Bifidobacterium. They are part of probiotics, so-called probiotic, which we normally take them lightly, but they are important constituents. And if we know the composition and the concentration of various bacteria or bacilli or microbiota in that particular pre or probiotic, we can accordingly manage many diseases. Now, there are effects of this, the gut microbiota to a brain, and then brain to gut microbiota. So gut microbiota controlling brain. There is basically production, expression, and turnover of neurotransmitters. So there's a control of these by gut on brain, like serotonin and gamma aminobutyric acid, production of intestinal barriers, production of mucus modulation, bacterides, metabolites, and mucosal immune regulation. Okay. Now, brain to gut microbiota, alterations in the mucus, biofilm, motility, permeability, immune function. So there is a parallel, multiple, it's a very complex thing which is ongoing between brain, gut, and microbiota, what we have. And there are almost 500 million neurons, and yet has no conscious thoughts. And basically, there are no thought processes, religion, philosophy, or poetry, yet it can alter or danger your important response. And 90% of these, basically inputs or signals are coming via vagus nerve. So vagus nerve also plays an important thing. And as I mentioned earlier, enteric nervous system was basically discovered late 1990s. So from enteric nervous system, there is a serotonin release, and once it is inhibited, it can even counteract osteoporosis. It has been seen in mice. So these are, basically what I'm going to emphasize is that there's certain things which are, we can target, like a therapeutic target. We can control many diseases where we are failing in, like inflammatory bowel disease. We are failing almost. The whole life patient is having this disorder, and we keep on giving anxiolytics and anti-motility agents, but patient doesn't improve. Then certain immune disorders and autism and anxiety, stress. So basically, we can have a good control and treatment for these disorders in future. Now, this is again important thing which we have to understand, that human gut is sterile. When a newborn is born, the gut contains, it is sterile, but later on gets colonized. Okay, once the birth is there, and then basically because of the diet and other diseases, infections. So by 1 year of age, there's a unique bacterial profile, and this converts towards adult profile later on. Okay, so important point what I want to make here is that at birth it is sterile. Okay, so there's a complete, it's a very good thing. And then by 1 year, there is a healthy kind of a bacteria development. But as subsequently, when infant grows into a child and then later on adults, there is a kind of development of other microbiota, which may be beneficial or harmful depending on what we eat. So basically, this is a very good, picture where we can see that this is a prenatal, and then birth, it is sterile. And when there is a postnatal, there is a colonization of bacteria. By 1 year, it gets stabilized, and then it grows into adult. So this is basically, these studies are done in, mice, and it has been seen they follow the same pattern what is there in the, human beings. So basically, important point is that, there's a colonization after birth, and 1 year it becomes stable, and then it develops into adult, which, actually is harmful because of our today's, modern lifestyle and eating, junk foods, etc. So immune system cytokines, germ-free, studies are ongoing, and basically they are in animal studies and they are germ-free. Like at birth, suppose we take it, a newborn, and there it is sterile, and then we do studies. So similar studies are going on, germ-free mice, and those are basically, important for the benefit of human beings. So basically, germ-free animals are studied, and they are used to evaluate the role of microbiota on central nervous development. Wide spectrum antibiotics affect. We keep on taking so many antibiotics without even thinking, but that is changing our bacteria. Sometimes it is killing even the beneficial bacteria. So we have to be very clear and very cautious when we eat antibiotic. And obviously, probiotics also have some role to play in our health. Now, if we see the functional relevance of this microbiota, we can see, it's like for normal motility. So this is normal motility also. So for normal functioning, also microbiota is important. But if there's a dysbiosis, there is a dysregulation, it leads to disease. So this is basically germ-free, mice, they've been taken, and, basically they are then engaged in high-risk behavior by putting them or exposing them to high-fat diet and other things, which I will be telling you in my next slide. So and then the studies are done to link this changes in their behavior, in their emotional disorders, depression, anxiety, and that's how we are, the research is going on at the time being. So gut, brain micro communication is going on, and we have a stable gut microbiota at birth, which is normal, good for gut physiology. But later on, there is a dysbiosis, and that has an abnormal effect not only on the gut, also on the brain, and that leads to central nervous CNS disorders, as well as other disorders which I've already enumerated, neurodegenerative in the liver, involving almost whole of the body. Selection and cultivation of a limited number of candidates, for biome reconstitution from a very broad array of organisms which colonize humans. So hundreds of species that infect, parasitize, or colonize human beings. So they are being under study. Like how can we modify this dysbiosis so that we can have a good control on the metabolic diseases and other disorders. Now, this is another important point. Studies are done on transparent zebrafish, and it was seen that fatty acids are visualized. This transparent are visualized on with a fluorescent tag, and it was seen that the certain type of diet which make them more fatty, and that I will tell you. So that increase. So like when we give that particular diet, which is a healthy diet, basically that leads to more of firmicute population, and that leads to increased storage of lipids in the intestinal cells. So basically, a particular kind of diet, when is given to a fish, there is an increase in firmicute population. There's more storage of fat, and this fat is basically, that's what we call omega-3 fatty acids. So what we can develop these things, and we can have more of these fat from the fish. So that's how things are going on, and we can always get benefit. There are certain
Dr.
clinical.
Mittal, can you please hurry up? The time is gone now.
Yeah. So basically, there are almost 2 decades have already been we've been working on this, and so we have already seen that dysbiosis is an important thing to target. And basically, liver diseases, if you remember, I still remember in my UG days, and then during PG we used to give ampicillin, very high dose metronidazole, to patients who used to come to us in hepatic encephalopathy. So basically, these are but now we can use certain probiotics also to handle that particular disease. Now, human say application in human beings, we have already, like Akkermansia, lactobacillus, fecal bacteria, bifidobacterium. These are important names and constituents of microbiota which we have to manipulate to get rid of a disease. This now is an important slide, sir. I will just take not more than 2 minutes, 1 minute only. So this is, in the past, whatever diseases used to be there for the brain, basically, there were only 2 things, psychotherapy and medication. Still, we are doing the same thing in certain areas. But at least now we should start thinking. There's a present discovery that stress antibiotics, poor diet are responsible. So basically, healthy diet also becomes an important. Psychobiotics, probiotics, prebiotics, and then fecal matter transplant also are important, because psychological disorders are the ones where there's no treatment and patient lives lifelong and there's gradual increase in these disorders. So if we focus on this, we can help these people to improve. And the other important thing is a bottom up now approach. That means the gut on the top, which is controlling the brain. So, once we have a good microbiota, and top down approach, so you can understand, and studies are going, which is beyond the discussion today, maybe during question answer, the germ-free mice is taken and it is humanized or it is reconventionalized. And then whether it is exposed to, the fecal matter from a normal, say newborn baby or a mice. So that's how, and then the studies are ongoing and we can, have a target. So basically, this is my last slide now. That gut-brain axis, now it is gut-brain microbiota axis. We should not segregate microbiota, which is the most important part of this triangle. And it is important for not only well-being of human host, but at the same time, development of various diseases. And there's a directional control between these. And these are strain specific, as I mentioned again and again, there are a couple of strains which are involved in certain diseases. So we can have prebiotics and probiotics with those strains to target certain diseases. Future research is required from structure to function of these microbiota, host microbiota interactions, and the causality, so that, we can always have certain, say fecal matter transplant is already going on, but a specific probiotics or prebiotics which can help us in treating these disorders which we are feeling today. So with this, I convey my thanks to all of you, and I, for your patient listening. Thanks again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mittal. I request Chairperson Dr. Ripon to kindly ask for the further discussion on the three subjects.
Yeah, thank you, sir. The floor is open to you all. You can put up your questions. Dr. Mittal, it was an excellent topic, excellent insight into the topic. I do have one question to initiate the question and answer session. The first entry of the microbiota into a human baby occurs through vaginal delivery. So the baby is exposed to this microbiota first through the vaginal delivery. So does that mean that the baby is born out of cesarean section are more prone to develop metabolic disorder in future, like diabetes?
Yeah, so you're absolutely right. So that means, there are certain commensals in vaginal secretions which are important for our health. And maybe, say studies are not done, but yes, theoretically, children born out of cesarean sections will definitely are more prone for these disorders. But, if we keep their healthy diet and healthy lifestyle later on, at least, we can still, but definitely they will not be having those commensals, beneficial bacteria, which they normally will have, from a normal vaginal delivery. Definitely.
Thank you so much. One question from Dr. Vinod to Dr. Arvind Gupta. Can fibroblasts be converted to beta cell?
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Vinod, for this question. What we know from the studies and experiment and researches in the world, still we know the pluripotent embryonic cells, embryonic stem cells can be converted into beta cells, and there are experiments going on in the world. Another is the myocytes also being, few studies and few researchers are also doing the myocytes being converted through genetic engineering into the beta cells. Probably mechanisms are different. Hence, we do not, probably I do not know where the fibroblasts can be converted into beta cells, but stem cells, I know embryonic stem cells as well as the myocytes. And few researchers are also working on hepatocytes. But fibroblasts per se, I don't know at present. Can I answer, Dr. Vipun, the second question which I am seeing in the chat box? It is very interesting question.
Yeah.
The question asked is beta cell dysfunction especially de-differentiation and trans-differentiation, always a consequence, or it is preceded by insulin resistance, or it has other mechanisms as well, because we understand that lean type 2 diabetics have dominant beta cell dysfunction. Now, my take on this particular question is, probably we are still into the molecular biology. We have to understand so many questions still, but we know that regarding the few people do not develop diabetes in their lifetime, never. Right from day one till the death, they never develop diabetes. Few people, they develop very early, few people develop very late. So there are different mechanisms revolving around the person becomes diabetic or non-diabetic or lean diabetic, obese diabetes, type 1, type 2, so many things. Now, my take on this particular question is that there are several factors responsible for de-differentiation. As I have mentioned in my lecture also, that regarding the hyperglycemia, if patient is having chronic hyperglycemia, or typically what we know clinically is glucotoxicity, actually increases several processes like oxidative stress, endoplasmic reticulum stress, hypoxia, and through several mechanisms. And if over and above, if you have a FOXO1 gene, which is very, very rate limiting step. So on one side, the clinical parameters, on one side, the genetic perception. So if they combine together, then your beta cell differentiation towards either beta cell de-differentiation or re-differentiation towards both the sides are possible. So we know at present through the molecular studies like this, probably we need so many studies, so many molecular researches little in the future, and that will answer your question.
Dr. Gupta, can I ask you a small question?
Sir.
This de-differentiation, that means that beta cells become active and no longer produce insulin. Or,
yes, sir.
And one of the possibilities is some of them, they can adopt the alpha cell line and start producing glucagon.
Yes,
so
sir.
Is it possible to, because I thought some of your paper you refer to belong to 2012. So is it
Yes,
possible
sir.
that some of the strategies to treat diabetes could have been directed to these two things, that inhibiting glucagon secretion or converting, yes, or converting the de-differentiated cells into insulin producing back to the beta cells?
Absolutely, sir. The recent, very recent publication has typically answered this particular thing, that we have certain drugs. They are trying certain drugs which can re-differentiate from these inactive beta cells, which is called as de-differentiated beta cells, again back to active beta cells. So, and third possibility, sir, there is third possibility that some beta cells actually goes into the apoptosis completely. They will never recover. So nature is such is like this. Few beta cells remaining in the de-differentiated form, few beta cells converted into alpha cells, and few beta cells are completely apoptosis. So three possibilities are there. And there are certain drugs people are trying, that certain drugs they are trying to inhibit these rate limiting steps from converting again back to de-differentiated to normal beta cells.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I think we have finished the time now. We have to move to the second session. And I would say that this session, back to benches, I think it has put a lot of us on the front benches. We have learned so much from these lectures, and a very hard work is done in producing these lectures. Thank you very much, Dr. Gupta, Dr. Mittal, and Dr. Anup Mishra.
Thank you.
If Dr. Ripun has to say anything.
No, excellent session, of course. I do have a question to Dr. Binod Mittal, sir. Metformin is known to have some anti-inflammatory action, and it's thought to be mediated through abundance of Akkermansia mucinalis in the gut. So, what is your opinion on that?
Yeah,
Does
you're
it mediate through the abundance
right.
of this?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That is why, metformin is always the first line, irrespective, and we have not accepted ESC 2019, which says even before metformin, you can start with other agents. So many effects of metformin are there, and I think this is only an upcoming. So we don't have a direct evidence, but definitely observation studies have shown that metformin has anti-inflammatory effect, anti-cancer effect, and probably because metformin sustained release and extended release and fast release, 3 preparations are there. One thing has been shown very clearly, that metformin sustained release has a better effect on diabetes control, because sustained release remains for a longer time in the gut and has effect on even GLP-1 secretion. Try to understand. So maybe when it is remaining for a longer time in the gut, it is also a beneficial effect on microbiota.
Yeah.
Sustained release. Sustained release is preferred over other preparations.
Yeah.
I think
it is also said that when the achromancia abundance is there after using of metformin, there is also increased expression of T regulatory lymphocyte in the gut. So that might ameliorate the get the inflammation in the gut. Thank you so much.
Agree. Totally agree with you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And we come to the close of this session. So events manager, please come and arrange this next section. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. Now we shall move on to the next session, that is Pearls of Wisdoms from the Masters, for which I would like to invite our chairpersons, Dr. Y. Sadashiv Rao from Vijayawada and Dr. Jawahar Agarwal from Raipur. Over to you, chairperson, sir, please.
And I think we should have invited Dr. Vidusha as rapporteur as well. So we invite you, Dr. Vidusha. Sorry.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, and thank you very much, Dr. Vidisha, for inviting us. And also special thanks to Dr. Bansi Sabu for inviting me to chair this session on Pearls of Wisdom from the Masters. And we have really 3 great masters before us who will be delivering the wisdom to us. So the first is Dr. A.K. Das. He does not need any introduction. And so Dr. Das is presently Professor of Medicine and Professor and Head of the Endocrinology, Pondicherry Institute of Medical Sciences. And he was former Senior Professor of Medicine and Endocrinology, Head of the Department of Endocrinology, Dean, and Medical Superintendent of Jawaharlal Institute of Postgraduate Medical Education and Research, Pondicherry. So he has taught medicine for a lot of us and our postgraduates in medicine and diabetology for the past 33 years. At any meeting, you can see him with full of energy, waiting to actually give out his knowledge. He wants to share his knowledge to everybody. So he's a member of the Physician Research Foundation of Association of Physicians of India also. So now I request Dr. A.K. Das to deliver his lecture. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Dr. Sadashiv Rao. Thank you profusely for this honor given. So shall I start sharing my screen? Dear friends, I'm going to speak on a topic which is very important, of paramount importance of today. And this is about, I call it most important contemporary topic, the legacy effect in type 2 diabetes. Dear friends, I have got for this slide as I have to discuss the topic. I have brought for you a very brief agenda. We'll discuss first what is legacy effect. What are the evidences for legacy effect in the type 1 diabetes and legacy effect in the type 2 diabetes, and what we do to get this legacy effect, and we'll see that what are the mechanism, cellular, molecular basis of this legacy effect, and where legacy effect may not be found. But most important, legacy effect is there, but so what? What we should do to reap the benefits of the legacy effect? How do we prevent the irremediable diabetic complications, the irreversible diabetic complications, and to give the mortality benefits to our patients. So we'll draw some summary, some conclusions, and some take-home practice points. The legacy effect is a term that describes the continuing benefit, I'll repeat again, the continuing benefit of an earlier period of improved glycemic control. Very simple. Continuing benefit of an earlier period of improved glycemic control. It is seen both in type 2 and type 1. Type 2, we call it legacy effect, and in type 1, we call it metabolic memory. What are the evidences? Dear friends, since it is legacy effect, I will have less emphasis on the type 1 diabetes. Be that as it may, suffices to mention that if you look to the diseasity at the ADIC study, it confirmed the metabolic memory, and you find that once diseasity was over, the conventional and intensive arms were left on their own. You find that even at the end of 6 years, even at the end of 12 years, in the ADIC study, you find that the intensive arm continued to have the benefit of the earlier good control. It said the metabolic control gets ingrained, to use a phraseology, get ingrained into the DNA of the patient, and that provides the benefit. But our focus today on the type 2 legacy effect, UKPDS glucose trial. Dear friends, it had two arms. The patients randomized to intensive versus conventional glycemic control. The conventional glycemic control, I'll go a little fast, all of us know it, but the lowest fasting plasma glucose attainable, whatever it is, with diet alone. Intensive glycemic control was for fasting plasma glucose less than 0.6, that is about less than 108 milligram per deciliter with monotherapy, and rescue therapy was offered only when it went above 15. And believe me, in the beginning, the UKPDS is only a monotherapy trial. And you know, it gave us two great messages that progressive hyperglycemia does occur, whether you give conventional treatment or the intensive treatment with glibenclamide, chlorpheniramide, insulin, or metformin or combinations. It also said that both in overweight and in non-overweight, there's a progressive hyperglycemia because of the beta cell apoptosis. Two great truths. Of beta cell loss is 4% per year. I heard to the beautiful talk about de-differentiation by Arvind Gupta and the beautiful questions asked. But dear friend, shown in the first glucose trial for a 10-year study, 1987 to 1997, that there was, by reducing H1C by less than 1.9%, there was any diabetes-related endpoints, there was a benefit of 12%, microvascular disease 25%, retinopathy 21%, albuminuria 33%, and myocardial infarction 16%. To remind the people who have lost this age-old knowledge, it was greatly beneficial. Now, it has been also shown that the meta-analysis of the fatal and non-fatal MI in the Accord, Advance, UKPDS, and BADT trolley. UKPDS have included only the first 5 years, only. It was shown that that if you compare, the intensive glucose control is always favored. But I'm not talking only intensive glucose control. I'm talking intensive control at the onset of diabetes. That is my message today. Now, this trial of 87-97 was extended observation for 30 years, and we'll discuss what are the objective of this trial monitoring. It is still going on to observe the HbA1c level after cessation of the intervention trial, to observe the glucose therapy regimens, to determine the long-term impact of the earlier improved glucose, which had been let loose. I'll use the word let loose after 10 years on the micro and macrovascular complication, and to evaluate the health economics, which is not yet out. 5-year, 20-year intervention trial from 77 to 97 on the 5,000 plus patients with newly diagnosed type 2 diabetes patients. Median follow-up of 10 years presented at the 1998. Results I showed you that 12%, 21%, 23%, 16% benefit of a good control. In the post-trial monitoring for under 10 years, 97 to 2007, it was an annual follow-up, first 5 years by the clinic, next 5 years by questionnaire method. Median overall follow-up was up to 17 years, range 16 to 30 years, and the results presented at the 2008 in the Barcelona EASD. And you will find the post-trial mean H1's level became identical both in the intensive group with sulfonylurea insulin and also in the conventional group. It also showed the therapy also became almost similar. But what was the novel legacy effect? This is shown here. This is the first 10 years, you see the benefits of a good glycemic control. Now, this same benefit was present even a median follow-up of 16.8 years. This was 10 years, this 16.8 years. That is the legacy effect. Now, I have brought here beautiful cartoon to show you. If you look to the any diabetes-related endpoints, 12% risk reduction in the first 20-year study. Legacy effect, it continued after 10 years, so 9% risk reduction. Look at the benefit in the microvascular complications, 25% in the first study of the Wikipedias, but in the follow-up study, 24%, almost similar. Now come to the myocardial infarction. You will find it was 16% relative risk reduction in the main study. In the follow-up study, in the legacy effect, 15% reduction. And lo and behold, if you look to the mortality benefits, in the benefit, in the all-cause mortality was 6% relative risk reduction. Here it was 13% relative risk reduction. Sure, yes, I brought this Word document here, where it shows that after median of 8.5 years post follow-up, you find the benefit of everything same, almost same, sometimes little better, but almost similar. Now, this is a beautiful cartoon. I like draw attention. Look at this black color. H1C, a 50-year-old man with newly diagnosed type 2 diabetes with H1C of 8%. It was left for first 10 years at 8%, then reduced to 7% in the next 10 years. He did get the benefit, but the benefit was gain in life of 6.6%. That means the mortality benefit was 6.6%. In contradistinction, you have another person, 50 years, with type 2 diabetes with H1C of 8%. And from the very beginning, I repeat, from the very beginning, H1C reduced from 8% to 7%. See the mortality benefit, 18.6%, threefold greater risk reduction if you have early control. Therefore, dear friends, I'll come to a part of the Wikipedia study. Wikipedia is the compendium of type 2 diabetes. This is a part of the metformin trial. Metformin trial also showed that by a relative risk reduction, even after stopping the intensive treatment, and it continued. I'll show that you find that this is the first trial result, and you find versus conventional, and you find that legacy effect for any related endpoints continued even after you making it less tight control. And you see, it was not same as a combined therapy. 32% here, 21% after about 16.8 years. It was here about 29%. The legacy effect was 16%, 39 to 33%, and all-cause mortality 27%. Dear friends, this was not observed in this trial. Some other trial has shown legacy effect of blood pressure control, but to make a long story short, this was not observed in the blood pressure component of the Wikipedias. I just very fast to tell you, it was a 144/82 versus 154/87. And you find that in the 10-year post-trial monitoring, the blood pressure was again followed up, and it was observed that the postal blood pressure values remained identical, but the 5 years BP therapies were no longer different. Same therapy was given, and you know, there was no legacy effect of earlier improved BP control on the diabetic complications. But I will hasten to add, some studies recently have also shown the legacy effect of BP control. Therefore, there is a new phase which is going on now. This Wikipedia's follow being extended to 40 years using NHS electronic patient record, and the objectives today are to determine whether improved care can give rise to the control, reduce longer term risk of diabetes complications like death and dementia, and better identify patients at higher risk, and assess whether there has been improvement over time in health outcome, and quantify the lifetime health outcomes in this 40-year long follow-up. Result will be available soon. Therefore, in the legacy effect learning, we found that despite an early loss of differences in the glycemic and therapeutic mortality, first during the 10 years post-trial follow-up, it was that we observed a continued reduction in the microvascular risk, an emergent risk factor for MI and all-cause mortality in the follow-up period. You know that fewer individuals actually achieve goals of H1C in contradisting to lipid goal or blood pressure goal. So this is the objective that I'm talking about today. And you find it happens because of two things: clinical inertia, failure to advance therapy when required. You see people stay 5 years with a 1A1C of 8%, 10 years with another 7% from a study. Therefore, we do not advance the treatment, and also up titrating monotherapy, here it is metformin, does not give the required benefit. One has to go, is a metformin dose response curve, one has to possibly go for the combined treatment. Therefore, can long-term glycemic control reduce the risk of cardiovascular disease? Answer is yes. If early and sustained glycemic control started early, that is before atherosclerosis is established, is beautiful. What are the cellular and molecular basis? I'll be very brief to tell you. It is because of the superoxide dismutase, the oxidative stress being ameliorated. It is because that the high glucose gets into the DNA of the patient, open conformation, and the DNA changes, remains for a longer time. It is the advanced glycogen end products which gets imprinted in the cells, giving the metabolic memory. So hyperglycemia, oxidative stress, advanced glycogen end products are responsible for this. And this cartoon beautifully summarizes the metabolic memory in this type 1, where we have both the DNA changes, the reactive oxygen species changes, we have the changes to the vascular endothelial dysfunction. All this combined together gives rise to the last 7 minutes I have. I'll just talk about so what a must do for all diabetic healthcare providers. So question today is how to intensify treatment with type 2 diabetics to provide this benefit consistently to keep A1C below 6 months. Dear friends, can I have your attention? Aim for a good glycemic control, that H1C of about 6.5 or 7%, which was safe and appropriate. Treat to achieve appropriate target H1C with the 6 months. If 3 months not a target, consider combination therapy and consider initiating combination therapy or insulin therapy when H1C above 9%. Address underlying pathophysiology, including treatment of the beta cell dysfunction and IR. Use combination. We know the ominous octet of differential. Use appropriate treatment. Therefore, we need a pathophysiological approach and the multiple drugs, as I showed you, in combination to correct the multiple pathophysiological defects. Treatment should be based on the established pathogenic abnormalities and must be started early in the natural history of type 2 diabetes mellitus. Dear friend, therefore, hyperglycemia perpetuates beta cell damage. We have to take care of the beta cell damage, the damage of the glucotoxicity, damage of the lipotoxicity by taking care of that. And this is a recent study. I'll end with this quote from this study, that patients' lifetime history of glycemic control is necessary to understand why patients with long-standing diabetes develop complications despite excellent control, but later in the course of the disease. The association between the first-year glycemic control and the outcomes should be considered for formulating the public health and healthcare policies. This is very important. We are trying to impress on the NCPT, PCDS. What we need, the early first-year glycemic control at least. The young people and middle-aged people, 18 to 39, 40 to 63, they have been found to have very high H1C. We call it a missed opportunity. Lower periods of exposure to even 8 produces increased future risk of microvascular complication and mortality. Therefore, I will end by saying that findings of a relationship between the glycemic control in the first year being predictive of future events suggests the value that we have a great value for aggressive initial treatment, follow-up, and educational efforts. Thus, public health and healthcare policies should put a greater emphasis on achieving early glycemic control for the legacy effect as an avenue for improving lifetime outcomes. I end by saying stepwise increase in the drugs is not the answer today. We have to start appropriate pathophysiological treatment to control with the first 3 to 6 months effectively. Therefore, glycemia should be managed proactively to prevent it increasing over time rather than using a reactive rescue therapy, a reactive step ladder pattern. It's a major challenge as progressive hyperglycemia is a characteristic feature of type 2 diabetes mellitus. secondary to beta cell function, and must be anticipated. The type 2 diabetes legacy effect and type 1 diabetes metabolic memory effect probably reflect the complex biochemical and organ impact of hyperglycemia and the time scale. Remember the word time scale over which these changes occur. Although epigenetic changes may also play a role, it is unlikely that waiting until some years after the diagnosis of type 2 diabetes mellitus to minimize glycemia will fully recapture the benefit. Therefore, early, aggressive, appropriate control is the answer. Dear friends, I'm very happy to give this talk. I have 2 minutes left, so I can take up the questions whenever chairperson decide, now or later. In this 18-minute talk, I have tried to do justice, and I hope it was useful to all of you. Thank you very much for a patient hearing.
Thank you very much, sir. It was really enlightening to hear your talk. Every time we hear it, we are just encouraged to do practice the medicine as has been told. And so thank you very much. And I think the organizers would like to have the questions at the end.
Yes, perfect, sir. That's what I said.
Welcome, sir.
I'm here only. I'm here with Bansibai till tomorrow afternoon.
Okay, so thank you. And now I have the privilege of welcoming Ebert Standel from Germany. He's a professor of medicine specializing in endocrinology and angiology at the Munich Diabetes Research Group at Helmholtz Center. And Dr. Standel's principal areas of research include diabetology, action and degradation of insulin, and epidemiology of cardiovascular diabetes complications. Previously, Dr. Standel was the director of Department of Endocrinology, Diabetology and Metabolism at the Academic Hospital, Munich, Schwabang, and he also worked at the world-renowned Joslin Diabetes Center in Boston, Massachusetts. Dr. Standel served as a member of the Scientific Advisory Board at Labstyle Innovation Corp. Since May 2014, Doctor has served as the president of German Diabetes Association, German Diabetes Union, and International Diabetes Federation in Europe, as well as vice president of the International Diabetes Federation and ESAD. So now he will be delivering his lecture on insulin resistance, a key factor in the progression of type 2 diabetes and benefits of thiazidine-diones. Dr. Standel, please deliver your lecture.
I can manage here. Are you seeing my slides?
No, not yet.
No, sir.
Not yet? Okay. I have to get out here. Should be here. So am I on with the slides?
Yes, now we can see. Make it, yes. Make on slideshow.
Okay. So thank you very much for this great opportunity. I'm very, very pleased to be able to discuss insulin resistance, a key factor in the progression of type 2 diabetes and benefit of GPA-gamma agonists. Thank you very much for the invitation, Dr. Bansi. We are old friends, and it's really a pleasure to be at this meeting. So, my disclosures in this regard, active roles in a number of cardiovascular outcome trials, including the proactive trial where pioglitazone, a GPA-gamma agonist, has been evaluated. Clearly, I will come back to that also during my talk. So let's get started then. I heard earlier excellent talks on the complexity of the pathogenesis of type 2 diabetes at that meeting. And this is the famous ominous octet formulated by Farinini and Ralph DeFranco, indicating that 8 different organs are contribute to hyperglycemia, the development of hyperglycemia. So it's very useful when it comes to therapy to have drugs available with multiple effects in this complex ominous octet, in particular GPA-gamma agonist stopping lipolysis. And so this is a very important feature, including also increasing glucose uptake. So insulin sensitivity is upregulated. And also clinically very important, hepatic glucose output is decreased So beta gamma agonists are very effective in reducing fasting hyperglycemia. And these are complex modalities giving benefit to reducing hyperglycemia in type 2 diabetes. So in a way, we are shifting the disordered balance between a reduced and delayed insulin secretion, reaching the target organs of insulin with a reduced efficacy. And this, of course, is counteracted by signals, in particular coming out of adipose tissue, making or rendering the insulin target tissues more resistant. And so this is the benefit one can really make available in therapy using beta gamma agonists. And this would be a first outline on the beta gamma agonist. They clearly lower glycemia, especially fasting hyperglycemia, as I tried to point out. They improve insulin sensitivity, induce a healthier fat, so more HDL cholesterol, adiponectin, the insulin sensitizing hormone, is released in higher concentration, triglycerides reduced, and also effects on non-alcoholic steatosis hepatis, a fatty liver disease, anti-inflammatory, anti-clotting, and antiproliferative capacity, which can be picked up by measuring biomarkers. And clearly, they also improve endothelial dysfunction by more release of nitric oxide. And along with that, we have also reduction of blood pressure. But as we all know, there are downsides in terms of weight gain, edema, bone fracture, and congestive heart failure. And these are also very important aspects which we need to control in order to use those drugs at the best of the effects. But it can be done. This is my message there. Now, first of all, sustained glycemic control. Beta gamma agonist probably is one of the best options to give you a very durable glycemic control over years. And this is derived from two of the thiazolidine downs, Spire and rosiglitazone. As you can see, up to 4 years or even 5 years, you have a very sustained effect with those insulin sensitizers. And this is really the best you can get from any of the other drugs, including in the proactive trial. And I said I will come back to that. And in fact, in the proactive, those on placebo had 30% higher requirement of insulin therapy. So despite you see they didn't so well on placebo in terms of glucose control, they needed much more insulin therapy to keep up with the effects of pioglitazone in that regard. And if you compare, for instance, the durability or the sustainability of those drugs compared to one of the leading sulfonylureas, gliclazide, you see, yes, with sulfonylureas, a very prompt and early decrease, but not very sustainable after a very short while. And this is what we just saw again, also derived from the UK PDS trial, this permanent increase year by year of hemoglobin A1C, which is much more durable control with beta gamma agonists. And this is A1C, and this is fasting glucose, where I said you see the most of the effect of those. Now comparing as add-on to metformin, which would be the typical thing, higher versus sulfonylurea, same phenomenon, very rapid drop in A1C with gliclazide and metformin, and sustainability long-term with the higher combination, and then similar things for fasting plasma glucose. Sorry, this was too quick. And also if you take in glibenclamide, one of the leading agents in the sulfonylurea class, you see the very same thing. So I think it's clearly one of the benefits of beta gamma agonists compared to other options that you get good long-term metabolic control. Now, what about them? And this was, of course, the core question here, insulin resistance as a predictor of cardiovascular events. Well, there is really a proof of concept trial on this called the IRIS trial, and these are insulin-resistant patients. Now, just note they didn't have overt type 2 diabetes. They were, of course, in a pre-diabetic state, but with a recent ischemic stroke or TIA. And if they were randomized on pioglitazone, you see a 24% reduction of the cumulative probability of events. So an effect more or less as strong as with statins you can get in those without overt type 2 diabetes, but clearly on the way to developing full-blown diabetes later on. And if you look at components of this stroke, myocardial infarction, for any of those, you see the benefit. And of interest is also look at manifestation of type 2 diabetes. This is more than a 50% reduction, so you also prevent manifestation of diabetes in those patients early on. And other trials, as you surely know, that up to 70 or 80% reduction in randomized controlled trials you find with those drugs. Now, what about then the downsides? And this is particularly interesting. Heart failure actually in those was no significant difference. This is other adverse event, so-called serious adverse events. Again, heart failure, you see there's a trend, but nothing significant. Along with falls, this is one clearly of the downsides, more bone fractures and weight gain. At the same time, the liver enzymes are very much favorably influenced. So this is the indication for a healthier fat component, including in the liver. Now, the other line of evidence, as already alluded to, comes from the PRACTIVE trial, though we realized it was only the secondary endpoint, or composed of death, myocardial infarction, stroke, which was significantly reduced, so the cardiovascular benefit in that as compared to the primary endpoint of a rather complex primary composite. And of course, there's a learning curve. In any other of the cardiovascular trials, never ever leg amputation, for instance, has been included because it's largely due to neuropathy, infectious disease, but only to some extent also to vascular disease. And all the other components like revascularization have not been used in all the recent cardiovascular outcome trials. So we remember the inclusion were like in most of the cardiovascular outcome trials in recent years, people with established macrovascular disease, and the distinction here of the hard endpoints and the more softer endpoints physician determined. So it's clearly useful, and this is post hoc, and that means it's more hypothesis generation is a final proof. But if you focus on those with a previous stroke and then ask what happened in the trial, you clearly see an enormous benefit, 50% reduction of further fatal or non-fatal stroke. And the same thing, focusing on those with the previous myocardial infarction, 28% reduction. So I'm pretty sure if we would redo the PRACTIVE trial today with the appropriate endpoint, we would end up with a highly significant result. But even so, the stroke people recommended very early on that in patients with type 2 diabetes who do not need insulin, start pioglitazone after a stroke for secondary prevention. And I think it's important here, I will come back to that, the combination with insulin. This
maybe to be really abstained from. And what about then heart failure? Yes, there is around 40% increase in the corrective trial, but it's striking, despite the higher risk of serious heart failure with pioglitazone, there was no significant difference in the rate of subsequent all-cause mortality or the main secondary endpoint. In fact, you were much, much better off if you had a first heart failure event being randomized to the beta-gamma agonist in this extent. And of course, it's a complex situation. We all know insulin resistance is a driver of heart failure. There are very compelling amount of evidence that with more advanced heart failure, you have more advanced insulin resistance. There are prospective trials looking at insulin resistance as a predictor of fat, and clearly that's an established fact. And of course, it's puzzling why we saw then the increased heart failure with pioglitazone in the corrective trial. Now, meanwhile, we all know we have to really do the cardiovascular outcome trials. And this was the unexpected thing with saxagliptin in Saber-Timmy, that we ended up with a 27% increase of heart failure events, and clearly neutral with sitagliptin, tepros, linagliptin, and carmelina. And then the striking and at first also unexpected reduction of heart failure events with all the SGLT2 inhibitors, and this really has conquered the world of medicine, including cardiologists who are now going to treat people even without diabetes with those drugs, but preventing heart failure. And down here we can see with insulin, this is proactive, as mentioned, much less risk as compared to rosiglitazone in the RECORD trial. So we have learned to do the cardiovascular outcome trials, and we have also learned that these drugs, most of them have effects on renal sodium reabsorption. Well, of course, we rediscovered this with the SGLT2 inhibitors, but also insulin stimulates proximal and distal sodium reabsorption. There are several systems like the INAC system of a number of ATPases, and so these are similar effects as also with glitazones or beta-gamma agonists, which act on the INAC system. So there is a negative synergy between insulin and glitazones. GLP-1 seems to increase natriuresis. Sorry, this was too quick. And mixed results. I'm not going into this. We can discuss this with the DPP-4 inhibitor. There are some benefits actually in terms of increased sodium excretion, but other actions which really counteract this. So what happened then in the corrective trial? And that's really interesting. After the first congestive heart failure event, looking at survival. So if you are randomized on pioglitazone but not on insulin, this was clearly the best option and benefit of outcome as compared to pio on insulin, as compared to placebo, no insulin. So better than placebo and placebo insulin. So it's very likely that the concomitant insulin therapy actually was driving the effects in the corrective trial. So, in fact, there is excellent pathophysiological proof that drugs like pioglitazone improve left ventricular diastolic function in subjects with diabetes. These were euglycemic insulin clamps in a randomized trial, 12 type 2 diabetes with 12 with normal glucose tolerance. You get metabolic effects, including blood pressure you would expect, and by improved whole body and myocardial infarction, insulin sensitivity, left diastolic function, and systolic function. And this is what we are looking here.
So insulin sensitivity, the glucose infusion rate, and this is the mean glucose uptake into the heart muscle. And you see with pioglitazone that you, of course, increase glucose uptake into the cardiac muscle along with a better systolic function, and this is the maximal filling here. And this shows diastolic function is clearly related. If you reduce hemoglobin A1C, you improve that. This is cardiac glucose uptake, so insulin sensitivity of the heart muscle, and this is the whole body insulin sensitivity. So these are proven effects. And in fact, in this particular study, ejection fraction of the heart was improved, including also a bigger stroke volume in that. So if we compare for cardiovascular outcomes, but this is observational data, there seems to be an edge for pioglitazone favoring the use of that in people to prevent further disease. And in fact, there are mechanistic studies when you look at plaque stabilization in patients. And this was carotid ultrasound where you measure the echolucency. This is driven by the lipid content of the plaques. And you see in a very short period of time, with pipa gamma agonists, you improve this. So you reduce the lipid content and you stabilize plaques with that. And there are further mechanistic studies looking at intima media thickening and intravascular ultrasound measuring the lipid core. And this is technology for carotid intima media thickness, which has been measured the intravascular ultrasound, and you measure the lipid, the atheroma area. No matter what technology, clearly in comparison with glimepiride, we see a significant striking benefit with the pipa gamma agonist. And of course, it impacts also on the lipids, as you would expect in that. Now, I think very important, the emerging drugs like dual pipa alpha gamma agonist, and there are very useful studies looking at non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. And what we see here, these are animals studies, so there's always a caveat how this translates to humans. But insulin resistance, this is normal chow. This is then this Western diet and sweet water, and this is vehicle. You see how you reduce insulin resistance and the impact of bio and glycoside in that, and this impacts on triglycerides, the liver enzymes. Look, this is the indication of healthier fat in the liver. Total cholesterol, you find some reduction of normalization with glycoside and an increase of non-HDL with this fatty diet and sweet water. Little effect with pioglitazone, but with glycoside. And this is histology. This is the regular child. This is what it should be. This is vehicle. You see how you render the liver full of lipid droplets. Some improvement with prior, but even more with glycoside. So that's a very important finding, as fatty liver disease seems to be a very strong driver also of cardiovascular disease, a modifier and amplifier for the risk of cardiovascular disease. Now, when we measured more quantitative forms, there have histology, you also see on lobular inflammation in the liver, which is of course a precursor also of liver carcinoma, then also some benefits with pioglitazone, but more striking with the dual agonist. However, we all remember that the first of this dual pipa alpha gamma agonist made a big splash, and actually there was increase of death and largely also due to heart failure events in this case. So it's important that we know what long-term the outcomes are. And there's actually one with another dual alpha-gamma agonist. And you see the trial was prematurely terminated because of recommendation of the safety monitoring board and futility of benefits. Was a very well done study. You see a trend for the primary outcome with the active compound here, but non-significant. The rates of serious events and what you would expect here. And this was a new thing, GI hemorrhages and also renal dysfunction. This comes probably from the alpha component. Here we know similar things also with fibrates. This is transient, reversible, but something to be taken into account. Now, if you look at the primary outcome, you see this was non-significant, but there were some favorable signs like hospitalization for unstable angina and unplanned coronary revascularization, which clearly are compatible with benefits. Now, if you look at the metabolic parameters, yes, glycated hemoglobin came down. HDL was highly increased, triglycerides reduced, but there was also an LDL effect. So it could be that there is a complex interplay between the various components of this duo. So we need to really go for the data, and actually there are some just published here comparing glucose efficacy, but also finding triglycerides, LDL-C, VLC, total cholesterol, and non-HDL cholesterol was significantly reduced and HDL was increased. So, but the message is it would be very, very helpful at least to do good registries to monitor cardiovascular outcomes in this result, which are not really published in this trial. So where is the place in the guidelines? And this will be very brief. Those drugs are very helpful for early combination therapy, maximizing efficacy in glucose lowering, but also minimizing side effects. And in fact, there is combination studies with incretin-based therapy. You see that you get more of the insulin component and reduce the insulin resistance. And if you look at what happened to serum glucose, you see the benefit of the combination. And in fact, on the left down there, insulin sensitivity really goes up. This is what you would like to do. And also the beta cell glucose sensitivity is largely improved with that, and you really stimulate also insulin secretion. And perhaps if you look at this consensus documents, ADA, EASD, we have learned the first question before we start glucose lowering is look at coexisting arteriosclerotic cardiovascular disease and other things like chronic kidney disease or heart failure. Now, in fact, if it is there, then this gives an edge to the GLP-1 receptor agonist. However, if you're missing targets, then beta gamma agonists, and I've shown you the evidence that there is some reduction, and if you use them right, they're also safe in this combination. We would stay away for the other arm here, heart failure patients. So we need to monitor people for emerging heart failure. This is a regular thing, dealing with people with diabetes, but this is not the indication for a combination with that. And this scenario of compelling need to minimize hypoglycemia, beta gamma agonists are very useful, and also in terms of cost efficacy, there are very useful drugs here. Now, the ACE recommendation 2020 have done now the same thing, that they go first to differentiate coexisting atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. What I like here is that they consider, according to the A1C, monotherapy, dual therapy, triple therapy, or other actions. And in that, they also give you the option in that, but when it comes to dual therapy, then those drugs are including. And I would bet in the next edition we will get more about the indication related to non-alcoholic steatosis hepatis, where you have in this combination a very durable glycemic efficacy. So I'm stopping here and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bird. And it was really a wonderful lecture on insulin resistance and the usage of thiazidinones again in practice, which it had a setback in recent years, and again it's coming back into practice. So I think please stand by for question answers. Now we have the last speaker in this session. Is none other than one of our brilliant sons of India, that is Professor Shashank Joshi, and he is the chair of IDF Southeast Asia, president of the Indian Academy of Diabetes, and also former president of API, Endocrine Society of India, RSDI, and the All India Association of Advancing Research in Obesity. And he has been honored by the government of India by awarding him with Padma Shri in 2014 in recognition of his efforts to the cause of medicine. Dr. Shashank Joshi, please deliver the lecture. Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Sadashiv Rao. And at the onset, I would like to thank Bansi for this wonderful meeting. My previous two speakers have made my job a little easy. I am supposed to assure what's happening in diabetes space as new advances in 2021. And Dr. Das started with the legacy, and Abad very nicely has covered some of the current evidences, including the ACE. What I would probably do is give you the 2021 Standards of Medical Care, which was published by the ADA, some overview of that, and something related to reversal and lifestyle. So we all know that the classification and diagnosis of diabetes essentially has remained the same. We know that type 1 diabetes, type 2 diabetes, they all are in the same bracket, so no major change. Only thing is that the LADA part of the diabetes, which is type 1.5 diabetes, currently goes into the type 1 diabetes completely. Criteria have pretty much remained the same, so no major changes. But when it comes to essentially the level of evidence and strength of recommendations for screening for prediabetes and type 2 diabetes, you can see that screening for prediabetes and type 2 diabetes should be there with informal assessment of risk factors or with valid tools in asymptomatic adults. The level of evidence and strength of recommendation is B. We first test prediabetes or type 2 diabetes in asymptomatic people at any age if they are overweight or obese with a BMI more than 23 in Asians and who have one or more additional risk factors. Strength of recommendation, level of evidence B, and testing for prediabetes or type 2 diabetes should be considered in women with overweight or obesity planning pregnancy with one or more additional risk factors for diabetes, level of evidence C. So obviously these are the criteria for testing, and these have gone through some granularity of change. And of course, criteria for prediabetes has pretty much remained the same: fasting 100 to 125 IFG, 2 hours 75 gram glucose between 140 190 IGT, and A1C between 5.7 to 6.4. GDM criteria again have remained pretty much the same, whether it is testing. Level of evidence is B for the standard first prenatal visit, screen and test, 28 to 24 to 28th week of gestation who don't have diabetes, level evidence for A, and B level of evidence that test for pre-diabetes or diabetes 4 to 12 weeks postpartum with a 75 gram glucose load, level of evidence B. And the standard Kusten counter criteria are still, Carpenter-Kusten criteria are still there: 95, 180, 155, 140, and very clearly they are there. The other focus has been prevention or delay of type 2 diabetes. And we know that the overall recommendation is to do annual monitoring for development of type 2 diabetes in those in pre-diabetes, but the level of evidence there is poor at E. Lifestyle or behavioral change for diabetes prevention, usually based on the diabetes prevention program. So refer somebody. So there is a clear-cut referral here. Level of evidence A. Refer patient with pre-diabetes to intensive lifestyle behavioral change program modeled to prevent diabetes. The diabetes prevent on program to achieve an A1C of 7% loss of weight and increase physical activity to moderate to intensity at least for 150 minutes per week. So this is a level A evidence, and that's what I'm going to talk, that if you integrate them into a program which can do that, it can make a lot of difference. The second thing which has been highlighted here is a variety of eating patterns can be considered to prevent diabetes in individuals with pre-diabetes. Level of evidence B. Continuing the lifestyle behavior change for diabetes prevention based on patient preference. They have actually allowed certified technology assist diabetes prevention programs to be effective in preventing type 2 diabetes and should be considered. And I'll show you a technological assisted program a little later with level of evidence B. Given the cost effectiveness of lifestyle behavior intervention programs in diabetes prevention, where the level of evidence is A, such diabetes prevention programs should be covered by reimbursement, level of evidence B. Metformin, of course, still stands out, and particularly if the BMI is above 35, age above 60, and women with pre-GDM, clearly metformin is there. Level of evidence is A for metformin. Despite of all the hoopla around SGLT2 inhibitors, metformin still has a level of evidence, particularly if you have BMI above 35, age more than 60, or woman with pre-GDM. But metformin is a level of evidence B, and do a B12, particularly in those who have anemia or peripheral neuropathy. Then obviously comprehensive medical evaluation and assessment of pre-morbidities. The goals of CASE have pretty much remained the same. They have continued the same circle of care with the smart management plan of specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-related plan. And obviously, if you look at the various histories, including diabetic history, family history, personal history, interval history, behavioral factors, medications, and vaccinations, which are now going to be very popular in the post-COVID era. And technology use has come as a big thing now. Assess the use of health apps, online education, patient portals, use glucose monitoring techniques, and use that data in a more meaningful way, and of course, pumps and setting for use. The other thing which is important now in diabetes is not just behavior, not just medicines and vaccinations, not just technology, but social life assessment. So look at social support, look at identify the surrogate decision maker and advanced care plan, because often we see that maybe the person living with diabetes may not be the primary decision maker, and identify social determinants of health like food security, housing stability, homelessness, transport access, financial security, and community safety. Physical examination is still the key, so are the labs, and labs evaluation including one liver function test. MNT still has a very high level of evidence. Sending them to a good RD works, whether it's type 1, type 2, pre-diabetes or GDM. The diabetes medical nutrition therapy is cost effective. Level of evidence B, outcome oriented for A1C, weight loss, and decreased lipids A, and obviously should be reimbursed. And the energy content must come down, and weight loss is recommended. Level of evidence A. Eating patterns need modulation. Distribute the calories with carb, fats, and proteins, the macro plans. Then we go to the eating patterns, and then each of them needs some modulation, whether it is the carbs, whether it's overall carbs coming down, whether it's with flexible insulin therapy, whether it's fixed dose insulin therapy, and obviously to replace sugar sweetened beverages with the sweeteners. Proteins need to be up, dietary fat needs to be modulated, micronutrients and herbs have a role, including you can see aloe vera, cinnamon, chromium, vitamin D coming in the ADA guidelines, though the dietary supplementation does not have any level of evidence. So clearly you can see that there is very clear granularity. Alcohol has a big space there. Adults with diabetes who drink alcohol should do so in moderation, not more than 1 drink in adult women and more than 2 drinks in adult men. And the level of evidence is C. And clearly look and watch out for hypoglycemia. Sodium consumption needs to be restricted. Non-nutritive sweeteners are there. Glycemic targets of A1C more than twice a year. Level of evidence E, and otherwise recently who don't meet goals. Individualized targets still remain. Hypoclassification level 1, 70 to 54, level 2, less than 54, level 3, serious event where mental or physical status is altered. Obesity again has a lot of emphasis on a drastic weight loss and level A evidence for reduction and high frequency counseling, more than 16 sessions over 6 months. So that's really the key which is there in the modern plans of weight loss with diabetes. And you can see that motivation, lifestyle circumstances, behavior is a big thing. And so is the short term VLCD, which is the direct trial diet for reversal in carefully selected patients with trained practitioners with lot of close monitoring can lead to actually even reversal of diabetes. So clearly you can see that obesity in diabetes also has pharmacotherapy, and they can have the levels of evidence, and all the obesity medications are there. And when it comes to pharmacological therapy, the ADA is very clear, metformin is still level A evidence. If it is not tolerated, not contraindicated, including insulin can be added. Early combination has been given level A preference, and insulin should be used if there is catabolism, if there is A1C about 10% or glucose about 300. So clearly you can see a need for insulin coming up earlier. It's all patient-centric, where cardiorenal choices, hypoglycemia, impact of weight, cost, risk, side effects, patient preferences go up right up the order. And in that pecking order, as Abad said, SGLT2 inhibitors or GLP-1 receptor agents have gone up the pecking order there. So this is how all the agents look like. I don't want to go into that because I'm sure all of you all will discuss that during the meeting. And of course, cardiovascular risk assessment. Don't forget your blood pressure target. Don't forget your atherosclerotic vascular risk target. And they all have level A evidence. So clearly, you can see that if you treat glucose aggressively, treat blood pressure equally aggressively, and try to treat it to a goal, particularly with ACE or ARB as a first line, particularly in patients which are there, and then add more agents. So clear-cut directions on antihypertensive agents. In fact, they have a very nice graph on antihypertensive agents with confirmed hypertension. Step 1, step 2, less than 160 over 100, but above 140, 90, start a single agent. If there's albuminuria or coronary artery disease, start with ACE on ARB. If there is no albuminuria or coronary artery disease, you can pretty much start diabetic, calcium channel blocker, ACE or ARB. If, however, the initial blood pressure is 160 or 100, start with 2 agents. If there's albuminuria or CAD, it's ACE or ARB with a CCB or a diuretic. Otherwise, take 2 out of 3 options. Clearly, blood pressure recommendations have got more and more aggressive, and we can see more and more of them. There's also an algorithm which is added in the new guidelines, which is for new onset diabetes in the youth with overweight and obesity. So if somebody is young patient, walks in with overweight and obesity, look for acidosis, DK or HHNK, then start them on insulin right away and screen them for pancreatic autoantibodies. All young patients with new onset should be screened for pancreatic autoantibodies and C-peptide. If the A1C is more than 8.5 and there is no acidosis, with or without ketosis, you can still look at metformin or basal insulin. And if it is less than 8.5, no acidosis, no ketosis, then only you look at metformin as an option. Pregnancy and diabetes, again, glycemic targets are better oriented, and we all know the targets very well, and lifestyle is the first. So I think I'll stop there as far as the ADA criteria are concerned, and give you the next 5 minutes on where are we headed in diabetes today in 2021. We are all going to see something called as DBCD. Whatever we see today in the metabolic space is dysglycemia-based chronic disease, which means that dysglycemia is equal to insulin resistance, prediabetes, and type 2 diabetes. And clearly, when we say that, the first stage of DBCD is molecular. It is insulin resistance. And here you can do primordial or primary prevention. The second stage is biochemical, where there is a cardiometabolic risk. 2A is low risk, 2B is high risk. It's primary and secondary prevention. It's the pre-diabetes phase. The stage 3 is biochemical disease, where we can do secondary and tertiary prevention. And it's basically overt type 2 diabetes. And stage 4 is vascular complications, mild, moderate, and severe, where we can do tertiary complications. And we can also have another term there which comes up, which is CMB, CD, or IR, which is very useful. That is obesity, insulin resistance, metabolic syndrome, and type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular disease with complications. So clearly we now know that based on the staging of the disease, whether it is DBCD or ABCD, it is at risk, pre-disease, disease, and complications. And we need to intervene at each of these stages with lifestyle. So can we integrate lifestyle, medicine? Can we use computers? Can we use artificial intelligence? Yes. You can actually create a digital twin. You can learn it by computer, look at signals of health, look at signals of emotions and happiness, and look at treatment issues, and devise a reversal of chronic disease program with precision nutrition, sleep, activity, medicine, and insights. And actually, if you use some of these programs, you can actually reverse this disease. This is a twin health program. Dr. Bansi Sabu uses this very aggressively, where you can reverse diabetes, hypertension, dyslipidemia, obesity, kidney disease, liver, pancreatic beta cells, and so on and so forth, including inflammation. What does it do? It uses CGM and predicts the food metabolic response, which is unique for each patient, and tries to give you a pattern recognition which improves over time. It not only just looks at food, but it looks at what food, what meal, what combo, how often, and gives a suggestion how to accurately predict the taste preferences, which food to do. So what it does is it has sensors around an individual, which is guided by a coach under supervision of a doctor, where you have a CGM, blood pressure 24 hours, ketone body scale, Fitbit. All the blood works are done. The food activity is plotted. The heart markers are plotted. The muscle mass and the lean body mass and the fat mass, sleep, all of them is calculated. And nutrition is broken down into macro, micro, and even the gut microbiota. And all this through continuous machine learning, they are recognizing, the computer and big data is recognizing what that particular human being has, and then giving signals to the coach that what changes should be made, so that the advice to nutrition is precise in terms of macronutrient, in terms of micronutrients, in terms of gut microbiota, sleep, as well as the need for less medicines and insights of emotional health and happiness. So obviously you can really create various tools which we have now, which we can use very effectively, whether it's CGM, blood pressure monitor, ketone monitor, smart scale, Fitbit, Apple Watch, and an app, and use these sensory readings to actually get into a precision-based, diabetes treatment, where we pick up sensor readings, member logs, blood reports, and use artificial intelligence and machine learning and adapt to the nutritional databases and medicinal databases to get an individually curated nutrition, medicine, and lifestyle plan. And that's going to be the next future. It's digital diabetes care, but nothing can substitute prevention. We need to still eat less, eat on time, eat in the morning, eat right, walk more, sleep well, and sleep on time, and smile. So obviously, my only message again today to you is we are entering 2021 with new normal, in a digital normal. We need to do digital detox, but we can use a lot of digitalization to manage diabetes. We are in an era of digital diabetes care. We have a lot of new guidelines which are highly evidence-based, like the ADA 2021 guideline. And I hope what you listened, you will learn. What you learned, you will adapt, and you will sleep well today. And a happy 2021 to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shashank. It was really a wonderful lecture, hearing you again on, especially in precision medicine and the artificial medicine, artificial intelligence, and how both you combine, and how we can use it in our practice. I think we can go ahead with the question and answer sessions. Yeah, we have several questions in the chat box.
Dr. Ashok, you have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I have a question from Dr. Binod Mittal. Does legacy effect helps macrovascular complications as well? Can I go ahead with the chairman's permission, sir? So that's it.
Yes, sir.
Sir, I think this is a very, very significant question Binod has asked. My answer, the short and long answer is yes, it has the effect on the macrovascular complications. But the time it takes to manifest that is little longer than the microvascular complications. Number one, point number two, this has been evident in the UKPTS original trial, but is more evident when it was extended to 10.8, 16.8 years and beyond. It was more evident. Third point I'll hasten to add is that it is also believed that the macrovascular disease is not only a derivative of the glycemic control. One has to here also establish control of the other parameter, which I showed in one of my slides, that the lipid control, the blood pressure control, whatever the other controls are equally important. Therefore, it is also believed that the macrovascular complications do come down if one has a total not only glucocentric but vascular glucocentric control. So that is the answer, Vinod, and that is what the current level of evidence establishes. I have another question, Sir Sivrao. Is very
Yes, sir.
significant question again. The
Yeah.
question is very significant. To cash on legacy effect. I think it is Bansi's language. To cash on legacy effect, should all the freshly detected diabetes mellitus patients should be put on intensive insulin therapy for at least 6 months? I'll be very brief. The answer is no. Because we know type 2 diabetes, as Shashank just now described, Dr. Stangl also described, is not a single disease. It is a heterogeneous disease, and with the at least four clusters being described by Mohan today, we know that there is only one group which is insulin deficient. Therefore, the answer to your question that whether 6 months, the answer is possibly no. It can be given to the people who are younger, people who have no family history of diabetes, which is almost certain in type 2 diabetes, and those BMI are less than 21.5. Standard will be astonished. From the Indian standard point, they are lean. If you give them this insulin, it has been shown by some investigators in Japan and some investigators in India. I like to add Dr. Shah, my friend from Hyderabad, Dr. Shesha, my teacher from Chennai. Both are my seniors. They have shown that if you give early insulin, there is a remission of quote unquote type 2 diabetes. But having said that, I will say that even in the original UKPDS trial, the treatment was metformin plus insulin. Am I correct? Even in the continuation trial, insulin was a part of therapy, where 2 drugs did not contain, or the inaugural blood glucose and HbA1c was above 9. So the answer to your question that the evidences to put everybody on insulin in the beginning to give the benefit of legacy effect is not yet established. In small subset of patients is established not only legacy effect to remission, but in the majority of the type 2 diabetic patients, to establish good control, we need insulin at the beginning if the HbA1c is above 9. And in some patients who do not get control with metformin, SU or whatever you are using, insulin indicated. So answer is again yes, that insulin is one more evidence or tool in the arm for the legacy effect. Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful questions.
Thank you, Dr. A.K. Das. And one more thing, I have a question for you. For some people who actually who have an initiate towards the insulin, especially the patients, they don't want insulin.
Yes.
That time, I think we have to use the initial combination therapy. Does it do well?
Absolutely. I think you have hit the bullseye, Sadasivji. Initial combination therapy is as good as giving insulin, because the slogan is by hook or by crook. By hook and crook, establish HbA1c 6.5 to 7 in the first year. Now, insulin has some added benefits, which already we have discussed: anti-metabolic, anti-inflammatory, but it is also useful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we have a question here for Dr. Ebert Scandal. What factors decide where fat will be deposited? This is a question from Dr. Vinod. What factors decide where fat will be deposited?
Well, this is also a complex situation. Clearly, there are a lot of genes involved, especially regulating lipid metabolism. And one of the things, clearly also genetic defects. There are also differences between Asians, Europeans, and other ethnic groups, that some tend to dispose extra calories more in the ectopic segment than it's a more regular subcutaneous segment. But it always is a question of excess calories. So this is, Dr. Shashank really beautifully pointed out, this is the key thing, the basics of lifestyle management in that. And so the other aspect, and this is a new development, that during gestation, that gestational diabetes has an impact on brain insulin resistance. So this is really some epigenetic impact during pregnancy on the offspring of mothers with gestational diabetes. And brain insulin resistance regulates also peripheral tissues, including liver. So this is probably one of the acquired components, while some people tend to dispose more exocalories in the ectopic fat compartment, also including the epicardium, that you really have very close to your heart, and then you have some local impact of this ectopic fat on the myocardium. But these are things you can't change in retrospect. You have to know and to prevent and really diagnose and treat gestational diabetes. And I think it has become a little bit under-recognized how effective addressing insulin resistance also using drugs can be. And I think this is also very important to keep in mind that combination of this beta-gamma agonist are very helpful, even in combination with GLP-1 receptor agonists. There are also studies running on NASH with GLP-1 receptor agonists in that. So it might end up that the combination really is the most effective to get rid of the ectopic fat in the liver.
Yeah, Dr. Stanil, thank you. And we have one more question. Is beta cell dysfunction always a consequence, or is it preceded by insulin resistance, or it has other mechanisms as well? Because we understand that lean type 2 diabetes have dominant beta cell dysfunction over the other. From Amit.
Is that me?
Yeah, is the beta cell dysfunction always a consequence, or is it preceded by insulin resistance?
Well, of course, there have been long-term studies in really measuring insulin secretion and insulin resistance in people at the stage of pre-diabetes. And it's always the $1 million question: what really comes first, development of insulin resistance or some disorder, delayed insulin secretion? And but clearly, insulin resistance as such can be found very early on in most people with a genetic background of developing type 2 diabetes, including, as I said, offspring of mothers with gestational diabetes. They very early during childhood have proven insulin resistance before they develop any glucose or dysglycemia.
Yeah, thank you, sir. And now I think a question to Dr. Shashank Joshi. Yeah, Shashank has always been talking about reversal of diabetes in most of the forums, and he's always very emphasizing on the lifestyle modification. I think in a country like ours, wherein most of the people tend to take more of calories, especially carbohydrates, I think we healthcare providers should emphasize on the lifestyle modifications and also try to educate or counsel the patients towards that. So, Shashank, do you have any other? You're actually a model of artificial intelligence. These things were really good. I really liked it. I think Bansi can share it with all the people.
So, Dr. Sadashiv Rao, two things. Yeah. One, lifestyle is very easy to recommend, very tough to follow. So, the problem is that, main reason we get type 2 diabetes is because we don't follow lifestyle. So, to discipline yourself, sometimes you have to use technology, motivation, counseling, hand-holding. And if you do that early and hit early, then you may not need to take medication. So, I think the first thing is cut the calories. Drastically, the lower the calories, you don't need to cut your stomach to reverse diabetes. You can do it just by eating less. You just need to be a little more logical, but it has to be sustained. See, the point is that VLCD diet of Bob Roy Taylor is very tough to sustain. And therefore, you need sometimes to use innovative technology like Twin, etc., which is worth it. Because lifestyle, if you intervene and you reverse diabetes early, you don't have over disease. Most people fail. And even after you have got diabetes, you can still continue doing lifestyle and chop off patients of insulin, chop off patients on a couple of drugs. So it is not that you should give up. No drug works if your lifestyle is improper. There's no point if you're going to eat sweets and pump yourself with 100 to 115 units of insulin per day. So I think type 1 diabetes is totally separate, but type 2 diabetes is all lifestyle, lifestyle, and lifestyle. And I think, in the first 2 decades of a diabetic's life, you can reverse it. You can really make efforts to reduce the need of medications, the number of medications, prevent complications. So you can actually, structure on the natural history. And then you have very good molecules. Like I'm very happy that Ebert talked about pioglitazone, because pioglitazone is a forgotten molecule, but it's actually the molecule which actually looks at the pathophysiology of insulin resistance. As I told you, whatever we see in the cardiometabolic space is all about insulin resistance. And metformin only works very limited on the liver. If you look at on the muscle, on the fat, it's basically pioglitazone which works. We have unfairly discarded it. And I think it's still a molecule in the early treatment space. And it's very robust. And if you use metformin, glitazone, and SGLT2 inhibitor in somebody with A1C of 9% or 8.5%, it's good enough. I don't agree with Dr. Das that we should start insulin at 9%. I think even now the ADA says start it at 10% in catabolic patients who have osmotic symptoms, or if the random glucose is above.
Yeah.
So if they
agree.
Catabolic symptoms, they're asymptomatic, they are at 9%. You can give 2 or 3 drugs and you can get them back to normal glucose tolerance. So I think, Sadashiv, we need motivation, we need a lot of conviction, and we need to make a change, because you see, this is much more cheaper to treat with drugs or lifestyle. If we have to go to complications, the cost of complications is far more than cost of treating diabetes. So even some of these new agents which we use, like SGLT2s, GLP-1s, and the old agents which are very good, like a glitazone or a metformin, if you combine them in a very correct matrix with appropriate evidences in that individual care, I think you can get a lot of good results. So I think we are in good times, but we are in bad times. We need to control our behavior, and I think we can make a switch.
I think, Sasank, I have one question to ask. You told about the DBCD and CMBCD, which is a beautiful concept, which is 21 will take it over. Now, just tell me that how to clinically apply that. You said 2 things about the nutrition thing you said in relation to DBCD, dysglycemia-based chronic disease, and something about the CMBCD. So what is the clinical practical message that you like to give on these 2 aspects of new things, and a little bit on the metabolic inflexibility? Sorry for asking a loaded question.
So I think what you are asking me is, are there clinically actionable points in prediabetes?
Yeah, DBCD and CMBCD.
When you are seeing a pre-diabetic, actually you're sitting on a time bomb. And in that, if there is a cardiovascular risk, and you don't address that cardiovascular risk with a clinically actionable point, whether it is lifestyle, whether it's statin, whether it's ACE or ARB, you are actually going to land up with complications. We don't want our type 2 diabetic landing up with a heart attack, with a renal disease. And we are seeing that. You see, if you see the data from Mohan studies and various other studies which have been published from India, we are seeing that we see people, when you diagnose, we see them 7 to 10 years late. We see them as their first complaint as acute myocardial infarction or a cardiovascular event or a renal event. If we address during the dysglycemic phase or the pre-diabetic phase and look at cardiovascular risk, then you can have a clinically actionable point. And that grows down to this new concept we say of metabolic flexibility. When your metabolism is in the intermediate stage, in the pre-diabetic stage, you can intervene. When it is in the overt stage, it is difficult to intervene. And when it is already overt, then our whole focus is to prevent vascular complications. Unfortunately, we see people when they come to us, and because we are in tertiary care, with complications. And then we are trying to reverse the trend. Idea is to catch them early in the dysglycemic phase and identify in that cohort. You see, the average Caucasian takes 10 years to swim from pre-diabetes to diabetes.
We take much earlier.
Average Asian Indian takes a year and a half. So we have a malignant transformation of pre-diabetes to diabetes, only 1.5 to 2 years. And that is why we need to get very aggressive on the clinically actionable points on the cardiometabolic risk. And that is why this DBCD concept is more applicable for India, not compared to say Europe or United States. Because also remember, they are huge, but they are very physically active. They are more regulated on their diet. And as I said, they have a larger obese population, but they have, because they have extra fat in their body, they don't deposit ectopic fat. They are born with more fat cells. We have limited number of fat cells, and then we keep on depositing it in the ectopic side. So that actually causes a lot of problems. So we need to hit hard and hit early.
Thank you. Thank you. I think time is up. So that's
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Das, Dr. Ebert, and Dr. Shashank Joshi. Really, Dr. Bansi has conceived on this idea of a pulse of wisdom from the masters, and really we had a lot of new inputs from them, and I think it would be very helpful in practice to most of our clinicians. And pulse of wisdom session is really I think, wonderful session. Thank you very much, Bansi, for having me on this session, and I hand over this thing to Vidisha.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Really great session, Dr. Ashok Das, Dr. Shashank Joshi, and Dr. Abraham. So it was really great. Now, Vidisha, you can take over.
Yes, thank you so much. And thank you so much. Hello?
Yes, we're listening.
Yes. Thank you so much to all the speakers and the chairperson for the amazing and the interactive session. And before we move on to the next session, and I hand over to our rapporteur, Dr. Hina Goswami. Before that, I would like and request the IT team to run the industrial slide, please. Okay, thank you so much. And now I hand over to Dr. Hina Goswami.
Hello.
Yes, Dr. Hina.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. I'm Dr. Hina Goswami. I'm going to first introduce Dr. Tejas Kamath. He is an MD, endocrinologist, practicing in Goa. He is my immediate junior, and we have been studying together in Leelavati Hospital, both of us, under Dr. Shashank Joshi, sir. And he's a very renowned endocrinologist, very young and dynamic person working in Goa, very well-known face in Goa, Dr. Tejas Kamath. And Dr. Jitendra Nagar, he is from Shah. Just a minute.
So Dr. Jitendra Nagar is from North.
Nagar is a consultant. Yeah, he's a consultant diabetologist, junior secretary, RSSJ Gujarat chapter, organizing secretary, DIACON 2015. Organizing Secretary, RSSJ Rajasthan Chapter 2016, Organizing Chairman, RSSJ Gujarat 2019. This is Dr. Rajesh Jitendra Nagar, MD, Consultant Diabetologist. Thank you.
So
over to you, sir.
Tejas and Dr. Jitendra Nagar for next session. Very important, what every clinician should know. So over to Dr. Tejas to introduce Professor Dr. Mangesh Tiwaskar.
Very good evening, everyone. Thanks for inviting me, Dr. Bansi Saboo sir, for this excellent conference. We have a very interesting symposium coming up, what every clinician should know. And to start the opening batsman, we have a very excellent and renowned speaker from Bombay, Dr. Mangesh Tiwaskar. Dr. Tiwaskar will be talking on harness your EMR for data analysis and for telecommunication, a very interesting and challenging topic. Dr. Mangesh Tiwaskar, I am sure all of you all have heard about him in the past, but it's my duty to introduce him. He's a gold medalist, MD Medicine, MBBS Biochemistry, Microbiology and Pathology, Honorary General Secretary, National API, ICP and PRF, on Editorial Board of JAPI, Medicine Updates and IJD. He's on the governing body of West Zone representative of ACP India chapter. Is also the guest editor of Insulite Journal, World Journal of Anemia. He has delivered more than 1,000 lectures at national and international conferences and has multiple chapters, publications and posters to his credit, as well as write-ups in textbook and peer-reviewed journals, and also on international platforms. He is MRCP examiner for Royal College of Physicians, UK. It's my honor to and my privilege to introduce you, sir. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for those kind words of introduction. Thank you, Dr. Bansi, Dr. Hardik, and the entire team DICON for giving me this opportunity to talk to you about something very important in the current day-to-day, that is telemedicine, especially harnessing your EMR data to practice safe telemedication. So in next 15 or 20 minutes, I'll try and cover the current reality of the telemedicine in India and what are the future possible scopes. Thank you, friends, for joining us on this unique adventure. And I wish you all a very Merry Christmas and a very Happy New Year. Now, this is a current reality of the telemedication, and this is an Outlook 2019 publication, which says that India's telemedicine market is growing immensely, and it is impacting the international economy in the terms of growth rate, revenue, market share, and size. And mostly in India, it is making a value. Now, what are the aims of the telemedications and virtual consults? We all know that it provides the quality of healthcare, not only to the specific people, but across the borders. So it has broken the borders, the barriers of the borders. It facilitates the healthcare to privileged as well as underprivileged population, especially those people, those who are at distance. They may not reach to the cities or the, I would say, the big hospitals or the specialists so easily. It also is cheaper option. It provides a faster and a better way of communication for the treatment. And the follow-ups are very easy, especially the follow-ups, the appointments with the experts are very easy. It is easier to store records for the medical legal purposes and other purposes as well. And especially for the remote geographical places, it becomes a good choice for the consult. We all are aware that WHO recommends the doctor population ratio to be 1 in every 1,000 population. But unfortunately, the current doctor population in India is 0.62,000. And we have to understand that training new healthcare providers or the physicians is not only a daunting task economically, but time-wise, it's a long time investment. So in this current COVID scenario, it becomes pivotal that this deficit needs to be addressed effectively. And one of the classical modes is by practicing telemedicine. So what actually telemedicine? Telemedicine is a part of a whole telehealth concept. Now, what is this telehealth concept? It has, three distinct areas: telemonitoring, telemedicine, and teleeducation. And then we have got subsets which are important for us. Let's talk a bit about today teleconsult, telediagnosis, and teletreatment. We all know that telemedication means healing from the distance. And WHO has adopted few of the descriptions of the telemedicine, that it is being a delivery of healthcare services, where what we mean is telehealth or telehealing is that the distance is a critical factor. And it can be practiced by all the healthcare professionals using a good information and communication technologies in exchange of valid information for diagnosis, treatment, prevention of the diseases, injuries, and the research and evaluations and the treatment options. It also helps to continue the medical education to healthcare providers, those who are interested in advancing the telehealth to the individuals and their communities. Now, what we do currently is what we call it as virtual consult. And virtual consult is a continuous process of getting medical opinion without visiting the specialist in person. This is the only difference actually between an actual consult and a virtual consult. And this allows physician to start interacting with the patients, either to the patients or also with the other physician or the other specialist. So in between the specialists also, there can be a virtual consultation. There are 5 different basic types of telemedicine that we know. First is, first part is according to the timing of the information transmitted. First is real-time or synchronized telemedicine, where you actually are in direct contact with the patient or the specialist in real time, and it's in a live transfer of information. Then there is a store and forward, or there can be what we call it as an asynchronized telemedicine, where the data is sent to the specialist, and then the specialist stores it, reads it, and at his or her own leisure time responds to it and sends it back to the consumer. That becomes a asynchronous telemedicine. And then, of course, there could be a remote monitoring type of telemedicine, what the patients they usually do, and what we call it as by wearing the gadgets or doing an using the different ways of monitoring, self-monitoring, like blood pressure monitoring or blood glucose monitoring or blood ketone monitoring, all those things. Then there is a part which is according to the interaction between the individuals which are involved. So it can be between the healthcare professional and healthcare professional. And also it can be between healthcare professional and the patient as being a consumer. Now there are various ways of offering telemedicine. Like we do it on telephonic consults, on different chat modes, on social medias like WhatsApp, Telegram, SMS, emails, Facebook, Instagram, so many others. Then there are dedicated softwares and platforms for telemedicine which are also available. Video consults are also possible. And the advantage is this, that it provides a platform to have a facility to store the proper full-fledged medical information, including records, images, results of the investigations, teleconsultations provided, the data retrieved, with a recording even of a actual dialogue between the consumer and the healthcare provider. Everything is possible by doing telemedicine practice. So there are different ways and types of telemedication. This is on the Government of India website. We all are aware of it. Now, what are the applications of telemedication? As we have known that it can be used for educational purposes, it can be used for healthcare delivery, and it can be used for healthcare management. Educational, like teleeducation, teleconferencing, or teleproctoring, especially distant training of the surgeons, distant training of the the peripheral healthcare providers, or even the community health workers. That is very easily possible. Healthcare delivery in the schools, in the correction facilities, or in the prisons, mobile healthcare clinics, shipping and transportation, industrial health. All these are healthcare delivery facilities which can be given and very effectively provided by telemedicine. And of course, there could be a specialty consult, home consult, diagnostic services like teleradiology. Patients can avail this facility of home radiology or teleradiology or teleendoscopy sometimes. It can be also important for improving the community health. So telemedication can be offered at the community level as well, like screening of the diseases or disaster management. Now, who can practice telemedicine? All the registered medical practitioners under the Indian Medical Council Act 1956 can practice telemedicine provided they qualify the prerequisites. So now you'll ask me, what are the prerequisites? MCI is currently in a process of developing, I would say, an online telemedication course to ensure the uniformity of the telemedicine practice. Now, once this course is developed, it will be mandatory for all the registered medical practitioners to take this course within the 3 years of its notification. And it will be compulsory for the RMP who wishes to teleconsult to have taken this course. As on date, RMPs can teleconsult provided that they follow the guidelines which are there on the healthcare portal of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. There are a few pros of telemedicine. What are the pros or advantages? We all have discussed about it, that it gives access to the healthcare services in remote areas. They are very, very important to empower patients, especially to access the specialist, those who are staying, those who are away from their geographical areas. They provide an opportunity to reduce the healthcare spending, even the spending on travels and the consultation fees as well, or the time which is taken, which saves the time of the patient as well as the caregiver. And at one time, he can consult different specialties. It is easier for him or her to consult and access different specialties irrespective of their location. So the patient can still sit at home and consult different specialists at one time. Patients can engage their HCPs more frequently, so they can consult them more, they can talk to them more frequently, which improves the doctor-patient relationship also. And the follow-up can be better. But overall, remember that telemedication has got a huge potential to provide a better service care for the masses. But then there are some disadvantages. Now, what are the disadvantages? We have to understand it, that it will definitely require some infrastructure and tech savviness. So it will require a technical training. It reduces the direct interaction. Sometimes the touch and the face-to-face consult is missing, which is very important sometimes. Telemedication currently is not standardized. So everybody practices as or he or she understands. It does not include, it is not included currently in the medical curriculum for the training of the upcoming doctors and upcoming medical specialties. So that is the reason why there is a lot of ambiguity regarding the responsibilities, negligence, privacy policies, confidentiality, security of the patient information, treatment options, everything. There are no clarities currently available for the medico-legal challenges and medico-legal issues. There are few, but then they are not too clear. And most importantly, currently telemedication is not a reimbursable situation. So point to note that there are all these points which are discussed on the Ministry of Family and Health Welfare and Department of Health Information Technology. And the government of India has already started utilizing these challenges. So the legal, what are the medico-legal challenges which are going, likely to be there with the medication, especially the telemedication, is the doctor-patient relationship challenges. So patients have to have a trust in the doctor, and the doctors also have to have trust in the patient. In a few situations, informed consent is mandatory. Ideally, informed consent is mandatory for every possible consult, but especially in this teleconsult practice, especially when the patient is unknown, or there are a few other special situations, there is a possibility that an informed consent might be mandatory. So there are possibilities of malpractice and liabilities. This has also to be important. Privacy is very important. There are a few rights of the patients according to the medical law, and all these things have been done by the medical legislation and law schools. And the laws are also available for all of us to read on the Journal of Law Health website. And of course, there are reimbursement challenges as we discussed. What are the laws in India applicable to telemedication? Telemedicine is applicable, the law which is applicable under what we call it as a law of communication and information technology. It has been recognized by the government of India. And presently the laws applicable to the telemedications in India are the laws of governing the medical profession and the information technology. But then there are few laws which are going to come up. And those laws, I'll just tell you very shortly what are those laws which are going to come. Like the Drug and Cosmetic Act 1940, the Drug and Cosmetic Rules 1945, Indian Medical Council Act 1956, Indian Medical Council Ethics and Regulation Act 2002, Clinical Establishment Act 2010. And there are laws related to the information and technology. So points to remember when you practice telemedicine is that telemedicine involves constant exchange of information between patient and the service providers. Patient's personal information, such as medical history, physiological condition, is considered to be a very sensitive data. So this needs a protection under SPDI, that is a sensitive data protection. Remember that these rules are applicable. When a corporate body collects, stores, and transfers or processes such information, certain requirements are triggered, especially the privacy requirements are triggered, and you need to be very, very careful of. Patient needs to be informed about the data transfers, especially the data being collected. And when the third parties, they collect the data, it is mandatory for them to inform the patient. And this is also needed for all the corporates to follow this rule. Few questions which are usually asked are that do I need to keep a screenshot or the record to safeguard my teleconsulting practice? Yes, it is always good to keep a logs or the screenshots of your teleconsultations with the patient. So that helps you in building your EMR, that helps you to build up your phone logs, emails. RMPs should retain certain records, reports, documents. If you have a digital platform to store, if you have software to store this data, it is always good to store in this various platforms. It is very good. Now, the other question which is commonly asked, what are the drugs which can be prescribed by the telemedicine? Usually, currently, antibiotics can be prescribed, but then it is mandated that a clear documentation of the provisional diagnosis and a reason for the prescription of that particular drug is clearly mentioned on the paper. Hence, that specific nomenclature of Schedule H drug has been avoided. But then there are certain Schedule X drugs under the Cosmetic and Narcotic Acts and the Psychotropic Drugs Substance Act. Those cannot be prescribed. And the list of all the drugs which can be prescribed and which cannot be prescribed is available on the website of MCI as well as the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Go through it. Can I prescribe remotely is a common question which is asked. Of course, that is the reason why you have telemedication as a platform. It is important that the patients are well informed and the patients, they do have got a facility to generate this prescription printout. Sometimes the digital signatures or the signatures on facsimiles and various other digitalized signature patterns can be definitely accepted. What is the future? Future is brilliant. We have currently, after Corona, the medical practice is going to be completely different. The future of telemedication is huge. But then remember that we have to be very certain about the challenges which are very, very likely to be considered before you actually practice full-fledged teleconsultation. That regulatory authority challenges, standardization of the format, proper training, accreditations, licensing of the doctors, everything will be a challenge. The standardization of the equipments and the telemedication services, telemedication laws, storage, facilities to access the data are all important for you to understand first and then practice the telemedication. So lastly, I'll end up with this classical statement by American Telemedicine Association, that telemedicine is a natural evolution of the healthcare in the digital world. We need to start learning, adopt it, learn about it, understand it, and then practice it. But that is one of the easiest way to progress in the future. Thank you very much. Wish you all the very best, and I wish you all a very Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Dr. Mangesh Tivaskar, for the excellent talk. I think we'll take up any questions if there are any during the discussion time. I hand over to my co-chair to introduce the next speaker.
I think Dr. Tejas, Dr. Jitendra Nagar is not there. You can introduce Dr. Unnikrishnan.
Okay, in that case, it would be my pleasure and honor to introduce Dr. Unnikrishnan. Dr. Unnikrishnan is an endocrinologist and CEO of Chalaram Diabetes Institute based out in Pune, and which is an IDF certified Center for Education Excellence in Diabetes Care. He heads the clinical care, clinical research, education, and also oversees philanthropic rural diabetes care program at the institute. He has published several studies and has more than 160 publications in index journals to his credit. And one of the few which I would like to mention specifically over here is that he has published the largest multi-centric study of subjects with pancreatitis and pancreatic diabetes worldwide, in addition to his other publications. He's also the former editor-in-chief and founder editor of Journal of Thyroid Research and Practice, and is executive editor of the Indian Journal of Endocrinology and Metabolism. He has received several awards to his credit. Some to mention here are Subhash Mukherjee Oration Award of the Endocrine Society of India, and Srivastava Award of RSHDI for his contribution to diabetes in India. He's also received a Jacob Memorial Prize for the Best Patient Care awarded by Christian Medical College in 1998, and Fellowship Award of the RSSD in 2017, and Dr. Sam G.P. Moses Oration Award by Diabetes Association of India in 2018. Dr. A.G. Unnikrishnan will be talking on keynotes from the UK CPRD Clinical Practice Research, the data link. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, and it's a pleasure being here. I thank Dr. Banshi Saab for the invitation and Dr. Tejas Kamath for the kind introduction. It is a pleasure to virtually meet Dr. Banshi Sabu and, of course, Dr. Tejas Kamath, whom I remember meeting in Goa many years back at a CME. So, on that note, let me talk about my presentation, which is going to be a very short presentation. I'm going to talk about some interpretations of the UK CPRD clinical practice research data link. Now, just a few words upfront. This is a real-world study on gliclazide, and it looks uh, uh, derived from a database from the United Kingdom. And my task is to introduce you to the key outcomes of the study and to also discuss what are the implications. I hope I'm visible and audible. Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So this is a study which is a real-world comparative effectiveness study of gliclazide versus sitagliptin as a second-line therapy. We know that after lifestyle modifications, the American Diabetes Association recommends metformin. Now, when metformin doesn't work, then you add on a second drug. Now, here is a study which looked at what the second drug could be. In clinical practice, it is often sulfonylurea, it's otherwise DPP4, it's otherwise SGLT2. But if you are looking at, say, a sulfonylurea like gliclazide modified release versus sitagliptin as an add-on therapy, what does this particular database reveal? And this is a recent publication, and it is from groups in both UK and France, and notably Dr. Kamlesh Kunti and Dr. Melanie Davis from the University of Leicester and the Leicester Diabetes Center, and it is a recent publication. So again, once again, the aim is to compare the effectiveness and safety of gliclazide modified release versus sitagliptin, and the primary outcome is the time taken to reach a HbA1c of less than 7%. When I present, it will be apparent that in one group, they looked at the proportion of people at each time reaching A1C below 7% and then comparing the two groups. The second is, of course, using an HbA1c cutoff of 6.5. And of course, there are several other important outcomes such as hypoglycemia, durability, and persistence. So this is how this study was conducted. They used a wide register or a database, and after a baseline period, an index date was 1st of January 2010, and the last date taken was 21st of October 2019. They took new users of gliclazide and sitagliptin, and they looked at A1C assessment, durability, persistence, and hypoglycemia. The observation period was 9 years. The main inclusion criteria was type 2 diabetes in adults already on metformin, HbA1c more than 7%, and 12 months of historical data prior to the index date. The main exclusion criteria of this publication was standard, type 1 diabetes, gestational diabetes, neonatal, etc. So this database looked at 45,534 subjects with the inclusion criteria, excluded initially 10,000 by study design, and another 3,393 were excluded because of missing data. Finally, 1,207 subjects in the gliclazide group were included, and another number 5,479 from sitagliptin. Now they did what is called a propensity matching, comparing these two for all the propensities, and then they came up with 993 on gliclazide and 993 on sitagliptin. So I'm not an expert on propensity matching, but this particular propensity matching score was used to match patients who initiated gliclazide versus who initiated sitagliptin, who did not have any missing data. And what they did was to match these patients as closely as possible without actually matching for the drug. For example, if you're comparing gliclazide and sitagliptin. You can't match for that because these two are safe. Except for everything else, they attempted to match using this matching score. So when you look at the baseline characteristics, they were pretty much similar. You can see the gender distribution, the A1C 8.5, 8.6, the diabetes duration 4.5. This very close comparison of characteristics between the glycoside group and the sitagliptin group was because of the matching that was done. And you can see very closely most of the inclusion criteria, most of the baseline characteristics matched the history of hypoglycemia before starting therapy, chronic coronary disease syndrome, blood pressure, dyslipidemia. So well matched two groups. So here is the result of the primary outcome. As I said, as this graph shows, in the y-axis you have the duration in years, and in the x-axis you have the probability that a patient would reach an HbA1c below 7%. You can see there is a rapid separation of curves as early as within, say, 3 months. And what you will also see is that there is a higher chance that higher probability of reaching an A1C below 7% in the glycoside group versus sitagliptin group of up to 35%. So once the curves had separated, people on glycoside had a higher chance of reaching an A1C below 7% when compared to sitagliptin, and this was sustained. If you look at glycoside versus sitagliptin based on ethnicity, based on baseline chronic kidney disease, based on baseline cardiovascular disease, you will see that the p-value of interaction was not significant. In other words, the results were maintained despite the presence or absence of kidney disease, regardless of the ethnicity, whether it's Southeast Asian or European, regardless of the presence or absence of cardiovascular disease, and similar with age. So just to show that these characteristics did not make a difference, except for maybe cardiovascular disease, where the p-value could be considered borderline in glycoside group, but otherwise nothing was affected. If you look at different patient subgroups, different diabetes durations, it was consistent. If you look at an A1C below 6.5%, again, 50% more people on glycoside were likely to reach a A1C below 6.5% compared to sitagliptin. Durability was similar. We've always been told that glycoside is a drug which causes beta cell failure, glimepiride causes beta cell failure, glycoside causes beta cell failure, sulfonylureas cause beta cell apoptosis and amyloid deposition, and therefore they are not durable. But you know, here durability and persistence were both similar. What is durability? Durability is the treatment duration till the metformin plus glycoside combination was stopped, switched, or a new drug added on. And if you look at persistence, it also corresponds to treatment duration regardless of add-on of another anti-diabetic drug. So whether the anti-diabetic is added on or not added on, in both ways, durability and persistence were similar. So very surprising, and this is in my mind the most surprising result, that glycoside had only a few more hypoglycemia events compared to sitagliptin. Very marginal if you look at this large number. So overall there were 20 hypoglycemia events, 15 in glycoside, 8 in sitagliptin. Severe hypoglycemia was 4 was the one. Now, how do I interpret this slide? Well, I don't think the question is glycoside better than sitagliptin? Sitagliptin doesn't produce much hypoglycemia, and we know that all sulfonylureas, glimepiride, glycoside, all produce hypoglycemia. This is just because of, this is, remember, a United Kingdom, European population, which is much more aware, take care of their events. This may not play out in a multinational study or multi-center study involving, say, a country like India. So I agree that glycoside caused more hypoglycemia, and that was shown in the study. Maybe the low number of events was overall because of a more enlightened, aware European population. Well, some reassuring data nevertheless about glycoside here. So there are a lot of advantages and limitations of this study. Uh, this study is a real world evidence. It cannot be compared to a randomized control trial like UKPDs or something like that. So as randomized trial, comparing all combinations of type 2 diabetes medications are not feasible. This is a cost-effective tool that can be used to compare effectiveness, or rather called comparative effectiveness study in electronic health record databases. Now, another limitation is the background information on metformin dose was really not well documented, and the dosage of the second index treatment was not really there in every patient. Weight and body mass index were not recorded over time. Hypoglycemic events were based on those recorded in clinical practice records and events related to hospitalization. For example, if the patient had a major hypoglycemia at home and family took care of it, that wouldn't reflect in this register, whereas it would reflect in a clinical trial because at the next visit, the specific question would be asked. But nevertheless, to our knowledge, this was the first study directly comparing real-world evidence of glycoside modified release versus sitagliptin as second line. This shows that glycoside modified release does have an important role in clinical practice, and further research on other safety outcomes and patient weight are needed to elucidate the entire risk profile of this population. So what are the clinical implications of this? Does this real world data complement the evidence of randomized controlled trials? So this is the evidence from randomized controlled trials, the GLIDE study, which compared glimepiride and gliclazide head-on. This was a randomized double-blind study of 845 patients with type 2 diabetes for 6 months. Gliclazide, when added on to metformin, was slightly better than glimepiride added on to metformin in terms of hypoglycemia. And if we were to look at, in terms of HbA1c, and if we were to look at hypoglycemia, there was a 50% reduction in hypoglycemia in gliclazide compared to glimepiride. Does this reflect what I see in my clinical practice? I agree that gliclazide and glimepiride cause more hypoglycemia when compared to, say, sitagliptin or linagliptin. But if you compare with glimepiride, I think glycoside modified release is smoother with less hypoglycemia. So you can see very similar A1C reduction. In fact, glycoside a little more A1C reduction, but with much less hypoglycemia in the glycoside group in an RCD setting. Now, this is a study which was the landmark trial. Really, there were two groups, one with intensive therapy and conventional therapy, and the well-known advanced study. And important to note that this study was not a gliclazide randomized controlled trial, but in the intensive group, they used gliclazide-based intensive therapy. What the study showed is that a gliclazide-based intensive therapy showed a better efficacy, but overall, the intensive group, the A1C came down to 6.5, whereas the control group, it came down only to 7.3, and that is expected because in the intensive group, you're going for intensive control. So no surprises there. This is not because of gliclazide or insulin. Intensive arm reached a better A1C control of 6.5%. But what the study found is that the gliclazide-based intensive regimen resulted in a significant 10% reduction in primary endpoint of major adverse cardiovascular events or microvascular events of p-value of 0.01, mainly driven by a reduction in nephropathy. So friends, intensive therapy obviously will reduce A1C, but a gliclazide-based intensive therapy by reducing nephropathy improved both microvascular and macrovascular composite events. So this was the old intensive arm of the advanced study, and the future post-trial follow-up of the advanced on study with a total follow-up of 9.9 years, showing you that the gliclazide group resulted in a 46% lowering of end-stage kidney disease. So if you see in this group here, on the x-axis, you have the follow-up duration in years. In the y-axis, you have the cumulative incidence of end-stage kidney disease. What the study showed is that with each year, you can see in the standard group, there was an increase in end-stage kidney disease. In the gliclazide-based intensive treatment group also, there was an increase in end-stage kidney disease, but it seems to plateau off at about 10 years. There is a 46% lowering in end-stage kidney disease. So we are told that sulfonylureas cause beta cell failure, they cause hypoglycemia, they increase CV risk, they may not protect the kidneys, and that we should use new and expensive agents. Well, here is the UK CPRD database, which is a well-designed, unique real-world data which complements the real-world evidence in RCT. So sulfonylureas are inexpensive drugs. We have used them for years. The risks and benefits are well understood. Hypoglycemia is a problem, but if you see the HbA1c lowering, that's much better than DPP-4 inhibitors. And in India, we have used them for years. And let us look at India as a country where cost is an important consideration for a disease like diabetes, which is really 74 million people with diabetes in India. If you look at the old sulfonylurea versus the modern sulfonylureas like gliclazide, the modern ones have shown good efficacy and durability. If you see the UK CPRD study, there is evidence that gliclazide modified release is an effective glucose lowering drug with similar rates of hypoglycemia, durability, and persistence in treatment. Well, we know the results of the Carolina study, which showed that glimepiride showed similar cardiovascular neutrality as compared to linagliptin. We now have the UK CPRD database, which showed that gliclazide, though it's not an RCT like Carolina, this real-world study showed gliclazide has a better chance of your patient reaching an A1C below 7 or 6.5 also compared to sitagliptin. I think there is, with these two studies, there is good, robust evidence that sulfonylureas are economical, effective drugs with strong lowering of A1C. Yes, you might have to watch for hypoglycemia, but here gliclazide may have an edge. And finally, in the ADVANCE-ON study, which was an intensive glucose control study aided with the use of gliclazide MR, I think there is evidence that these drugs, by reducing end-stage kidney disease, reducing the occurrence of nephropathy, can actually improve both micro and macrovascular disease composite by about 10%. Well, it has been an absolute pleasure discussing this topic. I thank Dr. Banshi Sabu, the entire DICON team, Dr. Jitendra, my friend Dr. Tejas Kamath, all for giving me this opportunity, and have a great day. I'll be around for questions if you need to ask me.
Thank you, Dr. Unikrishnan. That was an excellent presentation. In a very short time, you managed to take us to the UK CPRD clinical.
Lakshman ko tha number ko nahi?
Tejas?
Yes.
If I could ask Uni sir a question. Hello, Uni sir.
Sure.
Yes, of course, doctor.
Sir, if gliclazide and glimepiride, we know glimepiride is far more commonly used in India and availability, like gliclazide, the availability is quite limited. So if a patient on glimepiride is having hypos and we want to do a dose-to-dose shift, is there some cardinal rule that you could help the audience as to dosing?
So thank you for the question. In my practice, if I take glimepiride 1 mg, I consider it equal to about 30 mg of gliclazide modified release. Of course, this could be debated because some of the glimepiride papers say 1 mg of glimepiride equal to 60 mg of gliclazide. Some papers say 30 mg of gliclazide is equal to 2 mg of glimepiride. So there are both sides, the gliclazide people and the glimepiride people fighting. But in my practice, if I were to give it to the audience, I would say that gliclazide modified release 30 mg is equal to about 1 mg of glimepiride in practice. And more or less, both gliclazide and glimepiride are now available, because earlier there were only few companies which used to bring out gliclazide. But now there are lots of other companies which have brought it out, and the price also varies. So doctors now have the freedom to choose even more economical agents to choose for their patients.
And a quick bifurcation of that question, it's typical practice for people to prescribe glimepiride 1 milligram BD or 2 milligram BD. Should that be prescribed BD or once a day?
So, well, I used to be a very stickler for these very standard practices of using glimepiride 1 mg once a day or gliclazide modified release once a day. But in routine clinical practice, I think there is something that the evidence says and something which the practice says. So we published a paper on glimepiride and metformin in the JAPI just a few months back, where we looked at doctors' practicing patterns for using these long-acting sulfonylureas. We found that a lot of doctors were using glimepiride twice a day, and that in their practice they hadn't found more hypoglycemia. So I would say, while the evidence says use glimepiride once a day or glycoside modified release once a day, a very pragmatic, practical approach, I urge the doctors to consider if they find that they are using, say, glycoside modified release once a day or glimepiride once a day, and they find that the next day's fasting isn't coming up, and if they are worried that if they increase that 30 to 60 or they increase that glycoside 30 to 60 or glimepiride 1 to 2, if they find that the postprandial is already 110 and it might go down further, then I might look at a very pragmatic approach in which one dose is added. But that's a pragmatic, practical, day-to-day approach for people like us who see patients. For the randomized controlled trialist and the purist, you might like to stick to once a day. I'm sure all the doctors are practicing doctors, so my advice is very clearly use it twice a day if you need to.
Thank you.
I hope that makes sense.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Mithun, for the nice question that you asked, and a very practical one. If any other question we can take, because we still have time, or else we move to the next speaker.
Now we have Dr. Jitendra Nagar with us, so I mean, he can also talk. And he had put M. Vishwanathan Hall, so I mean, that's the reason people are getting confused on his name, which is written Vishwanathan. Thanks, Unni. It was real nice. Yeah,
thank you.
Tomorrow we had kept one debate also. Glycoside versus glimepiride. All Mithun idea. Thanks to Mithun,
Great idea.
Good evening, Bansi bhai. Hello. Can you hear me?
You, please.
Yes, Bansi bhai, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. You can introduce the next speaker.
Yes, good evening. I'm introducing Dr. Moshe Philip. Professor Moshe Philip graduated from Ben Gurion University, Beersheba, Israel in 1983. Specialized in pediatric endocrinology at University of Maryland School of Medicine in Baltimore. He is director of the Institute of Endocrinology and Diabetes, the National Center for Childhood Diabetes at Snyder Children's Medical Center, Petah Tikva, Israel, and served as Vice Dean for Research and Development, as well as Chair of the Erin and Nicholas Marsh Fund for Endocrinology and Diabetes at the Scholar Faculty of Medicine, Tel Aviv University, Tel Aviv. Professor Philip is active in both clinical and basic research, focusing on childhood diabetes, growth and nutrition, specifically on diabetes technologies and interaction between nutrition and the growth. Professor Philip is member of national and international organizations such as Israel National Committee for Diabetes, International Society for Pediatric and Adolescent Diabetes, European Society for Pediatric Endocrinology, Pediatric Endocrine Society, and more. He is co-founder and co-chairman for International Conference on Advanced Technologies and Treatment for Diabetes and International Conference on Nutrition and Growth. Professor Philip has more than 400 manuscripts and 80 TD yearbook, NNG yearbook, as well as chapter in other books. He will deliver his topic on clinical decision support system and patient-centered care. It's over to you, Dr. Philip.
Thank you so much. Am I allowed to upload my presentation? Yes, it is.
Yeah, careful.
Is that okay? Can you see us?
Yes, sir.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the organizers for inviting me to visit India. I was many times in India, loved visiting India. This is the most bizarre way to visit India, but I'm still happy that that I'm with you today and I got the opportunity to spend some time with you. I will talk about the clinical decision support system for patient-centered care. And as you all know, we are trying our best to control our blood glucose profiles of our patients all the time. We are trying to keep them within the appropriate hemoglobin A1C to prevent them from going into the terrible side effect of diabetes like nephropathy, neuropathy, and ophthalmopathy, and so on. And the frustration is that despite the fact that we are getting better and better with technology, we have more insulin pumps available for patients, more sophisticated pens to inject insulin, more CGM devices and other SMBG devices that were not in the past in the hands of many patients, despite the fact this is a publication that came from the US when they compared the results of hemoglobin A1C in about 26 centers of excellence in the US. And as you can see, not only we didn't got better in the last few years, actually the hemoglobin A1C got worse over the years, or didn't improve in adults and got worse in children and adolescents. And the question, of course, is how come that we have only about 30% of our type 2 diabetic patients in the US that are achieving the metabolic control, and only 20% of those who have type 1 that achieve the desired metabolic control. We call it the technology paradox, and when you try to figure out why is it, it might be related to a very well-known observation from the early 90s. We already in the famous DCCT study have shown, the world have shown that by frequent meeting with a patient and with education, continuous education to the patient and frequent adjustment of insulin doses and multiple daily injections for those who are on injections and insulin pumps for those who can use insulin pumps, you can get to the desired metabolic control and prevent all those terrible complications for many, many years. And the question is why, despite the fact that we are improving with technology, we are not there yet. One of the reasons probably has to do with the availability of experts to the people with diabetes all over the world. This is the map of the US, and the blue dots are countries where adults have access to endocrinologists within 20 miles. And as you can see, there are not so many endocrinologists for adults in the US, which is a big and a rich country. I wonder how is it in India? Because with the technology, and you can see on the right side, a printout of blood glucose level coming from a pump user or from any patient who are on MDI. And it becomes more and more complicated with more information. You need more time. You need more knowledge of how to interpret the data. And if there are not so many physicians out there, that might be one of the reasons why we don't see improvement, and actually we didn't achieve anything much with the new technologies. Add to it the fact that the number of diabetic people or people with diabetes are increasing all over the world, while the number of healthcare providers is not. So the question is, can we use the technology to develop artificial intelligence-based decision support system that can help the patient to make the right decision when he is alone out there, and help physician, just a regular primary care physician, help him to make the right decision during a patient's visit, and by that we can increase the number of team members. So if we will be able to do it right, we can have artificial intelligence-based team member. And if that is achievable, we can then actually increase the accessibility, or we can get actually to every patient all over the world, wherever he is, to every physician all over the world, wherever he is, with a artificial intelligence-based support system that can help him to make the right decision, even though he's not expert in diabetes. And with that in mind, we started about 15 years ago to implement the way the physician thinks into a closed loop system. We called it the MD logic approach, which meant to be medical doctor logic approach. We are not engineers, but we hired engineers to work with us in our hospital, and we asked them to transfer the way we think into an algorithm that can be used automatically by the computer to turn the decisions that we are educating our patients to make, of how much to inject, how to change the basal, how to change the bolus. It was a classical basal bolus approach made by a computer based on the way the physician thinks. And indeed, in 2011, we went out from the hospital for the first time in the world, out of the hospital with artificial pancreas to 3 resort areas, one in Israel, the other one in Slovenia, and the third one in Germany. And it became a manuscript in the New England Journal of Medicine showing that the way that a medical physician thinks can be translated into an algorithm that can serve people to keep their blood glucose level much better than without it. And as you can see, this is on the left side of the figure, you can see the way that the night went out with the MD logic approach and with the control group. So there was no question it's feasible. We then sold our algorithm to Medtronic to be introduced into the new advanced hyperclosed loop syndrome, advanced hybrid closed loop system. And we conducted a study with NIH support to compare the way or the outcome of the use of the advanced hyperclosed loop system, to compare it to people who were on the 670, which was the first developed ever commercial available closed loop system. And indeed, it was presented in 2020 and in a manuscript. It was also, the results were presented by Professor Rich Bengestal from the US, who was a co-PI to the study in the ADA in the last year, where we showed that actually there is no much difference, and actually there is a significant difference if you use the advanced hyperclosed loop that also is able to give automated boluses compared to the previous version. So actually it's a commercial available tool that is going to be presented all over the world. We are now running another study comparing again the old, it's not so old, but the 670 version to advanced hybrid closed loop to the a hybrid closed loop system, and in the younger age group, it's a German-Israeli research done by, supported by the German-Israeli Foundation, and it's done by the group in Hanover, Dr. Kondenuri, and the group in Israel, my group, by Dr. Revital Nimri, and the results are not out there yet. But not everybody will use a pump, and most of your patients are not using pump and probably will never use a closed loop system. Even those that are using pump not necessarily will use a closed loop system. So we need solutions, we need support for the team that is taking care of people who are on pumps alone together with SMBG, or MDI together with sensors, or MDI together with flash, or MDI together with SMBG. And I think that the majority will probably still be on MDI and SMBG program. And we understand that people with type 1 or type 2 diabetes need support, and their caregivers with the new technologies need support, especially if they are not experts in their field. So actually we developed together with the team of engineers that are now called the MD Logic team, that are now called DreamEd. We actually developed a way by which the download of the data is going up to the cloud, is analyzed, and getting back to the computer or cellular phone of the both physician and patients. And our program is able to take information from SMBG, from CGM, from pumps, and from insulin syringes. If you have a connected pen, if you don't have a connected pen, you can just push the information into an app. All that information goes to the cloud. In the cloud, you get it analyzed by the algorithm developed by DreamEd, and the provider gets a suggestion of how to adjust the patient's need versus whether he was on pumps or MDI. So changes about basal rate, carb ratio, correction factor, and even tips about behavioral tips of forgetting insulin injections, or injecting it after meal, and so many other tips can be delivered to the physician. If physician approves it, it immediately, the program, the detailed program of how to make the changes immediately appears on the cellular phone of the patient. So we have done quite a few studies over the years from 2016 until recently, where we actually compared the way that different physicians from different centers thinks, and then we have compared it to our algorithm. So we try to see at the beginning on 50 scenarios, and then we increased it to 26 experts that looked at the 15 scenarios, gave their advice. We compared how different healthcare providers, physicians, how they interpreted the data, and what kind of advice they give to the patient. And then we compared it to the advisor. We published or presented most of it in the past. And eventually we got to the pivotal 6 months prospective randomized multi-center, multinational study. And the manuscript appeared in Nature Medicine last September 2020. And the title is Insulin Dose Optimization Using an Automated Artificial Intelligence-Based Decision Support System in Use with Type 1 Diabetes. we focused on the youth because this is the most difficult group to treat. So the first model was done by these 7 centers of around the world, 4 centers in the US and 3 centers outside of the US. So outside of the US, we had the group of Ljubljana, Germany, with Ljubljana, Slovenia, with Professor Tade Batelino, Thomas Dane with his group in Germany, and our group in Israel. These are the 3 centers outside of the US. In the US, we had the Jocelyn Center with a nice group of friends and experts, led by Lori Lefel, Yale group with Stu Weisenman, the group of University of Florida with Desmond Schatz, and the group in Colorado with Zober. And we got a nice grant from Hemsley Trust, and it's time to thank them for that opportunity to compare the expert way to the advisor, the automatic advisor. So when patients downloaded their information, they got an advice of how to continue and control their blood glucose level, either by the expert from one of these magnificent centers or from the automatic algorithm. 122 patients participated, and the primary endpoint was the efficacy was judged by being a time in range within 70 to 180, and the safety was judged by not having hypoglycemia. And the manuscript actually showed that there were no significant difference. There was no inferiority. This was the design to show that there was no inferiority to the algorithm over an expert from one of these centers. And in this slide, we can also see that actually there was no real difference in hemoglobin A1C. If you insist, the algorithm made a little bit better result of hemoglobin A1C. But actually, it was not a meaningful, really a huge difference. So, but think about what does it mean? It means that if I'm a general practitioner in some community and I have no experience with diabetes, I can, with the use of this program, I can get to the level of expertise that my friends and colleagues from centers of excellence get to. And this is a huge opportunity for healthcare providers all over the world to get to use technology that they are not so familiar with, and they can enjoy the advisor to better control their patients. And we have actually shown the proof that algorithm can be fed with human intelligence and get similar results. And we are now running a study on people with MDI, multiple daily injection, using SMBG, and giving the results directly to the patient. So if we can mimic the way that physician thinks, and physicians are not making so many changes, and they agree and they accept, and actually the results show that we get very similar results to the expert physician. Why not to give it directly to patient? And this is where we are heading to. And not only we will give the results directly to the patient, and in between visits, it's not instead of a visit, it is in between visits, and still some of the parameters will be given by the expert during the visit. We can add features like telling the patient and educate the patient and warning the patient from doing the same mistake twice. For example, hey, I have noticed that when you reach this place twice before, you got hypo or you got hyper. And so be careful. It's the third time that you are here. You might have to be more careful next time. So this is pretty much what we are doing. It's time to say thank you to all my group that are collaborating and working together in order to create these sophisticated tools, including in this picture is the medical team together with the engineers that are working together. And I would like to use the opportunity that I'm meeting you guys for a kind of optimistic approach. I hope that we will have a meeting in ATTD meeting in Paris at the beginning of June, a real face-to-face meeting, gathering together, seeing each other, shaking hands probably. And the reason for optimism is that the vaccination have started all over the world, and I hope that by June we will be able to travel again and to visit each other again. Thank you so much. I am available for question right now.
Thank you, Dr. Moshe Philip, for the excellent talk. I think that with that, we have come towards the end of the symposium. We are open to question answers. If any panelist or any of the audience has any questions to any of the speakers, yeah, feel free to ask your doubts.
Tejas, this is very technology, savvy symposia, and that's the reason you are there. And Unni is there, and Mosh is there, and who is inviting us, all of us, to attend ATTD this year in month of June. So he's so optimistic. Me and Unni are not so. So we have done our Diabetes India and our Unni meeting, which we are doing online on in March and April only. He postponed his meeting from Feb to June, but I'm looking forward to meet you, Moshe, in month of June if everything will be fine.
Did they started vaccination in India?
Oh yes, in India we are starting probably our vaccination maybe in month of January. So we may healthcare professional may get vaccination in next 3 months to 4 months. So if it will be done, then definitely we would like to have a Diabetes India symposia in ATTD.
Absolutely, I would like to have a meeting in June, and I see many faces now coming out that I know and appreciate, and I miss you guys, and I hope that we will meet face to face in June.
Yes.
Yeah, so many things happened since the last ATTD.
And congratulations for your award for European Society of Pediatric Endocrinology.
Thank you. Thank you again.
Thanks.
Yeah, all the best, Dr. Moshe. So most probably we'll be meeting very soon. And our ATTD will be a success.
I hope so. Let's pray that
let's pray.
We all will be going by all means in month of June.
Absolutely.
Paris. It's in Paris.
It's in Paris. It's Paris.
I mean, where would you like to go in June if not to Paris? Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. And I know that the dates have been extended for abstract submission. So we have all submitted a sufficient number of abstracts, and we are waiting and waiting and waiting. So it's going to be a reality. The vaccine has given so much of hope, and so it is definitely going to be a reality. So we will have a real meeting in June.
And probably that will be the first meeting, physical meeting also.
Yes,
it was the last one.
So digital technology meeting is meeting physically, while most of the meetings in type 2 and type 1, which are physically meeting, are all getting connected on digital platform.
It was the last meeting before the COVID. I don't know if you remember.
Yes,
we were
there.
In Madrid. 2 weeks later, Madrid was a disaster.
Yeah, absolutely. Within weeks, within days, most probably. So I still remember.
Me and Jyoti were traveling, and Jyoti was worried that should we go or not. I told no, Jyoti, we should be. And then once we came back, everything was closed.
Thank you again.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So Tejas, now
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Sure. Thank you everyone for joining us, and thank you Dr. Banchi Sabu for inviting us to chair this session.
Thank you.
I call this session closed.
Thank you, Hina. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Bansi sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Tejas bhai. Thank you, Jitendra sir.
Hello. Over to Dr. Pratap Jetwani for the next session. But before next session starts, can we invite the technical team to put some slides of products, and over to Dr. Pratap Jetwani to invite the reporter and chairperson.
Thank you, Bansi. So I think we are going ahead with the next session that is related to novel therapies in type 2 diabetes, that is SGLT2 inhibitor symposium. And I will invite Dr. Vipul Chawda, the young diabetologist from the city of Ahmedabad, to as a reporter, and Dr. V.K. Abhichandani and Dr. Harshad Patel from the city of Ahmedabad as chairpersons for this session. So over to you, Dr. Vipul.
Thank you so much, Pratap sir. It's a wonderful DiaCare Con, the last event of the year, and we are very happy to participate in it. And right now we are entering the symposium, that is SGLT2 symposium, a molecule of the decade that is started with the use in diabetic patient, but right now entering also cardiac patient and nephro patient as well. So to discuss this dynamic molecule, our panel is also very dynamic. To introduce such panel, I would like to invite Dr. V.K. Abhichandani and Dr. Harshad Patel sir from our own Ahmedabad. Over to you, sir.
Dr. Abhichandani
Abhi sir is not visible. Harshad sir, I think you should introduce the first speaker.
Okay, can I have the introduction slides?
Yes.
We are starting the SGLT2 symposium. The first speaker is Dr. Jyoti from Trivandrum. He is the chairman of Jyoti Dev Diabetes Research Center, Trivandrum, Kochi. Managing Trustee P. Kesa Trust, Vice President AIRO Kerala Chapter. Conduct monthly diabetes education via YouTube channel. Serve in the editor of Diabetes Journal. Publish the monthly internet-based free diabetes newspaper for papers. First author Indian guidelines on vaccination, insulin pump. Is a renowned diabetologist, and may I request Dr. Jyoti Dev to start his talk.
Harshad, if I may add, Jyoti is the technology man also of India.
Thank you. So first of all, let me again congratulate our Benchipai for another very, very successful magic, because this is a magic from our Benchipai. And this is going to be the last and the biggest conference for our 2020. And thank you, Vipul, for the nice words of introduction. So let me pick up the slides. I believe that we are a little bit early. Dr. Benchipai has given me the topic, and the title is Empowering ACVD Patient Outcomes in Type 2 Diabetes, Learnings with Glyphosides. So I know that this is going to be a repetition for many of you, and hence we have included so many new information in this lecture. So let me begin with one of the WhatsApp messages that I have received very recently. This is from a patient. So some of my patients have my WhatsApp numbers with them, and he has sent me this video. And this video had a animated representation of many organs, and it has heart in it, it has kidney in it, and this illustrates the features of a new therapy in diabetes. As empagliflozin is a new therapy for diabetes, and it also provides you with the information on how it is protecting the vital organs. And he was so excited, and I gave him this reply: congratulations, dear sir. Though with some difficulty, I have put you on EMPA since March 2017, because I remember that it was not easy for me to start this therapy for him. it was very, very difficult for me because he's a VIP, and I took almost 20 to 25 minutes to convince them that these are a new class of therapies. And I completely, I will, I think all of you, Dr. Harshad, our Dr. Bharat, all of you will agree that it is not probably easy to begin a new therapy, especially when a drug is fairly new in the market for these patients. And I went back to my electronic medical record and found that this was started in the March of 2017. And this was his reply. This was his reply. And this is how a patient is thanking the doctor. And these are those words of gratitude. I am blessed to be consulting you. And I would say that all of you listening and participating in very important international conferences like this, you learn a lot. And the information, the knowledge you acquire should be directly translated into the prescriptions. And that is when your patients are going to express their gratitude. And that is not tomorrow or day after tomorrow. And this is for the years to come, because these are therapies which are going to bring better outcomes for years to come. So with this introduction, let me begin, but I will again have a response from his own brother. And he also messaged me that I will show you in the end of my lecture. So this is again a happy news, an exciting news for all the doctors. And the message is very clear from this busy slide. We are never late. We are never late. And this is the disease continuum in type 2 diabetes. Type 2 diabetes is not an isolated disease. And these diseases, diabetes, the heart failure, coronary artery disease, chronic kidney disease, these are all interrelated. And when you travel through the continuum of this disease, from diabetes, you have microalbuminuria, macroalbuminuria, then in between you will have a coronary artery disease, and then subsequently you will have a chronic kidney disease. And this is something which is a fact, which is happening to millions and millions of subjects diagnosed to have an endothelial dysfunction. And the opportunity here for a physician is to have an intervention at every stage of the disease. At every stage of the disease, you do have an opportunity to intervene. So you don't miss an opportunity. Even if you are late, even if you are late at this stage, still there is an opportunity with this new class of therapies. And I believe that I have to start from something known to you, because that is the basic understanding of a successful teaching, from known to unknown. And this is something known to everybody. From all those 4 classical clinical trials showing that intensive glucose control will reduce microvascular complications. But it is questionable where intensive glucose control will reduce cardiovascular disease. In fact, in some of those clinical trials such as occurred, where the target hemoglobin A1C was as low as below 6%, it in fact increased the cardiovascular mortality. Intensive glucose lowering doesn't have any favorable effect on heart failure hospitalizations. And that is again a fact known to us for several years. And when you compare SGLT inhibitors with other contemporary oral therapies, apart from intensive glucose lowering, this group has got several cardiometabolic advantages in reducing the visceral fat, in reducing the blood pressure, in improving the lipids, in reducing the cardiovascular risk parameters. Over to some of those areas where you require an additional focus, and where we have a lot of information, both old and new, to collate and then apply in our patients. And this is the same empiric which we have been discussing for 5 years now. Look at the Kaplan-Meier graphs. They are separating within weeks of initiating the therapy, within weeks of starting the therapy, resulting in a phenomenal 38% 38% reduction in the cardiovascular death. And that is when we started discussing about reducing or preventing death in diabetes. This is a video which I posted in my YouTube channel in 2015. Look at the number of views. And quite exciting. This was meant only for the doctors. And this was the excitement from the embarked outcome on a therapy in diabetes, which is capable of preventing death in diabetes. Death in diabetes. So exciting. And if you extrapolate the other areas, the CV risk or the death reduction is uniform. This is independent of the baseline cardiovascular disease. The baseline CV disease, whether it is a single vessel or a multi-vessel, or whether it is peripheral artery disease or it is a previous heart failure or history of atrial fibrillation, the CV death risk reduction with empagliflozin is independent of baseline cardiovascular disease. And this was the reason for excitement. Whatever be the underlying basic cardiovascular disease, the benefits remain the same. The benefits remain the same. And the 38%, because this number is something which all of us need to remember. And this is something which we need to discuss even with our patients. 38% reduction in the death. And this included all categories. So this was a sum of all the categories which contributed to the risk reduction. So from the simple mathematics, let me now try to simplify some of those complex numbers. And these complex numbers are so important that if you want to impress upon your patients, or when you have a conversation with your colleagues, we need to discuss these numbers. And these are the robust data from the randomized clinical trials. 21% lower risk of total myocardial infarction events, both first and recurrent events with EMPA against placebo. And this is the overall view of all the classical clinical trials, starting from EMPA and up to the most recent published clinical trial, and that is a CVOT with etugliflozin, the Vertest CV. There are a lot of similarities. Of course, there are dissimilarities with respect to the inclusion criteria, but if you look at the duration of follow, or the mean age of the subjects, or the baseline hemoglobin A1C, there are similarities. And if you look at the participants with established cardiovascular disease, that was 100% in Embark, and it was again 100% in the trial which was published in 2020, that was Vertest CV. 100% of the subjects were having an established cardiovascular disease. And now, let me try to answer to the billion-dollar question. Are they all the same or not? Because I still remember RSSDA under the leadership of Dr. Benshibai conducting our debate. And in the IPL, we were debating on whether these are the same or not. And the answer is actually very simple. If you look at the data, let me try to answer to these questions. Answer number one to the billion-dollar question. The MACE risk outcomes. The reduction in the major adverse cardiovascular events seen with only two therapies, empagliflozin and with canagliflozin in CANVAS, and in patients without ASCVD in the Credence clinical trial, that is again with canagliflozin. And with respect to the reduction in the CV death, in reducing the cardiovascular death seen with only one drug. And this advantage was documented with only one drug, and that drug was empagliflozin in EMPA-REG outcome. And this was not replicated in any other clinical trials. And we were hoping that Vertest CV with etugliflozin will provide us with the same numbers, since the inclusion criteria was similar, the population was similar, with 100% of the patients with an established cardiovascular disease at baseline and with a mean duration follow-up of 3 years. But the results couldn't be replicated. The reduction in the CV death until date is documented only with one glyphosate, and that is empagliflozin. And what about the reduction in the heart failure hospitalizations? And that is the finding which is uniform across all the 4 major cardiovascular outcome trials with glyphosate. Let me review the renal data. Consistent improvements in the renal outcomes, the kidney outcomes across all the SGLT2 inhibitor studies, probably excluding one at the bottom, all the others. And if you review the dedicated kidney outcome trials, such as the Credence and the DAPA-CKD, both of them have replicated the same findings from the earlier cardiovascular outcome trials. And this is the documentation in heart failure with a reduced ejection fraction. You do have some of those dedicated clinical trials, the EMBER reduced and the DEPA-HF, again documenting a significant reduction. And this is again, this is where there is a significance. This is independent of the presence of diabetes. Whether there is diabetes or not, the benefits in reducing the risk of CV death or heart failure hospitalizations in those with heart failure with reduced ejection fraction was found to be similar across the populations. And the same finding, SGLT2 inhibitors have demonstrated clinically meaningful outcomes even in studies involving patients without type 2 diabetes. So this therapy, this class of therapies could be useful, and this is empagliflozin and dapagliflozin, demonstrating the benefit in kidney outcomes involving patients even without diabetes. So I have discussed the data from the existing cardiovascular outcome trials, and now it is my duty to explore whether the same findings are replicable in routine clinical practice. And this is the routine clinical practice. There is no randomization, and this is not a controlled environment. And you might start this in any patient with type 2 diabetes. And this is EMPRISE, which has been presented at the American Diabetes Association virtual conference in the month of June of 2020. Effectiveness and safety of EMPA against a couple of gliptins in routine clinical practice. And this is again a robust population of more than 78,000 patients. Here, if you look at the difference in the inclusion criteria, because a real world scenario, you cannot compare with placebo. So we are comparing with gliptins. 28% of the patients at baseline had cardiovascular disease. And look at the results. When you compare against the classical gliptins, empagliflozin has resulted in 41% reduced risk of heart failure hospitalizations and 48% reduced risk of all-cause mortality. So the same findings which you have observed earlier in the randomized clinical trials and in older subjects, and this is the same EMPRISE, and this is a subgroup analysis of elderly patients above or equal to the age of 65 years with a mean age of 72 years, and among which 48% of the patients in each group had cardiovascular disease. So it is representing a population for both primary and secondary prevention, and this is the high-risk population, the elderly population, again demonstrating the same risk reduction. All-cause mortality down by 48%, and the broad heart failure hospitalizations reduced by 43%, and this is the modified major adverse cardiovascular events, again significantly reduced, MI and ischemic or hemorrhagic stroke. Over to the second real-world evidence, and this is from the Veterans Affairs Group, the new users of EMPA and the new users of other oral agents and the kidney outcomes. So the make or major adverse kidney events were defined as EGFR decline of more than 50%, or end-stage renal disease, or all-cause mortality. So these were the endpoints. And this is the research design and the methods. Look at the results. A phenomenal 32% lower risk for MAKE, and this stands for major adverse kidney events with empagliflozin compared with other non-SGLT2 inhibitors. So in the earlier real world, I compared this with gliptins, and this is with all the other oral agents put together. And if you look at the results, the kidney benefits, who all were there? The empagliflozin therapies resulting in kidney benefits were consistent. So there was a consistency. There was no dissimilarity. There was no heterogeneity. It was consistent regardless of baseline EGFR or albuminuria. It was independent of the presence of CVD or BMI, or whether the patients were using ACI or ARB or statins or insulin or diuretics. So over 3 years, it could demonstrate 32% lower risk of MAKE. Over to the third real-world evidence, and this is the Scandinavian study involving the 3 countries, Sweden, Norway, and Denmark. And again, matched for propensity, 57 variables. And around 30 new users of SGLT2 inhibitors and 30 new users of DPP4 inhibitors. So here again, you are comparing it with one of the standard of therapies, gliptins currently. You are comparing the gliflozins. And these are the surprising, stunning results. Of course, this is expected. 58% lower risk for serious kidney events. So these are a group of therapies which are currently addressing all the cardiometabolic parameters. However, all these drugs are not the same, though they belong to the same family. And these are how the real-world evidence, and especially how the randomized clinical trials have effectively revolutionized the clinical practice guidelines and recommendations. The American Diabetes Association, the European Association for the Study of Diabetes, recently the KDIGO guidelines, the RSSDI ESI guidelines, the European Society of Cardiology guidelines, all these guidelines have been rewritten. The recommendations have changed based on the new data. And this has initiated from the publication of EMPA outcome in the year 2015. And this is the most recent American Diabetes Association 2021 guidelines for patients with indicators of ASCVD, established or with high risk of ASCVD, or CKD or heart failure. Consider gliflozins or GLP-1 receptor agonists. But I say it again, and this is specifically mentioned, when you are selecting an agent, you have to select an agent which has proven the benefit in the cardiovascular outcome trials, independent of baseline hemoglobin A1C. So this is the most recent KDIGO guidelines, and this is the first time they are recommending this for diabetes and CKD. So apart from the physical activity, nutrition specific for CKD and weight loss, SGLT2 inhibitors are a first-line therapy, and you can continue even at a low EGFR, but don't initiate if the EGFR is less than 30. And dialysis, you can stop if the patient is already on SGLT2 inhibitors. But remember, select a therapy which has proven the benefit in CKD. So let me now have the summary and then go back to the first patient. Empagliflozin has demonstrated, both in randomized clinical trials and in real world, significant risk reduction for CV events, including reduction in the mortality, all-cause mortality, heart failures, and CVD and CKD progression. And we do have now robust evidence of real world replicating the same benefits which we have observed in the randomized clinical trials. So this is the response from the brother of the patient, whom I discussed in the beginning, was reluctant to start empagliflozin. And his brother was the one who referred him to me sometime back after a myocardial infarction. And his A1C was less than 7%. And I had to convince him that this has got nothing to do with hemoglobin A1C, but this therapy is meant for something else. And incidentally, this person, the brother, used to be a doctor, and he was a teacher for me at the medical school and working with a surgery super specialty. And this is his response. My brother feels greatly relieved that you have instituted this drug from 2017 itself, empagliflozin. And this is the greatest reward for a student from his teacher for strictly following the guideline-based therapies. And I will advise and request all of you to follow guideline recommended therapies for diabetes whenever possible. So thank you very much, my dear friends, and Dr. Benshifai and the team for this opportunity.
So thank you very much. Very good evening, sir. And I'm Dr. Avi Chennani.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Joining a bit late. I didn't know that this is going to be such a punctual event, apart from being a fantastic event. So you have again lived up to expectations of everyone. You have given yet another excellent talk, and you really live up to the general impression we carry of you, that you are the one of the most tax savvy and sought after experts in the field of modern day diabetology. And I have a small question from you. And first of all, thank you for introducing a new term, MAKE, like MACE. You introduced MAKE. So that was relatively new. And can I ask the question now?
Yes, sir.
So, how do SGLT2 inhibitors impact MACE, HHF, and all-cause mortality in the population subset with eGFR less than 60 ml per minute?
Yeah, that is a very good question. Hello, Rajesh ji. Rajesh sir has come. Hello. So, if you look at
We are slightly early. Actually, the previous session was closed early. There was no discussion.
Bansi, I again apologize.
We have a few questions of your talk, and then we will have Dr. Rajiv Chawla, and then followed by Dr. Sanjay. And then again at the end, we can have, after Dr. Rajiv and Dr. Sanjay, we can have more discussion on SGLT2.
Okay.
Rather, your talk is more of a sponsored talk. Rajiv and Sanjay are talking, which is not sponsored and industry supported. Rajiv, actually, we were calling you since long, but I think your phone was out of reach constantly. And we were little worried because it was 20 minutes pre-poned and Jyoti started. So we were a bit worried. No issue. So now, if you want to ask anything, Vinod, Dr. Abhichandani sir and Dr.
Abhichandani sir has asked me a question.
Jetwani, Shailesh, related to this talk, but again, at the end, we will be talking about SGLT2 because a lot of new things had come in SGLT2.
Yeah, a lot of new things have come. So thank you. So, sir, your question, Abhichandani sir has asked me a question. So, first of all, let me tell you that if you look at the data which is emerging from the preclinical and the clinical studies, it has been now shown that the glucose lowering effect is different from the other beneficial effects of SGLT2 inhibitors. And we have also seen from the data that all the SGLT2 inhibitors are not the same, and there is heterogeneity in those meta-analysis. And this has been driven by other benefits. And you rightly said that even in eGFR below 30 or below 40, it has demonstrated benefits, not only in credence, but there were also the real-world evidence from other studies using the other agents such as empagliflozin and dapagliflozin, where in the real world, doctors have used it in all the subset populations. And here again, there were benefits, especially with reducing the MACE and cardiovascular mortality and heart failure hospitalizations. So some of these speculations, there is a sodium hydrogen exchanger 1, there is sodium hydrogen exchanger 3, and sodium hydrogen exchanger 8. And this is there in the kidney, in the brain, in the inflammatory tissues. And these are probably having a direct connection with the mechanism of action of SGLT inhibitors. And these are probably driving the other benefits of lowering the mortality, lowering the MACE, and especially the kidney benefits. So these are different. Another one is the myocardial sodium, calcium, and the potassium channels. And there again, SGLT inhibitors have got a direct action. And these results in not only the MACE benefits can even result in heart rhythm stabilization. And hence, even though a particular SGLT inhibitor is very specific in its action, it is very specific. I mean, when you compare the two therapies, empagliflozin with etroglyphosine, both these molecules are having specificity to the SGLT2 when compared to other molecules. But the results were different for the CVOTs. And this again establishes the fact that the mechanism of action for CVOT benefits, for heart failure hospitalization benefits, and especially for the kidney outcomes could be entirely different from the SGLT2 mechanism. So there is a different engagement altogether, which is unrelated to SGLT2 inhibition. So that is what I have read.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that also explains the 21% reduction in incidence of MI you alluded to in one of your slides, 2020 slides, I think.
Yes, 21%. Yeah.
That was fantastic. Thank you again. Thank you, sir. Thank you for that brilliant talk, as always. We thoroughly enjoyed and learned a lot from your talk. Thank you.
Every time when we have a talk, we learn a lot. We read a lot and we learn a lot. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Now we can move on to second session. Dr. Abhichandani, sir, you can introduce the second speaker, Dr. Rajiv Chawla.
Oh, yeah. So it's my pleasure, and I take great pride in inviting Dr. Rajiv Chawla. He has been a prolific speaker, very good writer of a handbook on diabetology that I have gone through, and he has almost one of the 7 books he has authored. He has been a recipient of several awards, including 10 Oration Awards. He has been past chairman, RSSDI Delhi chapter, past secretary, RSSDI national body, organizing secretary annual conferences of RSSDI way back in 2006 and again in 2013. Scientific chair for RSSDI 2018, scientific chair for 10th World Congress of Diabetes, Diabetes India 2017. He is the executive editor, International Journal of Diabetes in Developing Countries. I have read several of his valuable articles in those. And he has been president DIPSI for past year 2019, and is immediate past president of RSSDI before our dear Dr. Bansi took over. So we welcome you, sir, for enlightening us on the subject of newer SGLT2 available in India. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Dr. Vinod. Thanks for all those kind words. Thank you, Dr. Bansi, for this opportunity to be part of a very, very important national and international conference. Year after year, I think it is getting more and more popular. I lost the... What happened? Can you see my slides?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thanks, Dr. Bansi and Team Diacare for this opportunity. It's nice to be on panel with Dr. Jyoti and Sanjay, both being very, very close friends. And I honestly missed the session of Jyoti, so I'll have to have inputs from Dr. Jyoti personally some other time. Well, once Bansi gave me this topic, I was not very sure whether he wants me to talk about SGLT2 inhibitor in management of type 2 diabetes as a class, or whether he was talking about a particular novel SGLT2 therapy. But moment he cleared that it has nothing to do with any molecule, so I thought there have been 100 presentations on SGLT2, on the mechanisms of SGLT2, its role in diabetes. So let me give you something what is new in SGLT2. So I'll not be touching upon the basic mechanisms of SGLT2, but we'll try to give you the evidence which is very, very new in management of type 2 diabetes as related to SGLT2 therapy. We all know that atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease accounts for 85% of total CVD burden in diabetes. We know that both diabetes as well as atherosclerosis, they follow a common soil hypothesis. So it's not surprising if I say that nearly 1 in 6 patients with type 2 diabetes will have atherosclerotic manifestation. Nearly 2 in 3 will have, during their congestive heart failure contributed by atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, and nearly 1 in 3 patients with CKD, they do have atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. And it is very commonly said that 2/3 of all deaths in type 2 diabetes happen because of atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. In fact, in our dialysis room, we normally see those patients who have end-stage renal disease. They never die out of any complication of dialysis. Actually, they die of coronary artery disease or CAD. So that is what is the magnitude of atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease in setting of type 2 diabetes is concerned. We belong to a typical thin fat Indian phenotype. So we need to have our own priorities while managing a patient of type 2 diabetes. Not only we tend to develop insulin resistance very, very early in the course while development of type 2 diabetes. In fact, our insulin resistance is much higher as compared to Caucasian patient. Not only we have, I told you, a common soil contributing towards premature cardiovascular disease. It happens almost a decade earlier as compared to the Caucasian patient. Similarly, we are also at a very great risk of developing rapid decline in EGFR as compared to the Caucasian patient. Unfortunately, this all goes on as a cardiorenal continuum, which we need to break upon or stop by having more patients into the time in range. Of course, targeting a very intensive control, but not on the cost of hypoglycemia, because hypoglycemia itself might trigger either a coronary or maybe a cerebral accident also many times. And moment we address the issue of adiposity, especially the visceral adiposity and weight reduction with the drug, for every 1 kg weight loss, you're going to have some amount of HbA1c reduction. So that is what is the beauty of the drugs which are now available in our armamentarium. This is what I said. It has to be viewed upon as a cardiorenal continuum or a cardiorenal metabolic risk, which is there in all patients of type 2 diabetes, more so because type 2, it is much more heterogeneous. If you're talking about type 1 diabetes, it has a very, very linear course, especially with microvascular complication. But in our own publication, we have been talking about that, our own hypothesis that micro and macrovascular complication should be viewed as a continuum, not as a distinct phenomena, because with persistent hyperglycemia, not only you have with common soil hypothesis and early acute as well as chronic endothelial dysfunction contributing towards the onset of atherosclerosis, which then leads on to rampant coronary artery disease or a triple vessel disease in most of the patients. So these patients are at a very great risk for having acute coronary syndrome or maybe a stroke also. There is a left ventricular remodeling, which then leads on to heart failure, and subsequently these patients have a cardiovascular death. Similarly, you have a microangiopathy simultaneously going on from microalbuminuria, a progression to macroalbuminuria, a CKD, end-stage renal disease. And I told you that even at end-stage renal disease, most of the patient, at least 3/4 of them will have a cardiovascular death. So I think this cardiorenal metabolic risk or a continuum should be viewed upon as a practical opportunity, because we can intervene at every stage of this continuum to break this continuum and to reduce micro as well as macrovascular complication in the setting of type 2 diabetes. Unfortunately, all intensive glycemic control, which all the trials, whether it was UKPDS, Accord, Advance, and Wedded, they have resulted only in reduction of microangiopathy to great extent, maybe as high as 35 to 50%. But if you talk about cardiovascular disease or this continuum of macrovascular complication, that has not been checked with intensive glycemic control. In fact, there was a higher mortality seen in a Accord patient. Even in Advance also, it was almost like 1. Wedded also ended up with little higher cardiovascular mortality, except in the UKPDS arm, where most of the patients were that time on metformin, and there was not a rapid HbA1c reduction. They didn't have a higher cardiovascular disease, but well, that time 14 or 16% reduction in MI, that was not p-value wise significant. It was the subsequent follow-up over the next 20 years which has shown that those patients who had intensive glycemic control right in the beginning in the UKPDS had much better prognosis in terms of reduction in MI by 14%, which is now seen as a p-value wise significant. So unfortunately, intensive glycemic control is not associated with improvement of heart failure also, which is the main contributor towards cardiovascular death these days, what we have sort of learned over last 10 years. So all the meta-analysis of 4 studies in patients with type 2 diabetes talking about hospitalization for heart failure or fatal heart failure, whether it was in ACCORD, advanced UKPDS or VEDE trial, they have shown that there is no reduction. At least there was no increase with intensive glucose control with any drug, but p-value wise there was no difference, and actually the hazard ratio is absolutely 1. So there is no reduction either in macrovascular risk or in hospitalization for heart failure or death related to heart failure. Unfortunately, although we have a very large armamentarium of drugs which is now available for management of type 2 diabetes, but all these drugs, as I told you, they have not been able to check the progression of cardiometabolic risk, whether you have drugs like insulin or pioglitazone or DPP-4, which are at best CV neutral, except the metformin, where there could be little reduction. I told you it is what has been seen in UKPDS also, but except the drugs like SGLT2 inhibitor or GLP-1 analog, where not only you get good glycemic control without getting any episodes of hypoglycemia, actually both the drugs lead on to weight loss also, some amount of reduction in blood pressure, and could be lipid friendly also. That is how possibly using a drug like SGLT2 could check the progression of cardiometabolic risk or the continuum in these patients. So that is what is the beauty of using a drug like SGLT2 inhibitor, because of the potential benefits. We are not talking today of only the glycemic benefits coming from SGLT2 therapy. We all know with good glycemic control, definitely you'll have reduction in microangiopathy, but this mechanism being an insulin independent mechanism, so it could be SGLT2 inhibitor could be used all across the spectrum of the disease in combination with any of the drug, may it be monotherapy with metformin, with maybe DPP4 or SUs, or even with insulin, because it has all other extra glycemic benefits coming either in the form of osmotic diuresis, or it could be because of glycosuria, leading on to less absorption of glucose, and then subsequently leading on to calorie loss on daily basis, almost 300 calories a day, which not only leads on to weight loss, some amount of blood pressure reduction also happens with this class of drugs. So SGLT2 inhibitors, they are not just working as glycemic agent or anti-hyperglycemic agent, because these are having multiple mechanisms to address to. They are also reducing beta cell toxicity by reduction in overall beta cell, you can say lipotoxicity or beta cell hypertoxicity. So there is going to be an improved beta cell function. There is going to be an increased lipid oxidation, and these also improve GLUT4 expression. So there is a better utilization of glucose both into as adipose tissue as well as into the muscles. But only thing is that right in the beginning, there could be a little increase in glucagon level, because moment there is a rapid calorie loss, body reads it physiologically something like a situation where body is starving. So there could be an increase, defensive or physiological increase in glucagon, leading on to in the early days when you start with SGLT2, of course, then it plateaus with little increase in expression of alpha cell, leading on to glucagon and increase in glucose levels. So the metabolic implications of SGLT2 inhibitors in type 2 diabetes are great. Not only we tend to have better time in range once patient is on SGLT2 as early as within 24 hours. There is a reduction in visceral adiposity at least. There is also going to be a reduction in inflammation, and all the biomarkers of inflammation will go down. There is an improvement in insulin sensitivity. It also tends to restore autonomic balance and gets you all the hemodynamic benefits. All the more it is important when you're using drugs like SGLT2 inhibitor, or for that matter even DPP4 in Asian patient, the glycemic reduction even tends to be much greater as compared to the Caucasian patient. And in this publication, it has been seen, it is a analysis of almost 7 to 9 studies versus Asian and white or Caucasian population, where it was seen that HbA1c reduction was much better in the Asian group as compared to the Caucasian group, both with SGLT2 as well as DPP4 class of drugs. So whenever you are using a drug like SGLT2 inhibitor, I told you much more patient will be in time in range, and good thing is it happens as early as day 1. So if you perform an CGMS on these patients, once you start these patients on SGLT2 inhibitor, immediately within 24 hours, you'll find that as compared to the placebo, there is a much better time in range profile what has been seen in these patients. So these patients, they also reduce inflammation. And again, at 1 year, if you try to look for HOMA model of insulin resistance, there's actually a reduction by 42%, and all the markers of inflammation, whether it is HSCRP or other markers of inflammation at 1 year are almost down by 54%. Not only that, we know once we are using these drugs in the management of type 2 diabetes, there has been actually a reduction in hepatic fat content by almost 4%, what has been seen in all those patients who have either NAFLD or NASH. Not only that, there actually could be a improvement in histological findings of these patients with NASH in setting of type 2 diabetes as early as 6 months. So, in fact, there has been a very good trial on canagliflozin talking about reduction in NASH score overall within 6 months of treatment, and same has been seen with empagliflozin also if these patients have simultaneously NASH happening, and there is actually to some extent histopathological reversing also which happens as early as 6 months. Not only that, the risk of new onset obstructive sleep apnea also goes down by 52%. And mind it, this is versus placebo in patient with type 2 diabetes. And this is independent of the benefits coming as a result of weight reduction, systolic BP, hematocrit, or HbA1c. You could always debate that once there is a reduction in body weight and systolic blood pressure and overall glycemic control is better. So obviously OSA will go down, but this is independent of all these benefits that there could be a reduction in overall OSA, new onset in almost 52% of patients. So once you use SGLT2 drugs, again, there could be a better control of hypertension, more so in the nocturnal hours. This is what is a SACRA study talking about, that not only there is a reduction in systolic pressure in the nighttime, daytime, but overall 24-hour blood pressure control is much better in these patients once these are on SGLT2 inhibitor. And it has been again seen that these could check the progression of albuminuria, whether patient has microalbuminuria, so they might come back to normal albuminuria, and there could be a reduction by USCR by 32%. And if patient already has macroalbuminuria, there could be a reduction in albumin creatinine at 24 hours by almost 42%. So let's say that SGLT2 have a broad bandwidth approach for reduction of heart failure and overall renal events, because whether EGFR is as high as 85, which is near normal in garden variety of patient, what has been seen in DECLARE TB trial, or it is reduced to less than 40, what has been seen in CREDENCE, or even less than 30, even then there are going to be benefits all across the spectrum of reduction of EGFR. So this is what is the beauty of this drug, that SGLT2 inhibitor, they modify several risk factors through various mechanisms. And simple ones we have been talking about is diuresis, we have been talking about natriuresis because of glycosuria. We know there is going to be reduction in calories because of waste of glucose going into the urine, but primarily through natriuresis, and improvement in cardiac function by reduction in preload or afterload, or increased cardiometabolic efficiency because of different energetic mechanism I'll be alluding to. And there is actually a reduction in left ventricle mass also, and it also has beneficial effects on renal function, which I'll be again taking into the details. So here is a strong evidence from all CV outcomes on SGLT2 inhibitor as early as EMPA-REG, which got published in 2015, subsequently Canvas, Canvas R, then DECLARE TB, CREDENCE or VERTIS, which is recently published this year itself. All these patients, of course, they had different type of population. These populations are too heterogeneous to actually compare the benefits. But if you see that in EMPA-REG, there were 100% patients who had established atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. Canvas had 2/3 patient with established atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, while DECLARE TB had only 40% patient, and VERTIS also had 100% patient with established cardiovascular disease. Not only that, in terms of heart failure also, baseline heart failure was there at least in 10 to 20% of patient in these outcome trials, and actually 25% of patients had reduced EGFR less than 60 ml in all these trials, but still there was a greater reduction in 3-point MACE. So if you go through all these trials, you will see that EMPA-REG had almost 14% 3-point MACE reduction, which was p-value wise very, very superior. In Canvas trial also there was a reduction by almost 18%, but individual components were not all that p-value wise significant, but overall 3-point MACE reduction was seen even in the Canvas trial in 14% of patients, although DECLARE had only 10% reduction in 3-point MACE. But if you try to compare the benefits in atherosclerotic cardiovascular group versus non-cardiovascular disease, most of the benefits have, in terms of 3-point MACE reduction, have been seen only in the group which had established atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, not in the arm which had multiple risk factors. But one thing which is very, very robust in all those trials with SGLT2 inhibitor is that there is going to be a significant reduction in hospitalization with heart failure or composite heart failure with CV death, because there is going to be at least 35% reduction in overall risk of heart failure, irrespective whether these patients had atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease or only multiple risk factors. Composite CV death or hospitalization for heart failure all across age groups have benefited with SGLT2 inhibitors as compared to the placebo therapy, but renal composite endpoints have significantly gone down. In fact, this is what is the best about. One is uniformly seen with all SGLT2 inhibitors all across ages is one is hospitalization for heart failure, composite heart failure with CVD death, as well as renal composite endpoint, which are down by almost 38 to 40%. And these renal composite endpoints are again independent whether patient had an established atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease or multiple risk factor. Benefits were almost alike both the groups. Similarly, renal composite endpoints were also very, very robust, irrespective whether there was a EGFR less than 60, whether it was between 60 to 90 or more than 90. And you could see that all across benefit in terms of overall renal composite endpoint was seen at least in 35 to 40% of patients. A sneak peek to the future, something which you can predict before it becomes apparent, is that with SGLT2 inhibitor today, we are not talking of only the glycemic benefits. We are possibly talking of organ protection, especially heart and kidney, with all the multifactorial benefits, or you can say extrapancreatic benefits or pleiotropic benefits coming as a result of SGLT2 therapy. And that is what has been seen in DAPA heart failure, where it has been seen that heart failure risk has gone down by 30%, and overall composite CV death as well as heart failure has gone down by 26%, and CV death, which was not clearly apparent in declared TIMI, has again gone down by 18% in this DAPA heart failure. Even the secondary outcomes were very, very significant. These were down by 25%. But what was much more important was that these benefits were consistent, irrespective whether patient was having type 2 diabetes or whether patient was non-diabetic. Similarly, in DEPA CKD, again, it has been seen that renal composite endpoints are down by 35 to 40%. And this overwhelming response seen in reduction of overall renal composite endpoint led to early stoppage of DEPA CKD trial, less the people or the patients, those who were in placebo arm, missed this benefit. So it's not surprising if you have sort of look on the overall timelines of trial data as early as 2015 and 17, 18 and 19 and 20, that with that there has been an evolution of guidelines all across based on all the benefits which have been seen through very severe outcome. Whether you talk about 2020 ACE guideline, where it has been said that after lifestyle modification, I think it is better that we start with a drug which, especially in the group which has atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, which could be either a GLP-1 analog or a SGLT2 inhibitor. So ACE said that it has to be independent of glycemic control. If patient has established atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease or risk for heart failure or CKD, these patients must be on SGLT2 therapy. It could be even started earlier than metformin therapy also. And this is what European Society of Cardiology guidelines 2019. Mind it, these are cardiology guidelines talking about a drug which is anti-hyperglycemic. So these guidelines said that all those patients who have atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, they may not be even on metformin, they can straightway be on SGLT2 therapy or GLP-1 analog. But if they are already on metformin, all these patients for benefit must be then on SGLT2 simultaneously to get all the benefits coming from SGLT2 inhibitors. And that is what ADA 2021 guidelines have also said, that as an indicator of high risk or established atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease or CKD or heart failure, every patient, again, based on the overall profile of the patient, irrespective of the baseline HbA1c, they have to be on SGLT2 inhibitor or GLP-1 analog, because evidence is very, very strong. It is almost 1A with these drugs. Similarly, Canadian guidelines 2019 talking about heart failure said that all those patients who are not diabetic, because they are now we are wiser from DEPA heart failure, where it has been seen that if your ejection fraction is less than 40%, irrespective whether you are diabetic or non-diabetic, you are going to get at least 25% risk reduction in heart failure and composite CV death. So all those patients who have reduced ejection fraction, irrespective whether you are diabetic or non-diabetic, it has to be SGLT2 inhibitor, has to be as the fifth add-on with standard care. And same has been said by European Renal Association or Dialysis Transplant Association, which has recommended that it is important to switch them to SGLT2 therapy plus metformin. Those patients who are having good HbA1c, even less than 7, a space should be made by reduction of other doses, and they should be put on simultaneously on SGLT2 inhibitor for getting the benefits in terms of renal composite endpoints. Well, there have been various mechanisms which have been proposed, but I think this slide which I came across is very, very important. Not everything can be explained, nor does it need to be explained, because we should be looking for the benefits coming from SGLT2 inhibitor, because still, in spite of the fact that almost 15 mechanisms have been identified to explain the benefits which have been coming in terms of CV risk reduction, heart failure hospitalization reduction, CV death reduction, or renal composite endpoint reduction, still I think it is a long way till we are sure that what exactly is working, whether it is only natriuresis or osmotic diuresis, or what Dr. Jyoti was talking about, sodium hydrogen exchanger 1 or 3, or the other mechanism which are operating. So somehow all the benefits which have been coming have been probably out of place as early as within 28 days or within 50 days of starting SGLT2 inhibitor. So when we talk about heart failure outcomes or the benefits with SGLT2 inhibitor, we know primarily it is through reduction of preload as well as afterload, which reduces plasma volume and vascular resistance goes down. We also know that there could be an improvement in myocardial energetics by being on ketone body usage as compared to on glucose, and there could be also reduction in inflammation and fibrosis leading on to cardiac remodeling. So sort of heart failure also goes down, and overall we know there is going to be a BP reduction also. And because with reduction in LV mass and improvement in diastolic function, there will be an improved cardiac contractility which has been seen. So there is going to be a myocardial protection once patient is on SGLT2 inhibitor. Similarly, while trying to explain the renal composite reduction, we know there is a significant reduction in glomerular pressure by improvement in TGF, or maybe reduction in NHE3 or glomerular hyperfiltration, because there is an increased tone of afferent arterioles. So immediately, especially if you have combined with ACE or ARB, where there's going to be a dilation of afferent arterioles. So what happens is that in the proximal convoluted tubule, you have reduction in glomerular hyperfiltration. So there is a reduction in proteinuria, there is a reduction in inflammation, fibrosis, and overall there is going to be an improved tubular oxygenation, what has been seen while being on SGLT2 inhibitor. So there is going to be a stabilization of eGFR as early as within 3 months once patient is on SGLT2 inhibitor. So with subsequent reduction in intraglomerular pressure, reduction in systemic blood pressure, there's going to be a reduced tubular as well as glomerular injury, which will then lead on to reduction in overall renal composite endpoint. But I think important points, the pearls of wisdom for our juniors are that prohibit use of SGLT2 therapy in all those patients where EGFR, because still the label says EGFR less than 45 you should not use, although in Credence or in DEPA CKD we have seen that benefits are coming as low as till EGFR 25 or 30. It should not be used in pregnant and breastfeeding women because risk is still not known. All acute stressful condition, maybe hospitalization, stress, surgery, or a situation of UDK, there we should not use SGLT2 inhibitor. All insulinic condition, those patients ideally should be on first insulin replacement, and then to reduce the doses of insulin, you may add SGLT2 inhibitors in those. And again, we have to be cautious in all elderly patients, those who are frail, where there's a possibility of volume depletion, maybe posterior hypertension, because there you might have AKI coming as a result of SGLT2 inhibitor. All those who are having complicated or upper UTIs or repeated GTIs, again, we should not use SGLT2 there. And of course, improper genital hygiene, if it is there we should not use SGLT2 inhibitor. So to summarize, cardiovascular, renal, metabolic risk or continuum, it is seen in setting of type 2 diabetes, and this is what is going to increase overall CV death or CVD in setting of type 2 diabetes. SGLT2 inhibitor could halt this process of ongoing cardio-renal continuum. So a personalized approach in every type 2 diabetic patient to reduce this risk of atherosclerosis, heart failure, CKD, or reduction in weight could be achieved by using SGLT2 inhibitor. And we are convinced today that real world evidence has again shown or the replicated the result what have been seen in CV outcome with SGLT2 inhibitors. So benefits have been actually replicated much better in the real world practice. So we should optimize clinical consideration of risk benefit for each anti-diabetic therapy in principle of individualized approach for every patient. So it has to be a individualized profile based approach. But you could say that today most of the patients, those who have BMI more than 23, they are already on metformin and they have multiple risk factors or presence of atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease or predisposition to heart failure or diabetic nephropathy. They must be on GLT2 therapy. Thank you very much for your patience listening. You have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer that.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir, for that very lucid and clear talk and covering such a wide subject of SGLT2 inhibitors. You have probably touched upon everything important for our day-to-day practice. Now, with Dr. Bansi's permission, can we do some justice to the new molecule remogliflozin? Because I think all of us were expecting you, sir, to cover remogliflozin to some extent. So, what is your expert?
Well, I personally, if you talk about, I am an advocate for remogliflozin. I have my own data which got published in ACE. It was almost on 174 patient. Our REMA study, which was actually awarded. I didn't want to touch upon today because unfortunately we still don't have evidence on remogliflozin in terms of CV outcome. So while introducing the topic, I said that I'm not going to talk about individual molecules in this 20-minute session. What I talked about was the novel mechanism based on SGLT2 therapy to do justice. That is why I didn't talk about remogliflozin, but I know based on real world evidence, I'm a part of a couple of studies on remogliflozin, certain in publication and certain going on revolution and remit heart failure, where we have found that remogliflozin is a very good molecule with identical amount of HbA1c reduction. CV outcomes or renal composite endpoints, you cannot say anything because you still don't have any data. In terms of efficacy and safety, these are alike any other SGLT2 inhibitor.
So can I allude to two excellent publications this year? One is by lead authored by most respected Dr. V. Mohan sir, that was published in May this year, which covered, it's a treatise on remogliflozin, I believe.
Yeah.
The second one was a 6-month pivotal study reported and again done by Dr. Mala Dharmalingam and
I've seen those
Dr.
studies.
S.R. Anvin sir and Hemant Thakur sir.
Yeah.
So I think these are two premier publications this year, and we await your.
Ours is already under publication. It's under print, so I didn't want to quote that.
No, we very eagerly await, and our clinical experience has been, except for being required to be given twice per day, I think it is at par with.
Yeah, twice is not a problem. See, these days we are in any case using SGLT2 inhibitor with metformin as BD doses. Like Jardiance Met, we are using BD doses. So I think twice is not an issue. Early days, there was a sort of apprehension that when you're using SGLT2 inhibitor in the night, there could be a lot of polyuria and problem. It has not happened. So twice is not the problem. Only thing is, today to advocate it on any platform, you don't have still CV outcome or renal outcome. Although real world evidence on remogliflozin is great. There is no, I mean, in terms of efficacy, it is found to be absolutely non-inferior to DAPA even in phase 3 trial.
Chawla sir, can I ask a question on this?
Yes, sir.
Sir, देखिए DAPA भी off patent हो गया है.
So that is what I was asking the same thing,
अभी 12 रुपए में
where we will put the
Remo
in that therapy.
Yes,
because
yes.
before some time it was only the cost was an issue, and the SGLT2 wherever we wanted to use, the cost was a barrier for us. And if person is not affording, probably the Remo was the cheapest one. And as you rightly said, that in real world evidence, which we had shown that it is equally efficacious. We may not have a randomized controlled trial to prove it that it is cardiorenal and the benefit of Remo. And as you are going to publish few more data, maybe more of a real world data. But now where you are going to place it when you have a DAPA which is already available at a cost effective, because biggest disadvantage of this molecule. I agree with that. When the cost is an issue, we can give the patient 2 times, 3 times, patient will agree. But now when you have a molecule which can be given once in a day. But still one more advantage, the newer molecule which had come with the Ramo with vildagliptin combination. I mean, that is at
That's
present
also
time,
getting
we have a
popular.
2 combination which are available with us with the gliptin and SGLT2. Both of them are costly, and there it is a cost effective. Probably it can have, but otherwise, alone Remo, I don't know how effective it will be. We have Sanjay with us and Mithun.
Bansi with Remo vildagliptin advantages where both molecules in terms of evidence base, there's a huge data. Even on vildagliptin, you don't have a CV outcome, but vildagliptin has possibly the largest amount of real world evidence from our own country. We all have been part of a study also on almost 14,000 patients, not only in terms of glycemic control. So once you're using a FDC of remogliflozin with vildagliptin, I'm sure it is going to hit the market because of two reasons: that it is very good in terms of efficacy. You have used vildagliptin also for almost 10 years time, and in terms of cost, it is again very, very competitive. So this combination of FDC maybe is, I think, going to be
But
very
alone Remo will be now doubtful because of the cost was a major challenge for us to use Remo. And now
but I think Bansi, you are,
where you
we
would
all
like
are
to
part
use
of
the Remo.
we are all part of remit heart failure and remoletion, where we are going to look for various markers of heart failure and all that. It may not be in true terms a randomized control trial or a CV outcome trial, but after one year we will be much wiser in terms of overall risk reduction for heart failure, to some extent some reduction in CV risk with remogliflozin after 1 year. Once we complete
Rajiv, even that data will come with the real world data which we are going to do with Remo heart failure data. Till that we have already DAPA heart failure data which had shown that even in non-diabetic also.
I agree. That is why
FDA, we have an Emperor data also. So I mean, had to compare with the randomized control trial to the real world data of India, and it is available only in our country. One of the challenge was with us and primary care physician was to use a molecule which was costing 60 rupees. Now it is, at the price of 10 rupees, and few companies in Ahmedabad are coming almost at below 10 rupees also. So I don't know, I mean, where you will place the Remo now.
So I think every patient,
almost 36 rupees now. 34.
Every patient, based on the profile of the patient, pocket of the patient, and affordability, should be on SGLT2 inhibitor, whether on DAPA generic or on DAPA original one, or maybe remogliflozin. But I think the benefit of SGLT2
so
therapy
that is what
should be given to
Sanjay is
every
going
patient.
to talk today, that each and every patient should be on now SGLT2.
SGLT2.
Why not SGLT2 for everyone?
Rajesh sir, there is a question in chat.
Cost effective available for us. Why not giving each and every
Can SGLT2 inhibitors be used in pre-diabetic obese people? From Dr. Meenakshi.
There is no evidence yet. Well, mechanistically talking about, theoretically, you may say it makes a case for using in IGT to reduce CV risk, because these have been found to be very good in terms of overall renal composite and heart failure risk reduction, even in non-diabetic. So it makes a case for IGT also. Not only you'll get some amount of weight reduction, and you'll get all the benefits in terms of heart failure reduction and CKD, but it is too premature because you don't have yet any paper, nor a label allows you. It may be used off label depending on the overall profile of the patient. You may use it theoretically, yeah.
Sir, and a last query from me. One of your elegant slides showed the effects of SGLT2, cluster 5 effects. One of them was restoration of autonomic balance.
Yeah.
Now, one of our worries, even in not so older patients, is initial osmotic diuresis followed by occasional episode of postural hypotension. So, will that be corrected after a passage of usage?
Very good question. There is going to be a reduction in overall sympathetic nervous system tone. That is one. Only risk in elderly patient where we say that we need to be very vigilant is that with osmotic diuresis or natriuresis, they might go into postural hypotension. But as long as we are not giving them loop diuretics, we are keeping them well hydrated. We are not giving them very high doses of ACE and ARB. So if we can prevent that postural hypotension, definitely there is going to be an improvement in overall atomic dysfunction. there is going to be actually some amount of reduction in vascular tone. Nitric oxide levels are going to be up. Sympathetic nervous system tone is going to be down. So overall arrhythmia risk also goes down in these patients.
Thank you very much, sir. So with this, I think, Dr. Bansi, can we invite Dr. Sanjay Agarwal, sir?
Sanjay is already there. He needs to be introduced.
Yeah. So it again gives me great pleasure and pride in inviting Dr. Sanjay Agarwal. He's FACE, Fellow of the American College of Endocrinology, Honorary Secretary, Governing Council of National RSSDI, Member, Editorial Board, BMJ Open Diabetes Research and Care Journal, Member of Writing Committee for RSSDI Inpatient Management of Hyperglycemia Guidelines, RSSDI Consensus on SMBG in Type 1 and Type 2 Diabetes, RSSDI ESI, that is Endocrine Society of India, Clinical Practice Recommendation of Type 2 Diabetes, author of book Clinical Atlas in Diabetes, a very well-written book, editor of RSSDI's Insulin Monograph, contributed chapters in various books, actively involved as a principal investigator in international research trials, faculty at various national and international meetings, mentor for the postgraduate program, and a very gifted orator and a great human being. So welcome, sir. You may please deliver your important talk.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction, and I'll just share my screen first. I hope my slides are visible to you.
Yes, sir, visible.
All right. Thank you very much. I think I'm going to take the cue from Dr. Rajiv Chawla for my lecture. And I'm going to, ask the same question that, Bansi asked him, and he said, should every Indian with type 2 diabetes receive SGLT2 inhibitors? And I'm going to present my case to you and leave in the end my own thoughts. To a certain extent, my lecture has been made very simple with the lecture that Dr. Rajiv Chawla and Dr. Jyoti Dev just delivered. They set the tone and background for my lecture. So that makes my case much easier to present. So let me start by sort of looking at what is the disease burden of diabetes and other non-communicable diseases that we have in India. So if I have to just go back and look at the prevalence, we know that there are varied figures, but anyway from 8 to 13% is the prevalence of diabetes in India. Currently, the figures are close to about 75 million that we have. And this also has been reflected from the IDF data. What is important is that 40 to 70% of, this is the global data that I'm talking about, that 40 to 70% of the patients fail to achieve the A1C targets. And obviously there are additional risk factors when diabetes comes into play. That overweight, almost 85% of them are overweight, 75% eventually tends to develop hypertension, 65% have dyslipidemia, and all this adds up to a twofold greater risk of cardiovascular disease in patients with diabetes other than those without diabetes. So obviously it's not just glycemia that you're really concerned about. It's a whole conundrum of other illnesses that the patients come with, which adds up to a high cardiovascular risk that the patient carries. And you obviously need to see that you're not only targeting the A1C, but you're also targeting the additional risk factors that the patient carries with them. Now, we have, this is a very important slide that, of course, been presented by the Minister of Women and Child Welfare. Look at the 1990 statistics of disease burden estimates, and you can see that the non-communicable fraction was only 29%. Look at the same figure now in 2020, and non-communicable diseases account for almost 57% of the burden of diseases in India. So there has been a huge shift of the prevalence of non-communicable diseases from 1919. We're just talking about, roughly about 30 years that we're talking about, where the whole there has been more and more shift to non-communicable. We've had effective government programs for communicable diseases, and that probably has translated into that entire segment being shrinking. So if you see in 1990, the disease burden of communicable disease was 56%, and today it is about 24%. So there has to be an increased focus by the society and the government and the healthcare community as to how can we effectively bring down the burden of non-communicable diseases. Now, this is another thought that I would like to put to you, that we have about 65 to 75 million patients with diabetes. And what is important is almost about 67% of our patients don't achieve their A1C goals. And this has been looked at by a number of studies. So why do we have so many patients who are uncontrolled despite the entire, spectrum of treatments that we have available today? So this is something that we need to ponder about. And this is more important because if you look at the projected increase of death due to non-communicable diseases, it has increased from 54% and it is close to about 54% today. And it is projected to increase to about 67% by 2030. And the main cause of death could be cardiovascular diseases, where you can see that there will be a shift from 29% to almost about 36% of the patients who will tend to have death due to cardiovascular disease. So clearly, there is a strong case as to how we can prevent non-communicable disease, and it's all its fraction that leads to it. Now, we know that type 2 diabetes reduces life expectancy by about 10 years, and the reasons could be presence of cardiovascular disease, which is accounted in about 33% of the people, diabetic kidney disease, which the patient is there in about 40%, which ends up with end-stage kidney disease. Almost about half the population tend to have obesity, leading to insulin resistance. And all this, of course, contributes to the morbidity and mortality and the reduced life expectancy by 10 years that we talked about. Now I'm going to shift gears and talk about the Indian phenotype and what is the role of adiposity in the Indian population. Now, this was an excellent paper that was presented by Ranjit Unnikrishnan. In spite of lower BMI, Indians are having more abdominal fat, more insulin resistance, high levels of CRPs, low level of adiponectin, high level of leptin and triglycerides, increased susceptibility to type 2 diabetes and coronary heart disease, and of course, we have the characteristic diabetes dyslipidemia. If you look at the nutrition transition in India, we know that in the last 5 decades, the production of sugar amongst Indians has risen from less than 3% to 20% of sugar produced globally. Urban participants report about 35% higher sugar intake than their rural counterparts, and we tend to consume more of a high glycemic index diets, which contributes to the epidemic of type 2 diabetes. If you look at the consumption of all the sugar products, you can see over the years, the raw sugars intake have increased through various food formulation. And if you look at the sale of vegetable oils and the trans fat, this has all increased over the years. And the last data, of course, we have is up to 2009. Now, what is the point that I'm trying to make through this dietary consumption is that for the same BMI, there is more diabetes in Asian Indians than the Caucasian and the other Southeast Asian populations. So we are obviously more obese for the same BMI than our other counterparts, and this is gender neutral. So we come back to the term that we keep talking about is that the Indian population is more adipose, and that's the reason that we're more concerned about, and it's contributing to the diabetes epidemic. And this slide by Dr. Yagnik, it shows very well that we are develop diabetes at a younger age. We have a lower BMI at which we tend to develop diabetes. We have more adiposity as estimated by the subscapular tricep skin fold thickness and the insulin resistance as measured by the HOMA-IR and the mid-arm circumference and the increase in the waist-hip ratio. So the risk of obesity is far higher among the urban population, primarily because of sedentary lifestyle and high calorie intake, and all this sort of causes a major health problem for us. So the weight gain that we have got is a major concern because we know that a 1.5-fold BMI causes a 90-fold increase in diabetes in women, a 40-fold increase in diabetes in men, and ectopic fat like a fatty liver, which we talked about a little while back with Dr. Chawla, and he showed that how fat can make a difference. So what I'm coming to with all my previous slides is what is the evolving role of SGLT2 inhibitors in the Indian phenotype? And the challenges that we have is, as I just told you, is we have a higher abdominal adiposity and visceral fat at any given body mass index. And how does really SGLT2 inhibitors help us? They cause a decrease in body fat, and the fat loss is more for visceral fat than for the subcutaneous fat loss. We have a higher waist circumference and waist to hip ratio, and SGLT2 inhibitors help to reduce the waist circumference. We have a low level of adipokine and high level of leptin, which increases the concentration of triglycerides. And we know that through SGLT2 inhibitors, we get a reduction in both the triglycerides and leptin. There is a low rate of glucose disposal in the Indian patients, and SGLT2 helps us to increase the rate of glucose disposal. We have impaired insulin secretion and increased insulin resistance, and through SGLT2 inhibitors, we tend to have improved in beta cell function and reduction in the insulin resistance. So here you can see the correlation that I was talking about of the increased adiposity and how does really SGLT2 inhibitors benefit in the Indian population. Now I'm going to go a little further and say what is the impact of non-communicable diseases in Indians. And this was an excellent paper which was presented, and we know that high blood pressure and suboptimal blood glucose control are two factors that is driving the NCD epidemic in India. And this is seen both less than 60 years and more than 60 years. If you look at the prevalence and treatment and how many people are actually getting controlled where hypertension and diabetes is concerned, and you can see very well over here that the prevalence is high, both in the urban and the rural population, of course, more in the urban population. I'm just going to try and get a laser pointer. Yeah. So here you can see that there is a higher prevalence in the urban population where hypertension is concerned, but also where the diabetes is concerned. How many of them are getting treated? Quite a large percentage, but how many are actually at goal is dismally low. So there is a lot of work that we need to do in terms of control of hypertension and diabetes. The Indian phenotype is typically, we need to have a comprehensive management which will address all the three factors, that's the diabetes, obesity, and hypertension, which we know that are in high prevalence, as you can see from the figures that are mentioned on the slide. We know that 8 out of 10 persons in India are having at least a feature of Indian phenotype, and Indian phenotype patients require comprehensive treatment, which will address all these three areas effectively. Now, we know that all this, what we have just talked about, obesity, hypertension, diabetes, ultimately are the need is for development of cardiovascular disease, which is a key contributor to the increase in life years lost in India. We know the ischemic burden of heart disease is almost about more than 60%, stroke about 54%, and diabetes about 92%, which is all primarily responsible for the burden of cardiovascular disease. But in India, we have a peculiar situation. We have excellent hospitals, plenty of areas where we have high technology for interventions, but we really focus very little on lifestyle changes and key medications which may make all the difference in our population to reduce the incidence. So can't we believe in prevention rather than effecting a sort of a fallback on how we can effect a cure? We know that we have a higher incidence of premature atherosclerosis in the coronary artery and the aorta. These are from the autopsy studies that was reported. So there are 5 alarming facts about cardiovascular disease in India. We have premature atherosclerotic disease, so we present 10 years early. We have strong comorbidities like diabetes and hypertension striking at a younger age. There's a greater prevalence of left ventricular dysfunction at presentation. We have smaller coronary arteries, which makes it difficult for percutaneous intervention and complex coronary artery surgeries. Just to remind us that India will have the highest number of cases of cardiovascular disease. As the incidence of NCD goes up, the proportion of diabetic population goes up. We know that overall the cardiovascular disease burden will go up. And what is alarming is it is affecting the younger generation, more in the urban population, and probably coronary heart disease will be mainly responsible for heart disease deaths, which is almost about by 2020, we have almost 1/3 of the deaths which will be caused by coronary heart disease. And as I just told you, that we have a high premature cardiovascular disease mortality in India. And 31% of the cardiovascular deaths occur in the age group of less than 60 years. So it is important that will we learn lessons from the West during the epidemic of cardiovascular disease? which may translate into better cardiovascular disease outcomes in developing countries. And as I just told you some time back, it is far more cost effective to reduce cardiovascular death incidence, disease incidence, than to treat the emerged disease. Now, if you look at the incidence of chronic kidney disease in diabetes, and this was reported from the AIMS from the period 1994 to 2003, you can see clearly the prevalence of chronic kidney disease is increasing across all the stages of the kidney disease. And here you can see almost in different stages is about 14 to about 30%. And important is the fact that majority of the chronic kidney disease gets recognized at stage 4. And you can see this same sort of data coming from different centers. This is from the KIMS Bhubaneswar. And you can see that there is a bivariate analysis showing strong association of diabetic kidney disease and hypertension. So this is sort of data that is very alarming. And this is a very sort of a good slide. We had, of course, a very strong CKD registry, which was maintained. And if you look at the CKD registry data, of course, there is no figures after 2011. But if you look at the different parts of the country, east, north, south, and west, almost about 30% of the population have diabetic nephropathy. So this is something that is rather alarming. And this all is Indian data that I'm talking about. And this is from the CKD registry of India. So why are we really concerned about the presence of kidney disease in diabetics? Because we know that as patients with diabetes, long-standing diabetes, develop microvascular complications, microalbuminuria, which progresses to proteinuria, and doubling of the serum creatinine levels and end-stage kidney disease. As much as you're concerned about the time to dialysis, all these are independent risk factors for cardiovascular events and death. And you need a drug that is going to address each of the stages to prevent it from progressing further. So you need a drug which is going to prevent normalbuminuric to become microalbuminuric, microalbuminuria progressing to proteinuria, or establishment of kidney disease, or how can we prevent end-stage kidney disease from happening. And we know one drug that really helps in all these areas are the SGLT2 inhibitors. And it is important for us to know, because we know that as patients progress from nephropathy, no nephropathy, to microalbuminuria, to albuminuria, or to end-stage kidney disease, the incidence of annual death rate tends to go up exponentially. Here you can see from 1.4% right up to 19% once a patient is on renal replacement treatment. So the mortality statistics go up as the kidney disease progresses further. So I'm going to talk a little bit now about what are the physiological effects of SGLT2 inhibitors. And we're quite familiar with this fact that our dietary intake is more than 180 grams per day. We make a glucose production through various pathways of about 100 grams per day. Our glucose uptake is, through the brain, 125 grams a day, rest of the body by about 125 grams. And we know that most of the glucose gets filtered, but all of it is reabsorbed through the kidneys. Here you can see the pathway that in the kidneys we have the S1 and S2 segment, which predominantly have the SGLT2 inhibitors, SGLT2 receptors, and in the S3 proximal segment, we have the SGLT1 receptors. And 90% of the filtered glucose is reabsorbed from the S1 and S2 segment, and about 10% of the filtered glucose is through the SGLT1 receptor. We know that the SGLT2 receptors are high capacity and low affinity, whereas the SGLT1 are high affinity and low capacity. And this is through a piggyback mechanism where there is a co-transporter and the glucose is co-transported over the sodium pump. And we know that this is how the internalization or reabsorption of the glucose tends to happen. We know that in diabetes, there is an increase in threshold, and the SGLT2 inhibitors tend to lower the threshold for filtered glucose, and that's how most of the glucose urea that tends to happen. So if you look at it, there is a filtered glucose, but majority of it is reabsorbed, and that's how the glucose sort of cycle keeps continuing of filtration and reabsorption, and most of the glucose tends to come back to the circulation in normal subjects in normal subjects. Whereas we know that there is an altered renal glucose control in diabetic patients. There is an increase or there is an up titration of the renal gluconeogenesis, So there is a 300% increase in gluconeogenesis compared to non-diabetics, which leads to a high renal contribution of hypoglycemia. There is an increased SGLT2 and its activity. So the increased SGLT2 transporters and its activity in patients with type 2 as compared to normal glycemia. So there is an increased reabsorption and very little glucose is really goes down. So obviously this contributes to the hypoglycemia, and there is an increased renal threshold of reabsorption in the renal tubule. Obviously, a molecule like SGLT2 inhibitors is going to help to reverse these processes. And we know that one of the mechanisms of progressive kidney disease is the high intraglomerular pressures. And we know that SGLT2 inhibitors have a strong reason. It lowers the intraglomerular pressure, and that is one of the mechanisms by which it retards the action or beneficial action. It follows the beneficial action of reducing the incidence of nephropathy. Now, this was a very good paper presented by Dr. Sanjay Kalra and Uni Krishnan. And what it said is, how does really SGLT2 inhibitors have a benefit? And this is a Robin Hood effect. So by calorie restriction, it reduces the A1C and fasting and plasma glucose. By volume offload, it reduces the blood pressure and it causes hemoconcentration. And by substrate switch, it causes a metabolic efficiency, which reduces the metabolic stress in the body. And this is perhaps the entire background of the benefits of SGLT2 when it comes to cardiovascular and kidney benefits. And this was very well spoken by Dr. Rajiv Chawla in his lecture. I'm just going to lead to a summary of what he said. The SGLT2 inhibitors causes a decrease in volume load. It causes a reduction in blood pressure. It causes a decrease in the progression of chronic kidney disease. It reduces the body weight, and it reduces the inflammatory markers. All this data was presented in the earlier lecture by Dr. Chawla. What about the renal benefits? As I mentioned, that it causes a reduction in the intraglomerular pressure. It reduces the blood pressure, and that's how it leads to decrease in the progression of kidney disease. We know that it also causes a reduction in ectopic fats, and there is a whole bit of data which shows that it reduces the steatosis and the incidence of NFLD and NASH. So there is a whole effect that we've got on ectopic fat, on the lipids, and consequently, it has an effect on the insulin resistance. And this is all the mechanism that we're really looking for from an ideal drug which will suit our population, which has a high visceral adiposity. We also know that SGLT2 inhibitors reduces the interstitial volume and causes very little contraction of the intravascular volume, which is rather beneficial in our patients who have got edema due to cardiac failure. And this is some of the benefits, metabolic changes that tends to occur due to which are contributing to the reduced plasma glucose and adiposity following inhibition of the SGLT2. So its effect on appetite, lipolysis, glucagon, on the kidney, the glycogenolysis and the substrate switch, and all this ultimately causes a reduction in the hyperglycemia and adiposity. We have known that through various studies that SGLT2 inhibitors affect weight loss, decreases the visceral adiposity, and this is reflected by reduction in the liver transaminases, which generally we tend to find are elevated in patients with NAFLD or NASH. I'm going to come to the last part where do I have a strong case to use SGLT2 inhibitors in Indian, and that was the title of my talk. We know that there are strong extra glycemic effects of SGLT2 inhibitors. We have seen that it causes a reduction in body weight and visceral adiposity. It causes a reduction in cardiovascular risk through various CVOT trials. There is some reduction in the blood pressure, the systolic and the diastolic blood pressure, and it causes a reduction in arterial stiffness. It improves HDL and lowers the LDL cholesterol. It has a renoprotective effects. It improves the beta cell function, and it has a very low risk of hypoglycemia. And all this is beneficial when it comes to use in our set of population. And this is across the board that you see the effect on lowering of A1C, reduction of the systolic pressure, and the effect on body weight. And these are the various trials which have looked at the SGLT2 as monotherapy, add on to metformin, added on to sulfonylureas, added on to insulin, and the similar data when combined with other oral agents. So if you look at the ADA algorithm, which Dr. Chawla talked about, do we have a strong case to use SGLT2 inhibitors? When it comes to presence, use in atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, very good data. Use in heart failure or chronic kidney disease, again, very good data. Where there is a need to use patients at a higher risk for hypoglycemia, again, there is a very good data to use in these patients. And could we use it for primarily for weight loss and prevention of weight gain? Again, excellent data. Then why were we not using this drug? Until date, we knew that cost was a major concern when it came to use of SGLT2 inhibitors in our set of population, which is exposed to all this risk. Now, with the reduction of cost of SGLT2 inhibitors, that sort of takes away the entire argument to say that we can't use SGLT2 inhibitors because cost is a major constraint, despite knowing the benefits in our population. So clearly, I'm making my strong case that SGLT2 inhibitors now should be used in all our patients with type 2 diabetes, where the major deterrent to use this drug was because of the cost. Again, if you look at the ACE algorithm, we know that GLP-1 and SGLT2 inhibitors have all been ranked higher, but there is always a concern about using GLP-1 because of cost and injectable nature. So obviously, this becomes a very strong point that easily acceptable treatment would be an SGLT2 inhibitors, whether you're using it after metformin as a monotherapy or dual therapy or as a triple therapy. And if you look at our own RSSDI guidelines, as way back as 2017, we had proposed that SGLT2 inhibitors should be considered as a second-line agent when glucose targets are not being achieved. And if you look at the therapeutic wheel that we talk about, when all the sections of age, BMI, chronic kidney disease, duration of diabetes, established cardiovascular disease, and patients where cost was a constraint, and risk of hypoglycemia, you find that in all the subsections of the wheel, SGLT2 inhibitors is one drug that can be used across the board. We have various data in terms of CV outcome trials to show the benefits, and we've just seen this from the lecture of Dr. Chawla. I'm not going to repeat it. So there is a whole bit of data which shows its benefit in terms of cardiovascular risk or established cardiovascular disease. When it comes to kidney disease, again, there is a very strong data. And we, of course, have seen that the prevention of progression of the kidney disease, which comes with a very strong data again. So I'm going to end by saying that what are the 5 key benefits which leverage the use of SGLT2 inhibitors in the Indian phenotype? It has a fast onset of action right from day one. It has a very strong glucose lowering ability, and there is a significant and sustained glucose lowering across the diabetes. What we are really concerned about is weight and adiposity. And you can see I've just presented the data that it caused significant weight loss to about 2 to 3 or 4 kilos, which is majority of the visceral fat that comes down. It has benefits in hypertension. There is a huge flexibility in its action and use. So you can use it across the board in the entire spectrum, right from young age to older age, right from where weight is a concern to patients at risk for hypoglycemia. And of course, we have shown that there is a proven cardiovascular and renal and other pleiotropic benefits, which are seen with SGLT2 inhibitors. So I'll end my case and I'll present that should every Indian with type 2 diabetes receive SGLT2 inhibitors? And I think I very strongly say, yes, we should all prescribe SGLT2 inhibitors for our population with diabetes. Thank you very much for a patient listening.
So thank you very much, sir, for a very convincing and erudite talk. And I think you would win hands down in a debate. You have made your points so very well. And I think highlight of your, I personally feel, was the eye-opener slide on annual transition rates of nephropathy and death. Way back in 2003, the learned author had prepared that, and it holds water even today, more than ever. So
I agree with you there, absolutely.
And you also highlighted 30% DKD average rate among the Indians. So I think global also applies to Indians.
Yes, thank you very much.
Are there any questions, comment? Dr. Arsad, would you like to comment or ask sir anything?
It is for our Indian phenotype patients. SGLT2 inhibitor drugs are very ideal. It's near to ideal almost. And the concern till date was cost, and now the dapagliflozin is available with FDA available at very reasonable cost. So every Indian must get benefit of that.
So Dr. Sailesh Trivedi sir, I can see you. Would you like to have
Yes, sir.
any
No.
comment?
I have to give only compliments. If there is a Harish Sarve or Kapil Sibal on the law side, I think Dr. Sanjay Agarwal today, he deserves those compliments.
Thank you so much. But it was not a debate, Everybody.
Anyway, it's not a debate, but you have put forward so much convince. Honestly, not to
So
flatter you.
Sanjay, a compliment to you. Normally, Sibal charges 11 lakh for one presence or one appearance. You can also charge anything.
I hope Bansi is listening to that.
Bansi is listening, and it will be difficult to afford you now.
Dr. Rajiv, Sanjay charging to the patient as well as to the companies, not to Bansi.
Sir, there is a
everything to be built to Bansi. Bansi will manage.
Sir, there is a grapevine that Harish Sarve charged 2.5 crores.
I know.
15 minutes appearance for Salman Khan.
गलत प्रोफेशन में आ गए सर हम लोग. अच्छा संजय भाई, can I ask a question?
Please go ahead. My pleasure.
So, thin Indians who are, we have a lot of patients who are thin, and they get extremely combination of SGLT2 with pioglitazone in those patients.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually a good effective combination that you can use, because when you talk about thin fat Indians, you're again talking about more of a central adiposity that the patient has. And more concerning about this is we all know that Indians have got a higher visceral adiposity. Now, we are knowing that because of visceral adiposity, there's a higher amount of insulin resistance that we are looking at. So if you use a combination of SGLT2 inhibitors and pioglitazone, we have two benefits. One, the weight neutralization that tends to happen because of SGLT2 used with pioglitazone. And we know that pioglitazone is one of the most strongest drugs to reduce, fat in the liver. There is enough of data, histological data, as well as conventional sort of lab data, which show that pioglitazone is one of the most effective molecules for NAFLD NASH. And now, of course, we've got strong data with even the SGLT2 inhibitors, both in terms of weight reduction and reduction of adiposity, inflammatory markers, increase in adiponectin. So all these are primary concerns that we tend to have. So the dual combination of pioglitazone and SGLT2 inhibitors would be rather beneficial in our Indian subsets of population.
Just as an extension of that question, will such a combination mitigate sarcopenia, which
sarcopenia is totally different. What happens is we tend to have a higher amount of adiposity and less muscle mass. And that is something that's because there's a whole bit of conversion of muscle proteins that's happening. And this is not really going to help much in sarcopenia. It's going to help more in terms of fat reduction. There is a different thing that we'll tend to benefit from.
I intended to learn from you that sarcopenia has been a small issue in long-term users of SGLT2 inhibitors.
Yes.
So
that's again because weight loss that tends to occur, and that yes.
So it was very wonderful to listen from all of you, and we all know the benefits of SGLT2. As we are discussing about debate capacity, I would like to have comments for all three speakers that if we are going to speak against SGLT2, what will be your opinion? That what goes against SGLT2?
I just made my case for Ford, so I don't think I'll speak against it.
So Dr. Bipul, I have a suggestion because our RSSDI president and secretary, both of them are there. So we know that these agents may be different. They may not be the same in terms of some of these differential effects.
It's 8 o'clock.
Remogliflozin is there and very commonly used. And all of us are using it, though there is no data to support it because we are getting sufficient good glycemic control along with probably other benefits. So if we can collect the data from across the country for a period of say 3 years, and that is going to be a real world evidence from those doctors having electronic medical records, and they have to capture the sufficient baseline data. Then after the end of 3 years, probably we may be able to publish a very robust data on the use of remogliflozin and the outcomes. Do you agree or not? Because that is the one area where we don't have any data to support the use, but we are all convinced.
Yes, I think we'll have to look at the long-term data I mean, on a face value, SGLT2 inhibitors have very high benefits in Indian population. And we need to see really in our subsets of population over a duration of time, what happens to the population. And can we sort of, re-emphasize the whole thing that we talked about in theory? Does it actually happen in practice? And what is the real world data about it?
So, the Vipul was asking that if suppose you three have to speak against SGLT2, I don't think. Other than that, Rajiv had already talked about which are the place where you have not to use SGLT2, the pediatric insulinopenia
Yes.
and the patient with relative insulin deficiency with history of infection. But otherwise, I don't think. Primarily this SGLT2 symposia is being made because in still primary care physicians are using SGLT2 inhibitor as a fourth drug or as a fifth drug just to delay the insulin initiation for the patients. Either the patients are already on dual or triple or fourth drug, but still they are adding the SGLT2 inhibitor, and probably they will add more once the SGLT2 inhibitor is available at the price of 10 rupees. So we may find few more patients with as a fourth add-on or the fifth add-on. Ideally, we should try to get the data that after adding as a fourth agent, I mean, how much time we can really delay the patients for insulin initiation. That could be one real world data which we can have. Or otherwise, how many of our patients who are started with SGLT2 as a either first line or as a first add-on in our country. So, in the number of percentage of patients. Now, this cannot be done only in diabetes clinic or only in a tertiary care center. We have to see at a centers where, like in public hospital, like now Dr. Asha Shah is working with the GCS Medical College, and before that we were running a diabetes clinic in our BJ Medical College or civil hospital. So where exactly that how many patients are initiated, our medical students or our public hospital doctor also are they convinced to start the patients on SGLT2 as a first add-on after the metformin? That is the reason why we had kept this SGLT2 inhibitor symposia. We started with a robust data of EMPA-REG outcome with Dr. Jyoti, and then a novel mechanism, and then to discuss about the different SGLT2, Dr. Rajiv had talked, and then Sanjay had talked about why not each and every patient should be who is ideally indicated to be started with SGLT2, because even in ADA guideline they are talking everywhere SGLT2 should be given except when the cost is an issue. And now the cost is not an issue for our country. Why not each and every patient should be started with after metformin SGLT2 inhibitor? I mean, that is what, and we don't have any debate that it should not be used. And with the diabetologists, all who are here, I'm sure all of them agree, but we are primarily doing it for primary care physician. At present, we have more than 3,000 doctors who are already logged in, and they are listening us in this particular hall only. Today, we have 6,000 doctors in all three halls. So, I mean, that's number of doctors where we are reaching digitally across the country, and they are listening more and more about the newer therapy. That was an idea of this SGLT2 inhibitor symposia. Now I request Dr. Vinod Abhichandani for some closing
But see,
remarks.
before you sum it up, let me say in one line that today you have a case of using SGLT2 inhibitor almost in every patient. If you are not prescribing SGLT2 in a particular patient, you need to justify why you are not writing.
Yes, so Rajesh, we had written one paper. Dr. Rutul was here. Rutul is here.
Yeah.
Why not SGLT2 inhibitor now? I mean, that was 4 years before.
Yeah, you in your prescription, you will have to justify why you are not using SGLT2
inhibitor. Like to
inhibitor.
have the data that why not SGLT2 inhibitor for each and every patient. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you very much.
Hello.
Yes.
Abhi, just a minute. Yeah, just a minute. For primary care physician, don't you think that we should come out with some evidences of a particular HbA1c target above which SGLT2 inhibitors must not be used without insulin? We should come out with some evidence that a so-and-so HbA1c above which
insulin must be given and SGLT2 inhibitor, whatever third, second, fourth, fifth drug should not be utilized.
I think
Dr.
Dr.
Urban, can I
Dr.
make a
Jyoti Dev,
chance?
we can add this to the brilliant suggestions of Dr. Jyoti Dev and Dr. Bansi, that we can study multiple parameters when we collate a large amount of data from across the country over a period of 2-3 years.
Sure.
So again, thank you very much, all the learned speakers, for enlightening all of us today. And it has been a very, very enriching experience for me as well as all the listeners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Bansi. Excellent meeting. Enjoyed talking here.
Thank you, Harshad. Thank you, Dr.
Thoroughly enjoyed
Dr.
listening
Vinod.
to all.
Thank you, Dr. Vichindani. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, Dr. Jyoti Dev, Dr. Rajiv Chawla. So we can close this session and we can request the Pratap Jetwani to introduce the reporter for next session. It's very important, Shah Memorial Talk. And before that, I will request Tuti, yes, for showing the PowerPoint slide of industry who are supporting us.
Thank you, Dr. Vipul, Dr. Abhichandani, Dr. Harshad Patel, Dr. Jyoti Dev, Dr. Rajiv Chawla, and Dr. Sanjay Agrawal for a very interactive SGLT2 inhibitor symposium. And now we are moving to the most prestigious two sessions of this Diavicon. And the first one is Dr. Shrenik Shah Memorial Lecture, and that will be followed by Dr. Suman Shah Oration. So first, for Dr. Shrenik Shah Memorial Lecture, I will invite Dr. Dharmendra Panchal from the city of Ahmedabad, young dynamic diabetologist who is also part of our association, and Dr. V.N. Shah, the senior most diabetologist from the city of Ahmedabad, and Dr. Urman Dhru from the city of Ahmedabad is chairperson. So over to you, Dr. Dharmendra, to start the proceedings.
Thank you, Pratap sir, and thank you, Bansi sir, for always being with us and giving us more and more opportunity. It's really an honor to be here and to invite our respected chairpersons for the Dr. Shrenik Shah Memorial Lecture. I would like to invite our respected chairperson, Dr. V.N. Shah sir, from Ahmedabad. He is a well-known diabetologist in the city of Ahmedabad, along with our beloved Dr. Urman Dhru sir from the city of Ahmedabad only. Welcome you both, the respected chairpersons. Would request you to please carry forward this session further. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Today we are having the excellent session. I always give the compliments to Dr. Bansi Shabu. He is having the energy, enthusiasm to at least have the lot of inputs regarding the diabetes in India. And we are proud to have from the Ahmedabad, Dr. Bansi Shabu. Always salute to her, and always I am admiring you. Today I am very happy to share first time with Dr. Urman Dhru, and very close friend of us. Since last 30 years, we are having the relation in the field of the diabetes, and we worked together in Stirling Hospital also before. But today I'm proud to have with him on this platform. I'm always thanking Bansi Sabu for this memorial lecture of Dr. Shrenik Shah. He was a beloved friend. He was the second person in Ahmedabad city who has started the prevention program in cardiology. He was a pioneer for the national debate, and every second year we were doing a lot of international and national with the faculty in city of the Ahmedabad. He was the first DM cardiologist from Gujarat, and we are again proud to at least introduce Dr. Shrenik Shah on this bigger platform on DiaCareCon 2020. So I am not taking much time from you. I am now asking Dr. Urman Dhru to introduce the subject and speaker both, Dr. Venkat Ram. Thank you so much again.
Thank you, Dr. VN, and thanks, Dr. Bansi and the team. Today I am proudly having the privilege to invite a clinician, an educator, and a researcher in hypertension. In fact, we can safely say that he is the first and the last name as far as the hypertension is concerned, as far as the globe is concerned. He is Dr. Venkat Ram, graduated from Osmania University, Hyderabad, and then trained at USA, Brown University, and then at Pennsylvania. He served as a director of hypertension clinics of Parkland and Dallas. He is the founder member of American Society of Hypertension, from where, in fact, he started from zero, American Society of Hypertension, ultimately landed up by getting bestowed the Mosler Award, which is the Lifetime Achievement Award by ASH. At present, he is affiliated as a director of Apollo Institute for Hypertension Management. He is also the professor of Apollo Medical College. He is director of World Hypertension League, that is South Asia region at Hyderabad. He is also professor of clinical medicine at University of Texas Medical Center. He is director of Texas Hypertension Institute. He is dean at Sydney McGregor University. Apart from this, he also has 360 publications to his name and 4 books to his name. And one can say that he is one of the most recognized or the topmost hypertension expert in the world at present. And we must be really proud of having him as a speaker for this important lecture. He has also been bestowed the second most respectable award from Indian government, that is Padma Shri, for his work in hypertension and in prevention of heart diseases. He has already said he has already been bestowed upon by Mosler Award, which is the Lifetime Achievement Award by American Society of Hypertension. Surprisingly, he was the youngest, remember, he was the youngest person to be a master of American College of Physicians. So now we can judge who is going to speak next. Dr. Venkat Ram is going to speak next, and he is going to talk about why macrovascular disease is, especially the cardiac disease, is more frequent in patients having diabetes. So not taking much of the time. Really, once again, sir, I'm very much proud to invite you on this dais, Dr. Venkat Ram. Please welcome, sir.
Thank you. I'm sharing the screen.
Before he presents, Dr.
Can you see the screen?
Sorry, sir. Before you start your presentation, we would like to have the citation for Dr. Venkat Ram, which we will be sending to your Hyderabad office rather than your US office.
No, I'm coming. Actually, I'm in Hyderabad only, but please do that. Please do that.
Hardik, please share the screen.
Just a moment, sir.
Hardik, is it getting delayed?
And it is very rare for us to have such a huge faculty with us.
I can, if you all want me to start, I can start.
Just a minute, sir.
Sir, there is a
Hardik is sharing the screen.
Just wait for a few seconds more. I am sorry for that.
He can start, Dr. Bansi is saying that he can start orally till the presentation is available.
With Dr. Venkat, you can start sharing your screen.
Okay, can you see my slides?
No, sir. You have to share the screen.
I'm sharing them.
No.
I was sharing them. How about now?
No, sir.
Oh. Wow. It's, I'm very much sharing them. I don't understand.
Sir, I think
it's already in the back. Can you see it now?
No, sir.
No, sir.
No.
Stop sharing. See, there must be.
And then you again do it.
Okay, I don't understand, but we will, let me try to, just hold on 1 second. It is already there. Can you see now?
No, sir. Sir, are you seeing your screen sharing has been paused? Are you seeing that something over there?
I see my slides and I see Sabu.
Can you go to the Zoom window and stop share and then share it again?
Okay, all right, okay. Then let me do one thing.
So could you just minimize your presentation and see the Zoom screen?
Do we have his slides?
No, sir.
I think he is trying to re-log in.
Hardik, till that, can you share the citation?
Yes, sir. I'm just sharing.
Could he join again?
Sir, I'm just trying to call him.
So as Dr. V.N. Shah was remembering Dr. Shrenik Shah, till that we can have Dr. Urman Durve if you want to share some of your memory for Dr. Shrenik Shah. Every time, I try to ask Dr. V.N. Shah to chair this important session of Dr. Shrenik Shah Memorial Talk.
No, I'm very happy because when
Dr. V.N. Shah, and
Yeah.
lately he became very close to me also.
Yeah.
And we were together just before 1 week of his death. We were together with his wife at Dr. Jyoti Dev meeting. So actually Jyoti invited me for his meeting, and I told Dr. Would you like to accompany me? And then we were together there. And that weekend we were there on Saturday, Sunday. And the next week he was not there with us. On the next
But see, a
Sunday.
lot of memories are there. You see, yourself, Dr. Urman, then Shrenik, Dr. Sanjeev Phatak, even all we work together in
Now
one
we
institute.
all are there with digital.
Yeah. So you are there. So that's why I'm always admiring you. Okay, on one platform, at least a lot of.
Remember Dr. Arab Shah, Bibi Trivedi,
Yeah.
and even.
Now, heads off you. That's why, because you say you are already having the Dr. R.M. Shah Hall and Dr. B.B. Trivedi, because ultimately they were the pioneer to at least start the diabetes activity.
Dr. Suman Shah was pioneer in starting diabetes clinic in Ahmedabad.
Yeah.
Dr. Venkatramani.
We always ask Dr. Premal Thakur to chair the Suman Shah oration. It's always there from the day one, He was the most close one with Dr. Suman Shah and with Dr.
I
Yes, Dr. Urban Bhai. I think you are unmute. You have to unmute.
I always used to trace follow the prescriptions of Dr. Premal Bhai when I was a resident because I knew him. And from the prescription, I could say that the number of or the amount of metformin that he had used when metformin was banned in USA was much more than the metformin USA, the whole USA started using after that. So the drug which they were banning was being extensively used by us. So we were always little bit ahead of US or the Western countries for that matter.
Today also there was Dr. Premal
Even
Bhai.
that way he was the first to.
Dr. Premal Bhai is there in the in panel group. Dr. Premal Bhai, you can unmute yourself. Till we get Dr. Venkat now. Hardik, I think we have to.
Sir, Venkatram Johnson again dropped off. I'm just trying to get him in again.
Until that, I mean.
Bansi, you can ask him to email the presentation even now. Then Hardik can share it.
Yes, yes. Hardik, that we can do also. Should I call him again?
Yes, sir.
I'm
not picking up.
I'm calling him.
Dr. V.N. Shah, you are all talking about Shainik. He was assistant professor in my unit.
Yeah.
After MD.
Yes. No. Ashaman, you are
nice person. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I share now? Let me again
Yes,
try.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, just click on share screen.
It is not allowing me to click share because others are speaking maybe. Oh, okay. Now let us try.
Yeah. Yes, it is coming.
Now?
Yes.
Now it had come, sir. Now it had come. Okay. Make it on full screen and now it is.
Okay. Okay, so it's better now?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, I we can't explain the technology thing, but let's move forward. First of all, let me thank the organizers, especially Dr. Bansi Sabu, who is such a great academic person in clinical practice and who imparts medical science in India much more than heads of the department at Vellore or All India Institute of Medical Sciences or other colleges. So it's really a great privilege for me to be with him. He has asked me to speak on why diabetic patients are more vulnerable to cardiovascular disease. And I'm going to show you at least my viewpoint. As all of you know, since you treat so much of diabetes, that once you make the diagnosis of diabetes, you have already made the diagnosis of cardiovascular disease. So once you write in your medical record, the patient has diabetes, basically you also have inked the diagnosis of cardiovascular disease. All of you know that high blood pressure increases cardiovascular risk. All of you know that diabetes increases cardiovascular risk. But when you combine them, blood pressure and diabetes, there is a geometric increase in cardiovascular risk. That means 1 + 1 does not become 2, but 1 + 1 becomes 4. So a patient with diabetes and hypertension is extremely vulnerable for cardiovascular disease. This is a very old slide I'm showing to show that this evidence has been building for last so many years. And this is the incidence of coronary artery disease mortality when you have normal glucose tolerance and when you develop so-called borderline or indeterminate glucose tolerance, and then you have frank type 2 diabetes. You will notice as you make transformation from normal glucose tolerance to type 2 diabetes, there is a significant increase in coronary artery disease. And this is something that all of you have seen this many times, that a patient who has diabetes and coronary artery disease has a very low probability of survival compared to those who do not have diabetes and who do not have coronary artery disease. So the survival is dictated by the presence of both diabetes and coronary artery disease, and that is a very deadly combination. This is a study that was done called Mr. Fit, where they looked at the cardiovascular events in non-diabetic patients with hypertension and diabetic patients with hypertension. you will notice those patients who have diabetes and hypertension, there is a significant increase in cardiovascular mortality. So at the same level of blood pressure, there's a big difference between those who have hypertension and those who have diabetes and who don't. Now let us look into the pathophysiology, why patients with diabetes are so vulnerable to cardiovascular disease. And this is a slide showing 24-hour blood pressure pattern in patients who have normal blood pressure or high blood pressure, and those who have diabetes and who do not have diabetes. You will notice those individuals who have diabetes, they do not reduce the blood pressure at night time. That means they continue to have nocturnal hypertension. So one of the characteristics of vascular disease in diabetic patients is they lose this biological pattern. They continue to have nocturnal increase in blood pressure or non-dipping status, which might be one reason why patients with diabetes are at high risk for cardiovascular disease. You will notice here, both in normotensives and hypertensive diabetics, they do not dip the blood pressure as much as those who do not have diabetes. So one thing you have to keep in mind is that diabetic patients with or without high blood pressure, they do not have nocturnal fall in blood pressure. Now, I do not want to go into the goals of blood pressure reduction in diabetic patients. Now, I think there is a reasonable consensus, despite some debate and discussion, that if possible, you should try to reach a blood pressure close to 130 by 80. And this is a study called Hypertension Optimal Treatment Trial, comparing diabetic patients with non-diabetic patients. You will notice the best survival was in patients whose diastolic blood pressure was less than 80. There is some controversy, 80, 85, 80, 84, but let's not worry about it. As long as you have diastolic blood pressure close to 80, and that is the best marker of better prognosis. Now let us look into the pathophysiology, why these our diabetic patients are more vulnerable for cardiovascular disease. This is sympathetic activity as measured in the nerve, muscle sympathetic nerve activity in normal individuals shown in the yellow color, patients with hypertension shown in the orange color, and that brown color is a combination of hypertension and diabetes. You will notice once you have hypertension and diabetes, there is tremendous activation of sympathetic nervous system. So the second pathophysiological mechanism for vascular disease in diabetics is activation of sympathetic nervous system in those patients who have chronic diabetes and hypertension. Now let us look at the endothelial function in individuals with diabetes. All of you know the normal function of endothelium is to cause vasorelaxation, and the vasorelaxation occurs because of the availability of nitric oxide. So nitric oxide availability causes vasodilatation, but diabetic patients have reduced endothelial function. They are unable to vasodilate. And this is a slide showing that in diabetic individuals, you will notice at the right side, they have increased vasoconstriction or lack of vasodilation because of loss of endothelial function. This is a very interesting slide I would like for you to see. And this is how the normal endothelium looks like in a photomicrograph. In a photomicrograph, this is how the normal endothelium looks like. That means it's a barrier. It does not allow any constituents of the blood to enter into the blood vessel. So the normal endothelium is like a gate. It's a gating mechanism. It prevents protein, it prevents platelets, it prevents fibrin, etc. from going into the blood vessel. And this is normal endothelium. Now let us look at the endothelium in individuals who have diabetes. You will see here the endothelium is completely disrupted. Instead of becoming smooth and silky, now it becomes like as if it is like a Velcro. So imagine when you have silk, nothing gets attached to it. But when it is Velcro, everything gets attached to it. So the endothelium, which is supposed to be silky, becomes like a Velcro in diabetics. That means it allows platelets to be aggregated, it allows fibrin to be aggregated, etc. And this is a slide showing that what happens to the blood vessel that is normal, shown in the blue color, compared to diabetic. You will notice in the normal model, when you give acetylcholine, there is vasorelaxation. In diabetic model, there is no vasorelaxation at all in response to acetylcholine. That means a diabetic individual is more prone to vasoconstriction due to lack of availability of nitric oxide. And this is how normal endothelium looks like, and which prevents the platelets and fibrinogen from entering the blood vessel. But now look at the endothelium in a diabetic individual where there is disruption of the barrier. All the proteinaceous materials, platelet, fibrinogen, fibrin, all of them migrate from the blood vessel into the blood vessel from the bloodstream due to the loss of endothelial function. So one of the characteristics of diabetic individual is loss of endothelial function, lack of nitric oxide, increased vasoconstriction. This is a human study looking at forearm blood flow in a normal individual control compared to diabetic individual. You will notice in a diabetic individual, there is a significant decrease in forearm blood flow compared to control subject. That means they have vasoconstriction or lack of vasodilatation. So one more mechanism for vulnerability of diabetics is decreased vascular responsiveness to nitric oxide and greater vasoconstriction. This is a very beautiful slide. I want you to look at attention in coronary artery disease with a PET scan. This is look at myocardial blood flow with a PET scan in people who have normal insulin sensitivity or people who have insulin resistance. You will notice in the presence of insulin resistance, there is no coronary vasomotor tone. The vasomotor tone of coronaries is significantly blunted in the presence of diabetes, whereas vasomotor tone is preserved with normal insulin sensitivity. Very beautiful slide showing that patients with diabetes have problems with coronary vasomotion and therefore they develop coronary vasoconstriction. Now let us look at another pathophysiological mechanism why diabetics are so vulnerable to vascular disease. And these are the histological specimens of the kidney from normal individuals and patients who have diabetes. You will notice in individuals with diabetes, there is increased activity of angiotensin converting enzyme and increased activity of angiotensin in comparison to normal individuals. So the kidney of a diabetic individual has increased activity of the renin-angiotensin system. There is increased aggregation of angiotensin within the kidney and shown beautifully in this slide in comparison to normal individuals. So that is the reason why diabetic patients respond much better to RAS inhibitors, because there is exaggerated synthesis of renin-angiotensin system in the kidney of diabetic individuals. Now, blood sugar itself is a stimulator of renin-angiotensin system. This is a study showing how angiotensin levels increase once the blood sugar starts going up. So one of the activators of the renin-angiotensin system is blood sugar. We always think of salt, volume, etc., but do not forget, in diabetic individuals, glucose is a very powerful stimulator of renin-angiotensin system. Now let us look at central aortic blood pressure during daytime and during nighttime in diabetic individuals compared to control. Diabetic individuals on this slide are shown in the green color. Normal controls are shown in the orange color. Central aortic blood pressure is high in diabetic individuals both during daytime and nighttime. That means they have persistent, uncontrolled hypertension. It does not matter what you measure in the arm, but the central aortic blood pressure is significantly increased during daytime as well as nighttime. And this is another reason why diabetic patients are so vulnerable to vascular disease. Now, just for 3 to 5 minutes, I want to discuss the so-called molecular basis of vascular disease in diabetic individuals. As you know, hyperglycemia and insulin resistance, they activate oxidative stress, they activate protein kinase C, they activate RAJ. Once you activate oxidative stress, you cause vasoconstriction. Once you stimulate protein kinase C activation, you cause inflammation. And once you increase Raj, you cause thrombosis. So diabetic individuals have hyperglycemia, high free fatty acids, and insulin resistance. All these three mechanisms cause oxidative stress, which results in vasoconstriction, inflammation, and thrombosis. And this is the molecular basis of vascular disease in diabetic individuals. Now, there are pathways of superoxide generation in diabetic individuals. As all of you know, the glucose is metabolized by various pathways, which results in advanced glycation end products, increased protein kinase C, and once you have advanced glycated end products and increased protein kinase C, there is superoxide generation that causes vascular disease. And one of the other mechanisms appears to be fructose. Ultimately, advanced glycated end products might result in the formation of fructose, and fructose is a very powerful vasoconstrictor, and that is one more mechanism by which diabetic patients are so vulnerable to vascular disease. Advanced glycated end products ultimately cause increase in vascular smooth muscle hypertrophy. They cause macrophage infiltration. They cause extracellular matrix deposition, and they cause endothelial damage. All of them result in atherosclerosis. So the presence of advanced glycated end products can cause significant structural and functional changes at the blood vessel. So this is the molecular mechanism that I'm summarizing, that I have described in the last 2-3 slides, that increase glucose directly or indirectly through its other intermediary projects, fructose, sorbitol, etc., causes oxidative stress and activation of protein kinase C. And when you have oxidative stress and protein kinase C activation, there is smooth muscle hypertrophy and endothelial damage. And this is a summation of what I have discussed so far, so-called molecular basis of vascular disease in diabetic individuals: increased glucose resulting in atherosclerosis, increased advanced glycated end products resulting in atherosclerosis, increased protein kinase C resulting in atherosclerosis. So whichever way you look at it, whichever cards you look at it, all of them lead to atherosclerosis through glucose, through advanced glycated end products, and through protein kinase C. And this is supposed to be the molecular mechanisms of atherosclerosis in diabetic individual. Now, this I have already discussed. Diabetes, in addition to special characteristics that I have shown, like nocturnal blood pressure, endothelial damage, molecular mechanisms, central aortic BP, diabetic individuals also can have conventional risk factors such as hyperlipidemia, C-peptide, thromboxane A2. All these conventional risk factors are also present in patients who have diabetic individuals. Very important reason why diabetic patients are prone to atherothrombosis is they have increased activation of platelets. The platelets in individuals with diabetes are very angry. They're extremely angry, and angry platelets stick to each other. And once they stick to each other, they cause the process of atherosclerosis. So ladies and gentlemen, hypercoagulable state and increased platelet aggregability is an important pathophysiological mechanism for vascular disease in patients with diabetes. And that is the reason why most of the guidelines recommend antiplatelet drugs to protect diabetic vascular disease, because these platelets are very angry, they're very mad, they're very agitated, and you have to calm them down so that they don't cause vascular damage. So lastly, Dr. Sabu, ladies and gentlemen, and Mr. Chairman, this is a nice study showing from Harvard, looking that the blood pressure actually starts going up in diabetic individuals before you make the clinical diagnosis of diabetes. Actually, there is a rise in blood pressure in diabetic individuals 20 to 30 years before you make the clinical diagnosis of diabetes. For example, you are making the diagnosis of diabetes today, the patient probably had hypertension for the last 20 to 30 years. That means these things come as a package: diabetes, hypertension, hyperlipidemia. Which comes first is not known, but they come as package. Very important to know that hypertension precedes the clinical diagnosis of diabetes. Similarly, HDL cholesterol, low HDL cholesterol, which is a hallmark of diabetes, is seen 20 to 30 years before you make the clinical diagnosis of diabetes. That means dyslipidemia, like hypertension, precedes the clinical diagnosis of diabetes. All of you are wonderful diabetologists, you're great practices, you're pleased when you make the clinical diagnosis of diabetes. But on the other hand, they already have other risk factors before the clinical onset. Lastly, same thing, triglycerides. You will notice hypertriglyceridemia occurs much before the clinical diagnosis of diabetes. So hypertension, low HDL, and hypertriglyceridemia precede the clinical diagnosis of hypertension. So, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Sabu, and those who have attended the program, I have given you a very fast, like an expressway, mechanisms of vascular disease in hypertension very, very quickly. In the beginning, I suggested hypertension and diabetes together increase cardiovascular risk, and I have shown you the data. And I have shown you the data, the worst survival is in patients with diabetes and coronary artery disease. I showed you that patients with diabetes, they have continuous nocturnal hypertension. I've shown you that patients with diabetes have increased central aortic blood pressure day and night, even if they have normal blood pressure. I have shown you that diabetic patients have endothelial dysfunction. I have shown you diabetic patients have decreased coronary vasomotion in human beings. Then I have showed you the 4 pathways by which they have increased atherosclerosis, molecular basis, including platelet aggregation. I have shown you that the triad of multiple risk factors in diabetes, they precede the clinical diagnosis of diabetes. And that is the reason why when you see patients with risk factors, you have to screen all the risk factors, not wait for one thing to come, etc. And once you have a diabetic patient, you have to provide what is called as comprehensive cardiovascular care. Now, glycated hemoglobin is fine, proteinuria is fine, blood sugar is fine, but you need to go beyond it and treat the person to prevent the onset and progression of cardiovascular disease. In the time that was allocated to me, I gave you gross mechanisms, physical mechanisms, chemical mechanisms, biophysical, and biological mechanisms responsible for making diabetic patients so vulnerable for vascular disease. With those remarks, I offer my gratitude and salutation to the organizers, and thank you for asking me to participate.
Thank you so much, Padma Shri, Dr. Venkatram. It was extraordinary presentation from your side. I think so. I'm inviting Dr. Bansi Sabu, Dr. One, for the citation reading.
अब अजीत कोठारी को कह देना है यार.
बंसी भाई.
Dr. Bansi.
Dr. R.M. Shah.
Doctor, for the citation.
So, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, the organizers and all my friends. Actually, I treat everybody diabetics. I really appreciate it. And I just want to say something. I see Dr. Parikh is also there. Last week, 2 weeks back, I gave a BC Roy oration for CS. For some reason, Ahmedabad has become the medical conference capital of India. Every major medical conference in India is done in Ahmedabad only. Actually,
we were glad to listen to you, sir, in CSI oration.
Ahmedabad is the capital of India right now. So what I told them was, if we take 1 or 2 aspects of the life of BC Roy, that is good enough. Same thing. Now we have this oration after Dr. Shrenik Shah. If we take 1 or 2 things about him, maybe his punctuality, the way he talked to the patients, his mannerisms, that's all we need to do. We don't need to excel in everything that people do. Take one or two aspects of these people after which the lecturers are made, so that we pay tribute to them by our acts of daily living rather than anything else. Those remarks, I really thank Banshi, Dr. Shah, and Mithun, and everybody for their trust in me, and I hope that my comments were useful.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Urban Bhai, can we close the session? Dr. Urban Bhai, Dr. V.N. Shah?
Yeah, I think so. We are having the now the less of the time, and there is no question of the
Sure.
address.
So, just I would end with a sentence that it was a very nice, elaborate presentation within a very stipulated time. Dr. Venkatram came out with pathogenesis of vascular, clinical, cellular, metabolic, and molecular basis of practically everything about diabetes leading to macrovascular disease or heart disease. And ultimately, just as Ganga starts from Gangotri, everything starts from hypertension, and that's what he was able to prove it in a theorem which he was supposed to prove. So thanks a lot. Thank you very much once again, and that's where we'll close the session. Thank you, Dr. Bansi, and all others.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now I request our next reporter, Dr. Vipul Chawda, to introduce our chairperson for next very important oration. So over to Dr. Vipul Chawda.
Thank you so much, Bansi sir. I must say, what a day today. It was a wonderful academic feast, and we all are having a wonderful knowledge sharing today. Today, the last but not least is the Dr. Suman Uresan, whom my mentor Bansi sir himself says that he was a very great clinician of his time, and we must learn many things from him. To start this session and to introduce our vibrant speaker today, SR Arvind sir, we have Dr. K.K. Parikh from Kota and Dr. Vasant Kumar from Hyderabad. Over to you, sir.
First, before that, Dr. Vipul, I must introduce Dr. K.K. Parikh and Dr. Vasant Kumar. Dr. K.K. Parikh is a past president of Association Physician of India, very legendary figure in field of medicine. And I'm sure Dr. K.K. Parikh must have heard the name of Dr. Suman Shah, who was very eminent clinician of city of Ahmedabad. And we have Dr. Vasant Kumar, who is a president-elect of RSSDI, a very eminent consultant, physician, diabetologist from city of Hyderabad. And to introduce Dr. Suman Shah, I requested Dr. Premal Thakur. He's a very senior, legendary figure in the field of diabetes and endocrinology. He is the first endocrinologist of our city. And I requested him, just now I called him, to introduce few words about Dr. Suman Shah. So over to Dr. Premal Thakur before I introduce Dr. K.K. Parikh and Dr. Vasant Kumar to talk about Dr. S.R. Arvind. Dr. Premal Thakur, please unmute yourself and please talk few words for Dr. Suman Shah.
Thank you very much.
Is he audible?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. It's my pleasure to talk to you about Dr. Suman Shah. He was a very senior physician, a very respected doctor in Ahmedabad, and there was not a single patient in well-to-do family where he was not consulted on even minor illness. I have very good memories of him, and I thought of him as a great clinician. One doctor with excellent bedside manners, who will make the patient feel immediately at home and comfortable, however ill the patient may be. There were many occasions in my practice when I was very junior. He used to call me sometimes in the evening and tell me, "Hey, Premal bhai, are you free this evening after dinner?" I said, "Yes, sir, I am always free. What do you want?" He said, "I have a special visit to make to Saijpur Boga, and I wish you will come with me. I don't have a car today. My driver has not come. So would you bring your car?" I said, "Yes, sir, most certainly." And 2 or 3 days later, when my friends heard about this fact, that you went as a driver with Dr. Suman Shah for a visit, I said, "Look here, you don't understand. I did not go as a driver. This man has practiced as #1 physician in Ahmedabad for last 45 years. I had exclusive approach to him, 45 minutes to go to Saijpur Boga and 45 minutes to come back to Ahmedabad proper. In those hour and a half, I got a lesson of my lifetime from it. I still put them into practice. And one of the important things was he was always very reluctant to use metformin because metformin was not approved by FDA. I convinced him to use that drug, and told him that is far better than DBI or fenformin, and no incidence of lactic acid has so far been recorded by that. And that is how I also started using metformin extensively. It might interest you to know that when I started practice as an endocrinologist, only sulfonylurea available was available tolbutamide, and only the DBI capsule and DBI slow release was available at that particular time. So I have seen the evolution of diabetes very well now. Now with excellent drugs available, and the insulin that we used to use at that time was today labeled as dirty insulin. Even then, we used to be able to control our patients. But once again, I must pay tribute to Dr. Suman Shah as one of the finest human beings. It was my experience to know. And without any doubt, there was plenty of things to learn from him. I used to tell all my friends in PS Hospital that you should invite Dr. Suman Shah to conduct a clinic for postgraduate students and see how well he teaches the clinical methods to all them. Unfortunately, that did not come to pass. In any case, my personal memories are very sweet and very happy. And I hope many more doctors would have met him or worked with him. Thank you very much.
I request Dr. K.K. Parikh sir to introduce Dr. Arvind and Dr. Vasant Kumar. I will request them to give a citation to Dr. Arvind. Can we have, yes, please introduce Dr. K.K. Parikh sir.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Bansi Sabu. And he was really a great physician and a great endocrinologist, Dr. Shah. And we must take inspiration from him for having our practice. And he was such a simple and a wonderful human being. So it's really a pleasure to know about him. Dr. S.R. Arvind, it's really a great pleasure and an honor for me to introduce Dr. S.R. Arvind, who's a director and a chief diabetologist, Diacon Hospital, Bangalore, and is a course director for PG students of Health University, RGUHS and RSSDI. He was president of RSSDI during 2015 and 2016, and he was also president Diabetes India, and has got over 100 papers, has conducted over 100 phase 2 and 3 clinical trials. So he's a endocrinologist of great repute and a great diabetologist and he is a leader of RSSDI. So over to you, Dr. S.R. Arvind.
Before I request, yes, for a, so I request Dr. Vasant Kumar and Dr. K.K. Parikh to digitally hand over this citation to my great friend and President of Diabetes India, Dr. Arvind. So over to Dr. Arvind. But before that, I will request Dr. Vasant Kumar to say a few words for Dr. S.R. Arvind.
Thank you, Dr. Bansi. It's wonderful to be in this very important session where we are remembering a legendary figure, Dr. Suman Shah, and sharing the dais with my senior colleague, Dr. Parikh, and of course, going to listen to my close friend, Dr. Arvind, a very prolific writer, speaker, researcher, and whatnot. He has already been introduced by my colleague. Dr. Arvind, we are very eagerly waiting to listen to this oration. Over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. And I will be sharing the screen. Thank you so very much. I think at the outset, I would like to thank Banshi and of course his whole team and Mrs. Banshi Sabu. We've been good friends for many years. We've been working in associations together for almost 2 decades now. It's always a pleasure. The topic of my day today is, of course, the clinical inertia, and I hope Banshi had no inertia and his team had no inertia in choosing me to give this Sumant Shah oration. Well, I had absolutely no inertia in accepting this particular honor, and thank you so very much, Dr. Banshi, for this very, very great offering that you have done to me to give this Suman Shah oration. Thank you so very much, Vasant. Thank you so very much, Dr. Pari. Thanks, Vipul, for saying a few good words. It was great listening to Dr. Premal Thakur, who spoke about Suman Shah. Well, personally, I haven't met him, but I hope I will do justice to his oration today. Well, it's always told that when you start an oration that your initial sentence of words have to be very powerful and also it has to be funny. Well, I tried to do that, but unfortunately I got married when I was 26. So the word powerful has been taken away by my wife. Well, not so funny nowadays, but I still see my friend Banchi managing to be full of energy, and we haven't met in person for quite some time. I hope this COVID will go away and then we'll start having some meetings which are going to be physical. So on a serious note, I think clinical inertia is something that we all have to worry about. Well, people have been talking about a number of things as to why the clinical inertia is there. It can be patient related, it can be physician related, it can be healthcare system related. So I will take a slightly different tone today. What is clinical inertia? Well, it's a failure of clinicians to intensify therapy when clinically indicated. Well, this has been termed as inertia. Well, every time something goes wrong, I know the clinicians are blamed. It's rather unfortunate because the mistakes are not always ours. And who all play a role? Let's look at this. Well, I accept that we as clinicians play a role in inertia. Well, patients have a role too. The entire health system has to be blamed for this clinical inertia. And of course, in India especially, it's the insurance and payers. And same is the fact with the rest of the world and specifically in USA. Well, the producers of medication, the pharma industry has a big role to play in this clinical inertia. I blame them too. When they blame us, we blame them too. And the producers of devices and the lack of government initiatives. I think there's a huge group of people who are a part of this clinical inertia. And all the above players can help to reduce inertia, which is often blamed on the doctors and patients. So I will try to concentrate on a few things today. And of course, I will not be talking about definitely the inertia being played by the pharma industry, the producers of devices, and of course, our government initiatives. That's for another day altogether. Look at a patient with diabetes today. Well, he's going to be taken care of by a diabetes specialist. You need a dietitian, you need a nurse educator, you need a podiatrist, you need an ophthalmologist, you need a psychologist. On the other side, you need to equip your hospital with the biochemistry and hormones lab, then radiology, the cardiac workup lab, the pharmacy, the research setup, the diet kitchen, cafeteria. If that isn't enough, then you also need to have cardiologists, neurologists, nephrologists, and andrologists. So diabetes management today, my dear friends, is multidisciplinary and involves a lot of teamwork. And this has a lot to play in the inertia. And as I go on, you will understand why it's becoming difficult for each one of us to practice this discipline. It's extremely difficult for a doctor who is clinic based to do all the things that I just spoke of. And that's where the problem is. Can I do all these days? It's completely gone. Just look at this particular slide, which I used 2-3 years back at the ATTD conference. You have 8,760 hours in a year, and only 1 hour is spent by the physician with the person with diabetes every year. And this is the reality. And sometimes it's even less. I have seen it happening in places like CMC Vellore, where the consultant has just about a minute or two to write the prescription. He has no more than that. So we are all at best able to provide a very episodic care for a continuous disease like type 2 diabetes. And there is an epidemic of diabetes happening. And we have limited doctors. We have to accept non-availability of medical and paramedical infrastructure. We have to accept severe lack of trained doctors, especially beyond tier 2 or tier 3 cities. Limited access to high quality standardized primary care. And all these changes basically result in suboptimal clinical outcomes and high rates of complications. And that's blamed as inertia. Well, all of us have to take the blame because we do live in a country called India and we have challenges and we have problems. And there's a very high out-of-pocket cost for patients. So diabetes care is a teamwork and we have to accept it if we have to practice diabetes. Dr. Venkatram very clearly told us that diabetes from the day one is a cardiovascular disease. Well, it's not just that. It's turning out to be cardiometabolic, renal, and vascular in approach. There are talks going on in US to start a specialty to have all these things churned in after you graduate in your MD medicine. There are mysteries of diabetes, and these are very, very sweet mysteries. A number of things are still not very clear. The mysteries of diabetes is evolving and it will continue to evolve. And the continuous knowledge and the update of this knowledge through CMAs, I think is a must. I will not be incorrect if I say that the knowledge gained from MBBS or MD or DM today may end with just thermometer reading tomorrow, because what I realize is 32 years back, I got trained in diabetology. I was trained under Professor Vishwanathan, Dr. Mohan's father, highly grateful to the team. But what I read in those days and what we are reading today has totally changed. But of course, as Dr. Premal Thakur said, and as Dr. Venkatram said, it's the discipline and the patience and the compassion that we learned when we were there as students. So every doctor must realize that what we are learning about diabetes today is going to change. So we have to become humble, because our inertia to better care for diabetes can start with the knowledge that, oh, we know everything. No, we don't know anything about diabetes. So we have to optimize diabetes care to avoid therapeutic inertia. It's a big cascade of events that's happening. It's not about working harder, it's about working better with discipline and probably a lot of patience, because day in and day out, I and you do the same thing. There is no diagnostic challenge in diabetes. It's the routine work that we do every day. Keep talking the same things over and over again. So we may lose the patience and the discipline. And we have to be passionate, we have to be motivated. So what I would like to tell today is, if you would like to overcome this inertia, the first thing that you need to do is evaluate your practice pattern. What is your practice pattern? Are you going to have a hospital like All India Institute, or are you going to have a setup like what Dr. Mohan has, or what someone else has? Do you want a comprehensive care hospital dedicated to diabetes? What is it? So I think that is the first step. Everyone can't be what Dr. Banchi Sabu is, or Dr. Mohan is, or anyone else can be. So first, evaluate your practice pattern. Evaluate the patient segment that you can cater to. Highly educated class? Is it the middle class? Is it the high class? What is the segment? And you need to take time to develop a system to tackle inertia in your practice. If you don't deal with inertia, I think inertia will deal with you. Let's understand the economic menace of diabetes in India. I'll quickly go through some of these slides. 2016, you need about 25,000 rupees if you just have diabetes. That's per year to manage diabetes. With complications, it's going to increase. And this is a slide from St. John's, Bangalore, way back in 2017, who said that apart from diabetes, if you need dialysis, this is the kind of a cost that you are looking at, another 25,000 rupees a year, which is a lot of money. And this is from our good friend Dr. Shah, who wrote about diabetes care in India, which was a review article. And he very clearly wrote that considering the high cost incurred at various steps of screening, diagnosis, monitoring, and management, it's important to realize the cost-effective measures of diabetes care that are necessary to be implemented. So it's not just about writing the drug. You can be perfect in writing a prescription, the right insulin, the right tablets, but it's about also screening, diagnosis, monitoring, management, and the cost is getting added up, added up, added up. Let's look at the therapeutic advances over past 20 years. Well, we all know this. And as the therapeutic advances happened, the standards of care starting from 1989 by ADA started coming. They started telling us, based on the evidence you use this, based on the experience you don't have to use, but go by evidence-based medicine. So we started looking into evidence-based medicine. What's happened in the last 20 years is something that you have to see now. Despite increasing number of new diabetes medications and technology, achievement of individual targets declined from almost 70% to 60%. Well, this is something extremely sad, and this is happening all over the world, not just in India. And these are slides taken from the ADA. These are the US slides. It's very, very sad that nothing has happened in 20 years in spite of increasing number of new medications and technologies. Let's see what has happened to percentage of patients who are not under control despite increasing the number of new again medications and technology. HbA1c more than 9 increased from 12.6 to 15.5 all over the world, not just in India. So I don't think we have to just blame ourselves as doctors. There is more to inertia than just the doctors playing a part in this entire drama called diabetes. Now, in spite of advances in health technology, drug therapies, and policies, it has not translated to improvements in diabetes care quality. It has remained exactly the same. And this is directly from ADA. Now, what's wrong with this diabetes picture? Let's ask a question. Decline in percentage of patients at HbA1c less than 7, not even 20% in India. At best, only 50% of patients at goal, just a guess. Increase in percentage of patients with very poor control, unacceptable levels of morbidity, mortality, and diabetes-related cost to society are tremendous. And all this despite more than 40 new type 2 diabetic treatment options approved since 2005. In spite of knowing this, whenever you read an article about inertia, it's always the physician who is getting blamed. Or when a physician is asked a question, why your patient is not doing well, the physician blames the patient for not following these things. So it's a blame game that's been happening. And the root problem is there is inertia both at the patient's level, at the doctor's level, at the industry's level, at the government level, at the insurance level, etc. So we can talk about dyslipidemia, legacy, and how the complications increase and how we are taking time. But all these are playing a big role in the inertia. So look at the therapeutic inertia, rationale, and clinical relevance. It's a failure to establish appropriate targets and escalate treatment to achieve treatment goals. Fine. We are responsible for substantial preventable complications of diabetes with the associated excess in both direct and indirect healthcare costs. And always this slide is shown. Step ladder does not work. You have more number of guidelines. You don't have to really wait. Don't start on 1, then go to 2, then go to 3. All this is fine. Now we know that day 1, you can start with 2 drugs, or you can even start with 3 drugs. Still, we are unable to start insulin. There is inertia on both sides when we have to start insulin. It's not that we don't know. With so many CMEs, the doctors are aware of starting insulin, at least a good number of doctors. There are barriers to insulin. I can list another 10 points over here, and all of you are very familiar with this particular thing. I think basically both the patient and the doctors have to take the blame. And then the ADA comes out and says, don't have inertia to start insulin, start your basal insulin. I know everybody is doing their job. The industry is doing the job. They say basal insulin is easy to start. You can start with 10 units. You can increase the dosage. I agree that it has become easier to initiate insulin with the basal insulin, especially the analog basals like Glargine and others, which works for 24 hours. But still there are challenges. We have limited resources. There is a delay in starting insulin. There is limited accessibility to all types of insulin across India. So we can talk about physician barriers. And we have been speaking about a physician barrier all along. But every physician goes through this problem. It is not just the knowledge. One of the things, of course, I agree is physicians need to spend a little more time which they are not spending. And there are some barriers in physicians' mind to start insulin. Well, the patient's resistance. Nobody likes insulin. Nobody likes an injection. Even the best of your patient you have to convince. Then the physician's inertia. I'm too busy, no time to teach a patient and family. That's because he has 20 other patients waiting. He does not have a system. He has not built his team. And the need for intensive monitoring during the initial phase of insulin initiation. Well, I have no time. The doctor is worried about hypoglycemia. He will say the patients will call me in the middle of the night and eat my head. So I don't want to go through that. Well, he will give excuses of weight gain with insulin, which is not good for the patient. Then finally, some always accept, well, I know everything, but don't have a team to educate. That's why diabetes practice today is not as easy as we think it is. It needs a team. And these are the patient barriers. I will not go into the details of the patient barriers, and all of us have experienced this. Everybody hates to take an insulin shot, whether you call it a needle phobia or the cost or lack of education, or they think that it is the last stages or developing insulin dependence, whatever it is, there is going to be resistance. I think the important thing from the doctor's side to come out of this inertia is the brief consultations now must change. If you have to start insulin, you have to have time. Unavailability of insulin, yes, it's slowly going away. Cold chain has improved. So we have insulin, the best of insulin, almost in most of the villages even today. Few specialists, well, you don't really need a specialist, either a physician. Every general practitioner can learn to treat diabetes, and that's the need of the hour. And we have to do it. But what I agree is that the tremendous shortage of diabetes educators, nurses, and diabetes care teams to provide the patient support. Pharma tried to do its best, but it has never worked because the people who sit behind those telephone lines and talk to the patients are not really experts. And that's where the problem is. A typical situation. This lady patient is being seen by this doctor, and she's thinking I should accept insulin to protect my future, but she's also thinking I'm afraid of gaining weight or developing hypo, I will not take injections. It's just a rejection within her mind. Is there anything else available? Now from the doctor, he will be thinking, I think she will refuse. Let me not propose insulin at all, because he is also worried that in case if I force this lady, she may change me and go to another doctor, which is very, very possible in India. Even though the doctor knows, as per the guidelines, the patient needs. If you look at the literature, the promoters of therapeutic inertia often cited all these reasons on the clinician side, this is on the patient related side, and this is on the healthcare system related side. It's available for all of us to read. And probably each one of you who are listening to this will add a few more points also. Either it could be clinician related or patient related or healthcare related. We have enough reasons as to why our patients are not under good control. Let's look at the present view. Fine, let's accept there is inertia, both on the doctor side and on the patient side. Although there is therapeutic inertia, although we know it impacts all population, targeting individuals with type 2 diabetes should be our first priority. If you have accepted to be a doctor treating people with diabetes, please accept this. The causes of inertia are multifactorial, with contribution coming from different stakeholders. It can come from people with diabetes who are patients. It can come from clinicians and other healthcare providers. It can come from the healthcare system itself and the payers, which is basically the insurance group, and of course the industry. Well, you can have a workshop itself, which lasts for about 6 to 8 hours, talking about the various things coming from each of these groups. First, as a doctor, if I have to cut off the inertia, I think we must learn to use the algorithm and follow the guidelines. It's very easy, especially with oral hypoglycemic agent usage and insulin usage. We have the guidelines. We can sit with the guidelines. I'm just showing an ADA guidelines, but I'm sure RSSDI guidelines is very similar to this. We need to sit with the guidelines. Maybe if we have time, or if we can make time, or if your nurse educator can be taught, they can even show the guidelines to a set of patients. It's very clear what to start, what not to start. And most importantly, we need to spend time. Now, this is what is missing in India. And that's the main reason, because writing a prescription is going to take us just 1 to 2 minutes. The moment you look at the values, you've already decided what you need to do. Because you need to spend a lot of time on dietary counseling. If somebody is overweight, you need to talk about the weight there. You need to talk about the exercises suitable to that particular patient. And a huge psychological counseling is necessary. So the counselors are becoming a part of your diabetes care team today, and you can't do away with them. And whatever prescription you give, however brilliant you are as a doctor, you are only doing 30% of the job. The 70% about diet, exercise, medication, and keeping the mind in the right frame of things goes to the patient, and you have to prepare the patient. We need to utilize the technology as much as possible. Use it to lessen the burden of diabetes, not to increase the cost, and to increase the patient engagement and probably outcomes. Just because there is a CGMS, it does not mean you can use it. You use it in the right patient. Insulin delivery devices, just because the company says that it's easy and dosing is better, talk to your patient. See whether they can learn how to use a syringe, because you're reducing the cost. And these are the usual things coming to the technology. Well, you don't need to know all the options, but be familiar enough with one to have a resource. And most important, this is something that all of us who are seeing patients with diabetes must do, is to have electronic health record and use of artificial intelligence in our practice. Can be as simple as a slice and dice. For example, once or twice a year, you generate a letter to all those with HbA1c more than 9 who have not been seen in the last 1 year. Our review numbers are coming down. It used to be once in 2 to 3 months, but nowadays, because of the COVID, it's become 6 to 7 months. So this is where this becomes useful. very useful for data management and self-audit to know how your patients are doing. Research interest definitely with the electronic record system will help us to reduce inertia because you are constantly watching how you are doing, how your patient is doing. And of course, artificial intelligence is a very useful tool in diagnosis and grading of DR, and hopefully in future, probably the clustering of diabetes and in diagnosis and probably use of the right medication can be extremely useful when AI is used. Most important, if you want to reduce inertia, it's all in the follow-up. Please establish the next appointment during the current visit. Agree upon the action plan to be reviewed at the next appointment. Advise your patient to keep pace with their disease. You can always have a phone call follow-up or an SMS, WhatsApp, email. Constantly, if you are in touch with your patient, that's one way of improving the quality of care and probably the inertia will come down. Let's show the right path. This is the right path in which the patient has to go. Well, the path can be very smooth, or we tell the patients the path can also have some obstructions. This is like a rumble strip here. This is a hump. This is a road with a lot of potholes. I and you cannot change the path of the patient. It's the destiny. All that I and you can do is to tell them how to navigate through bad roads, how to navigate through good roads, how to wear the right footwear, and how to manage obstacles. And this is where we are going to score. And importantly, remove the thought that says it's difficult, because no person with diabetes should feel it is difficult to manage diabetes, because all barriers can be crossed. And what is the problem with the barriers? It's basically the thoughts in the minds of the people with diabetes. And once they have the wrong thoughts, the feeling that the thought generates creates a behavior. And this can be either a positive behavior or a negative behavior. And most often, it's always a negative behavior. And once you have a negative behavior, it reinforces the thoughts again. And it's a vicious cycle. So we have to talk to our patients about positive thinking. And how do you break the barriers? It's only through counseling patients. And this needs time. And when once you have the time, you have broken that inertia. Or your care team will have a counselor. Teach the patient to accept, adopt, and adjust, because nothing else can be done. You are what you are today. You can't go back to the past. You can't change your parents. That's what I tell my patients. Well, let's accept what you are today, because you're going to live long, and then you adopt, and then you adjust. And you have to focus only on positive thinking. We have to tell them there's a huge difference between hope versus reality. It's a good example of positive thinking. When you can't change the direction of the wind, adjust the sails. And for all of us in day-to-day life, I think this should be the dictum. You can't change what's going to happen tomorrow, but we can adjust the mind to accept what is likely to happen and move along in life. And as most of the guidelines say, it's going to be a shared responsibility between the doctor and the patient. So we must avoid clinical inertia. So you should have a better follow-up of your patients. Call them regularly, once or at least once in 6 months. Again, it's a shared responsibility. Tell the patient that you have to come back. Diabetes care is a teamwork. It's comprehensive care, and it's going to be lifelong. And clinical inertia can be overcome not just through knowledge, but a number of things. Knowledge and training, patient-centric approach, building a strong diabetes care team, strong patient education, patience and compassion towards the patient care, use of technology and artificial intelligence, psychological support to the patient, research which is much needed. Right knowledge is the ultimate solution, and choosing the right over pleasant is something that we all have to practice. So the possible solution, so before I close, most importantly, it's a shared responsibility. use multifactorial approach for care to cover all aspects through complex and complementary organization, educational and training strategies, continuous CMEs to upgrade the knowledge, follow guidelines which are evidence-based, creation of multi-professional teams to work with a common and a shared language, continuous educational activity to improve patient self-management abilities and responsibilities, and a strong diabetes care team, including counselor, in seeing all our patients. This is my last thank you slide. This is from Larry King, a wonderful say. I remind myself every morning, nothing I say this day will teach me anything. So if I'm going to learn, I must do it by listening. To all those who listened and got bored, thank you so very much, and sorry for boring. I will stop sharing my screen. Thank you so very much for a patient listening.
Thank you. Dr. Vasant Kumar, your comments. Then by
Yeah,
Dr.
Dr. Arvind, thank you so much for reminding us to come out of the inertias. I think all of us, we physicians, should take this as a challenge. And today, your lecture has come a timely reminder for all the doctors who have been here. And I think it's a very good topic, which now we are all inspired how to take this forward. And Bansi is the right person to choose the right speaker, right topic, and also remembering some of the legendary figures when our great speakers are there. I'm so happy that I am with all of you. And I thank Dr. Parikh and our young rapporteur who are with me this evening. Thank you, Dr. Bansi.
Yes. Dr. K.K. Parikh, sir.
Yes, it has been an excellent talk and very inspirational talk. I mean, this is one of the biggest problem, the first problem, clinical inertia in managing diabetes. So I think this is really a very inspirational for all of us, all clinicians and all diabetologists, that we must remove our clinical inertia. Very educational talk, sir, and I must congratulate you. It had been an excellent talk. Thank you very much, sir. Congratulations. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Congratulations, Dr. S.R. Arvind. It was a fantastic and fabulous talk which you had given. The possible solution which you had shown that, doing multiple CME. So at least I am doing that one, So in that possible solution, you had put that, doing multiple CME and as in organizational from RSSDA president and from Diabetes India secretary and doing a job from the diabetes. At least I am doing multiple CME. Capacity building and increasing the knowledge to the primary care physician. So I think that will at least lessen the clinical inertia across the country.
Sure.
So today, my topic was started with a keynote talk by Dr. IDF President-elect he was talking about gaps in diabetes care. Yeah. And then you are ending today's session by talking on clinical inertia. So once again, thanks, sir, Dr. S.R. Arvind, first for accepting our invitation for as an orator, and thank you for very nice and very informative talk. So now I request Dr. Vipul Chawda if anything else, otherwise we can close the session. It's 9:30 and tomorrow we are starting at 9 o'clock because the two American speakers, they can talk only early in the morning. Otherwise it is real difficult. So in all the session we have, in both the halls, we have American speakers. So we will be starting at 9 o'clock. But tomorrow we will end definitely at 8 o'clock. We have 30,000 doctors. Just now we have more than 5,000 doctors who are already logged in. And today we have total number of doctors who could log in is around 10,000 doctors. Probably remaining we will listen and we will be there. They will be there to listen all of you once again. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manchi. Thank you for a wonderful meeting. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Dr. Arvind. Thank you.
So we are just closing the session. Thank you. Bye. Good night.
Yeah, good night, sir.